Dun, 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 dun. What is going on, everyone? Another day, another you, another me. Look, I got a new shirt. Frostagma is here. Let's go. What a time to be alive. How exciting, no? Is this not exciting? It's exciting for me. You guys don't care. Maybe you care. I don't know. You can pick this shirt up. It's a new store. I think the quality is really, really good. So all the good stuff, yeah. How does this work? Can I do this? Hold on, give me a second. We're going to be playing Gaia today. We're going to be playing some Gaia today, so this should be fun. I don't know. I haven't played Gaia in forever. So we'll see how it all goes. Did it. Oh, it is working. Okay, wonderful. So basically, I have set up a store on the website Dashery. And yeah, you can use, it's all the same merch from the old store. It's just that the quality is a little bit better. So you can get the Prostagma t-shirt or the Greek Gods t-shirt or the What is Going on Everyone t-shirt. They're very, very cool. But yeah, we are playing some Gaia today. So wish me luck on the Gaia journey. I'm going to play a game and then I might cast a game, and all the other good stuff that comes with all of that. So no, not too much craziness. We're gonna play a lot and it should be fun. I also want to be casting Gaia games today, so that should be a thing we're gonna look at for the 1800 plus level of the Gaia. And I'm going to try. I don't actually have any ideas for today with the old Gaia. So I think we're going to run into some problems. With Poseidon, I was doing really well because I had some nice ideas there. But I'm not sure about anything else. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Nice ideas, spam centaur. Yeah, I mean, I did have the centaur spam down. I had it down. I know centaur works versus everything. There's no bad moves. Man, what you got real lucky. I didn't have to fight any Atlanteans because I would have put you in your place. I would have been very much on the other side of that minor god. I think Atlanteans are the only ones I don't want to go Hermes against. I already put you in your place, did I? When did I put you in your place? What did I do? Ah, that's right. Yeah, Centaur Hippias doesn't work for it. Come on, man. The only way you're killing off the Centaur is if you've got Caladria to stun them up. Actually, come to think of it, it might work. Actually, no, it's Hero Catapultes. Hero Catapultes would fuck the Centaur. That would make life very, very tough. What would I have to do? Centaur Hoplites? Nah, there's no way Centaur works versus Atlantean. I don't believe it. I think that's one of those ones that someone's going to have to show me that it works, because I don't believe it. Maybe someone can go Centaur versus me today as Gaia and just dominate me. You can do it. Chrono JJ. Chrono JJ is going to do it versus everyone. How did Poseidon go? It went really well. What did we get? I actually think I might have underrated Poseidon like severely in my tier list. I think he's actually really, really strong. We got to make sure we change this. Gaia time. Let me have a look at what my thing is. Yeah, I think some of the matchups I got a bit off. Like yeah. I think they might just be Poseidon favored rather than equal or whatever. 1, 2, 3, loss, loss, loss. So 3 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 to 3 last night. That was nice. Time to redo the whole deal. Yeah, yeah, maybe. I'm gonna have to redo the the title as well and say the other tier list you only need. I don't know what I'm saying. Charles Mattel. I haven't played Charles Mattel in forever. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. On to the Atlantean. Is this a Leto angle? No. Actually, it might be. It depends on what the map looks like. Well, more specifically what his map looks like. See, like, this position here, if he has a town center like this, there's no way I'm going for Leto angles. We're just gonna 2TC. Like, it's just gonna be a pain in the ass. Like, forest, cliff, gold mine. Like, Leto... I think Leto only works going one town center. So, it might be a different game for Leto. This is a really nice town center for me, even though there's no food nearby. I think it's really good. Let's go slightly forward. Relics. Tail feathers, okay. So that's really nice for us to make Murmillos or Catapulties. Possible chop that down. Okay. Now, maybe he doesn't have a gold mine back here. We could possibly do it. But I have to make my mind up a little bit too soon here, I think. Nah, he does have a gold mine. Yeah, there's no... This is too strong. Too strong. Okay. Just pull those guys off for now. Head over for this town center.
Burek is lost.
Burek Fest.
Herr Jos, also. Eked.
Walk that off. He can obviously come in this way, but
Yuji.
Yuji. Burek. Yuj Diat.
Erdma. Yuge. Eshlos.
Burek.
super late advance from him. Might be going for a fast heroic. I mean, it could just be a normal advance. I don't know.
Skopos.
Might wander over to this here to drop a thing.
Jos. Skopos.
Skopos.
Burek. Also. Mak. Esh lost.
Herr Jos.
Yuji. Diat. Skop. Mak. Yuji. Erjos. Eked. Eked. Diat.
Okay, I need to see if this is going to be some sort of mass myth unit thing.
Burek.
I'm a little bit worried about what's coming my way.
Cash Fest. Burek. Eshlos. Diat. Skopos.
Mak.
Erjuge. Mak. Ejuge. Mak. Ejuge. Skop. Eshlos. Mak. Yuge. Eshmak. Yuge. Eshmak. Yuge. Eshlos.
Burek. Aked.
Eshkopo. Mak. Yujma. Eshma. Yujma. Eshma. Yujma. Eshujma. 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 Eshuge. Ma. Eshmak. Yuge. Mak. Eshlost. Yuge. Ma. Eshlost. Yuge. Erjos. Yuge.
Herr Jos. Mak. Mos Inter.
Erjos. Eshma. Yuge.
Yuji. Yuj Fest.
Erjos. Eshuge. Ma. Yuge. Eshlost.
This is a fast heroic,
Eshuge. Eshma. Eshlost. Yujma.
which basically means I should probably just build a whole bunch of these guys, right?
Yuji.
Actually, get this, get this.
Erjos. Yumak.
Mak. Esh mak. Yuji. E poro fras.
Skopo. Osto.
Yuge. Erjos. Yuge. Eshlost.
Burek. Esh lost. Dilis moke.
Skopo. Yujmak. Eshlos. Yuge.
Herr Jos. Aked.
Yuji.
Erdmak. Eshlost. Eshma. Eshujma. Eshujma. Eshlost. Yuge.
Skopos.
Yuge.
Yuji. Ma. Esh yuj ma. Esh yuj ma. Yuji. Esh yuji.
Erjos. Mak. Eshlost. Yuge.
Burek. Burek. Dilis moke. E poro fras. Esh lost. Yuji. Herjos. Burek. Yuji. Burek. Esh lost.
Bur. Mak. Aked. Yuji. Herr Eshlos. Yuji Fest.
Okay, this is probably just
Erjos. Yuge. Skopmak. Yuge.
Skopos. Mak.
some sort of fast heroic angle, no?
Yuji.
I can run around here and hit him on this.
Burek. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Burek.
Erjos.
Yuji.
Skopos.
Esh yuji. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Mak. Esh lost. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esh yuji. Skopos. Yuji.
Skopo. Mak. Mos in Osto. Vayen.
Skopos. Yuji. Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Esh lost. Mak. Yuji. Dilis mok. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Esh mak. Esh lost. Yuji. Mak. Esh lost. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Dilis moke.
Yujmak. Erjos. Eshlost.
Burek. E poro fras.
Mak. Yuge. Yuge. Eshlost.
Skopos. Dilis moke.
Erjos. Mak. Yuge. Eshlost.
Mak.
Skopos. Mak.
Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak.
Yuge. Yuge.
Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Esh lost. Yuji. Yuji. Mak.
Erjos.
Herr Jos. Aked.
Erjos. Yuge. Yuge. Mak. Yuge. Mak.
Burek. Esh lost. Dil e poro fras.
Erjos.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Mak.
Galadriel are OP, man.
Dilis moke. Skop. Eked. 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 Burek. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Skopos.
Skopos. Esh yuji.
Yuji. Esh Osto. Aked.
Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji.
Yuge.
Burek. Yuji. Esh yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Esh lost. E poro fras.
Erjuge. Mak.
Burek. Dilis moke. Yuji. Mak. Esh lost. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Esh yuji. Mak. Esh lost. Yuji.
Burek. Mak. Diat.
Burek.
Diat. Diat.
Yuji, Eke, Dia.
Skopos. Eshlos. Yumak. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. E porofra. Eshlo. Mak. Yuji. Yujma. Eshlos. Skopos. Yuji. Skop. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Eshuj. Ma. Yuj. Eshuj. Mak. Yuji. Ma. Yuj. Eshuj. Ma. Eshuj. Mak. Eshuj. Ma. Eshlos. Burek. Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji.
Skopos. Ujeshma. Ujeshma. Eshlost. Ujeshmak. Uje.
GG. Jeepers, this is insane. Like, what do you? Damn, nerf Arcus. Yeah, nerf the Arcus. Poor Charles Martel. I haven't seen him play in forever. Is this the Charles Martel? Charles Martel. No, he's been playing quite a bit, I think. Yeah, with the Catapulti upgrade, these guys move at the same speed as the Oranos Murmillos, right? They might like 5.25 speed. So yeah, and with Caladria, if you don't have Axeman, like you can't defend. You have to defend with walls and try and get to Chariot Archer, I guess. Oranos Murmillo, Hero Murmillo. Oranos Hero Murmillo 5.25, right? Dabodax says try Leto versus Egyptian in China if Japan. Even Japan, it ain't bad. Against Japan, I don't like it because they have the Yadi, not the Yadi, the Onnamusha. So if I'm gonna go Leto and not make Automaton, I'm asking myself, what am I really doing? I guess you could be saying, okay, make fake Automaton and go into Stymphalian birds. So force out the Onnamusha and then have Stymphalian birds. That could make some sense. But Samurai, no one's going to build Samurai versus Leto. What unit are you trying to kill with the Samurai? I'm not going to build... who's building Murmillo with Leto? That's the first question. When you've got Automaton, which are just better versions of the Murmillo in every single way except for versus heroes. Then you ask, okay, if they're not going to build any Murmillo, what infantry are they going to build? They're not. So we're not going to build Samurai. Now, if I go Leto, no Samurai. I'm going to go for Onnamusha, right? To kill off the Automaton. And if he does happen to for whatever reason, mix in Murmillos, well, we're just going to have something else there. Whether that be our own myth units with the Kamatachi, or Tengu, or Oni, or Raiju, or what's the other myth units? Juragumo, all that stuff. Automaton plus Kairos. Yeah, I mean, you could do like a counter barracks Automaton type thing. What do you use to kill the heroes? If for some reason the Atlantean player has hero Murmillos, then I'll get some Samurai out. But chances are they don't have the favor for that, right? Like all their Automaton numbers are like ridiculously low. I don't know. I was gonna cast a game now. Let me find one. Give me a second. It could be the case here that Atlanteans... I have been feeling this way for a while, that Atlanteans are like better than are beating up on the Egyptians. I've been feeling this for a while. That's kind of what, I mean, I feel like, yeah. But every time I play versus someone who's really good with the Egyptians, then I change my mind back to, nah, Egyptians really good. So it could be me just being wrong. Or being bad at Atlantean. Okay, let me do this. Okay, we got ourselves... What have we got here? I think I want to watch this one, right? This one looks like fun. It's a Midgard Atlantean mirror. It's like a very fun game. That one could be fun as well. Just watching Zooked be Zooked. All right. Egyptians are so cool. If you can be good with Egyptians, you're the real deal. Kinda. I don't... Well, it's... Being good with Egyptian is just more about figuring out how to play the matchups. Like, that's the most difficult part. Because if you don't know how to play the matchup, then Egyptian's quite difficult. And there are multiple ways to play the matchup. It's just you have to have those down. You have to have like all of those down in order to play Egyptian at a high level. You can't just do one strat and expect to win. Alrighty. Let's have a watch of this game, hey? I need to do this. So probably like this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, another game, another you, another me. Today we are on our Gaia hype train in the bottom of the map, playing as Gaia, showing us exactly how it's done. It is Zooked. As he walks over here and he drops down his dock, his opponent today in the top of the map, playing as the red Kronos. Here to play his strongest god. It is Mr. Husk Soup himself. We are on the map Midgard. Nice map for both of these gods. I'm a bit surprised to see Soup dropping the dock, but maybe he's feeling that he can't get a huge amount of damage done onto a Gaia early on. Gaia's got the Caladria. The thing here, I think, though, is that Zooked really does need to know what's going on very, very quickly. And I'd be interested to see him, like... I'd be interested if he goes for a really big fish boom here or not. One idea for Soup is to build a handful of fishing ships and go for a 3:30 or something like that, or a 4-minute advance and rush. Another option is to do a 3:30 advance and drop the dock down after you build your temple. And that way you can get fish coming out and you can put the pressure on through like Leto or something like that, going automatons in to attack, cause some problems. But yeah, I'm really interested in how Zook plays this, because I think he's got arguably one of the best guys in the game, and he has some really, really cool ideas with how to play around some tricky situations. So we'll see what's going to happen. The big boost here, or threat, I guess, for Kronos against Gaia is where the gold mine is positioned and where the Gaia forests get positioned. So if you can completely defend this forward position with Gaia forests, which, well, you can spam them out you can get one out every 2 minutes. So by 4 minutes, you could have 3 Gaia forests around this front position here, no problems. Then it's quite difficult to get a whole lot of stuff done. But nonetheless, let's check out some relics over here. We do have the Dwarven Calipers. This is going to be food, wood, gold, favor cost there. Over onto this side, we have the Tail of Cerberus, which is going to be the Myth Unit special attack recharge time. And over onto the right-hand corner, there is the Demeter's Throne, making the Granary much cheaper, as well as the Anvil of Hephaestus. As we're seeing Soup just go for a stock standard boom. One really cool thing with Chronos is that you can time shift the docks. And what Soup's done here, which I love, is he's dropped a mana near the water, which allows him to get the dock up much quicker. And then he's just going to time shift that over to where the fish is really nice. So he's going to have himself a fantastic time there. On the flip side here, Zooks, he gets his temple almost ready to go up. He's only gone... No, he's got 2 docks. He's got 2 docks. He's got 1 villager hiding up onto the top side. I'm still a little surprised that Soup's played this way. He did scout this, so no like adaptation to get to that next stage super fast. But yeah, 1 more villager. It's going to be a 5-minute advance time for Soup at the very fastest. And I imagine the same thing over here for Zooked. And following all this up, realistically, the only advantage that the Chronos has in this specific situation is going to be valid citizen with the hero economy. So there's going to be an economic advantage on the side of the Chronos, but there's also going to be that economic advantage from Galadria and the cheaper upgrades, economic upgrades for the Gaia to match. So basically, I think what Soup is saying here is I'm just going to outplay you. And we'll see if that's going to be something that he's going to manage in this one, as the docks are just starting to go all over the place. There's some interesting ideas with like time shifting docks and then building a fishing ship into the dock right next to your opponents so that you can sort of fight underneath their docks without worrying that you're down a ship or something like that. Another crazy idea could be to actually time shift in watchtowers onto the waterfront right next to wherever they're fighting, and that way you can get those towers to get involved, especially up onto one of these sort of small areas. Very tough to get past. The boats have to sort of row up to off the... The flat earth, ladies and gentlemen. There's something past that edge there. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to pretend to know what it is, but there's something there. As Zookt, he's going to be getting himself out that Oceanus. He's getting himself pickaxe. And we've got ourselves the purse scene over here. As Zook going to get just a little bit of pressure over onto this side. More fishing ships coming down. Docks coming through. And we will start to see a little bit of water combat here. Generally, we don't see a whole lot of this. It's all about reacting to what your opponent does. You lose a lot of HP trying to be the aggressor on water maps. There's also the servant here, which can help out in a big way as the fire ship comes through, and that's going to be no attention being paid there from our main man Zooked, as some hero citizens actually getting converted in onto this front side. A relic's also getting grabbed. So that's the Tail of Cerberus there, which does help boost up the Galadria quite a bit. Random citizen over on this side. Very, very dangerous place to be there, but just going to turn that into a citizen, and a hero citizen. It should be completely fine. Takes a long time to pay those off, though. Very interesting decisions from the side of Zooked here, as he decides to charge forward. Siege Bareems going after the Bareem on the back there as the fire ship coming in. We do see the Carnivora onto the back here, and that's going to start getting damage done onto all of these boats. Doesn't get any sort of one-hit kill shenanigans, but we'll be able to take out a boat, and the other 2 fire ships are going to be pulling back up onto the top side. He's on a fishing ship, and the rest of those boats are going to be pulling back as these Prometheans still hanging out over onto this side. Soup on the other side, he's got a ton of food in the bank here. He doesn't have his economic guild down just yet. He's going for an armor. He wants that next age in. We'll see what he's going to be able to pull off. I guess you get, there's probably an idea of going in for a whole bunch of, what are they called? Nereids, right? Nereids. If you go in for a whole bunch of Nereids here and you micro it, you can take out a fleet of ships very, very quickly. 65 favor already in the bank here for Soup. It's not a terrible idea. And you've also got the Rhea to trader it away as well. But after all is said and done, Zook does actually hit the heroic age first. And he can do exactly the same thing back to Soup. And Zook is pushing in nicely up onto the right side. Oh, Euro Citizen getting involved. Gets his Shanker out. I don't know if that doc's actually going to stay alive here. The Citizen is not doing that much damage. I'm pretty sure the Prometheans can actually win this fight. Ooh, he's a little bit of that repairing action coming up here, keeping that dock alive ever so slightly. As where to next? The big thing to be concerned about on a map like Midgard is how much you fight on the water. Because if you invest too much on the water, then your opponent can just say, okay, I'm going to mass out an army with all these resources. I'm just going to sit on your gold mines. And you're going to have to take fights on the land that you don't want to take, which means some value back into your opponent's back pocket and they can have a good game there. Did you see Zook actually building a second behemoth here? As all the upgrades coming through for Soup now as well. And his Rhea will pop. So many resources in the bank. Very, very intrigued as to what he's actually going to try and go for next. Looks like it's just going to be Orichalcum Male and a whole bunch of medium Murmillos. Unfortunately for Soup, if Zook just does exactly the same thing, he's going to have Bite of the Shark on top of his Murmillos as well as Caladria. So he's going to have the stronger Murmillos. But Zook isn't going for those at the moment. He's just building out a nice amalgamation of units. Arcus, Contarius, of which Pure Murmillo should do okay against up until the Arcus mass does come through and a nice front line is formed for them. Zook's still trying to put the pressure on over here. Still, both players doing a pretty good job with Min defending as the Nereid comes through. You can see how much damage the Nereid actually does. It's not a huge, crazy amount. She is amazing at killing off myth units, but not so good against killing off the actual ships, but still. Over onto this side now. Villagers moving forward, looking to secure this gold mine. Sees the medium Murmillos there. And is there any sort of change away from the Contarius? This is such a strange unit to be building at the moment for Zooks. There's now heavy Murmillos actually in. And this actually gives Zooked a lot of information. You see heavy Murmillo, it means your opponent is going hard on Murmillo. If it was just sitting at medium, you don't really know. He could be going a different way. As these Behemoth are getting crazy value here on the front. You can't really run with Behemoth is the only bad thing, is because they don't have that much armor, and the only way they get value is by face tanking, basically, because at the front they've got sort of reduction a reduction against the damage that comes in onto them. But for the moment now, Caladria mixed in with a Behemoth is always going to be a nice idea. Even some more Caladria would not go astray here as well, but nonetheless, Hero Contarius getting pulled back as the Caladria going to be getting used to heal those ones back up. There's so much value keeping your heroes alive with healing. Unfortunately, does drop one of those there as the trader comes down, and it does immediately get stolen back. Couple more Arcus starting to come through as Soup attempting to break past this Arcus ball of units. But no real frontline for the Arcus does make things a little bit tricky. On top of that, no upgrades on them either. They don't have ballistics, they don't have anything, but they do manage to take out those Murmillo there with some good control. As another Behemoth goes down. And so far, still harassing on the water. Zook is all over the map with his boats, making life very, very difficult for Soup here. And I guess on top of this, does Zook have himself channels? He doesn't have channels. If he has that channels upgrade, then he can have 4.2 speed or 4.3 speed Arcus, and that'll help even more with the defense. As medium Arcus comes through. And Zook's pulling back ever so slightly. If he just needs to have that Behemoth face tanking, I think he wins this fight. but he's pulling all the way back underneath his palace for the time being. One thing you definitely don't want to do with Arcus is face tank. We're also going to be seeing that Horns of Consecration technology coming through for Soup. He might want to be going for some Fanatics here, though. Doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. Realistically, Siege is what he wants, and the perfect unit to build for him is going to be that Destroyer. Though, on the other side now, Murmillo's now starting to come through for Zooked, and he doesn't yet have that Mail of Orichalcum, but he does have Bite of the Shark. Soup's still attempting to defend up onto this position over here. Bareem's coming through, gonna snipe out a fire ship. We'll see a palace coming up onto this side as well. Now Zooked says, time to get busy right now with these behemoths. But one good fight here from Soup can completely change the trajectory of this game. These Murmillos, with very few upgrades, not feeling like they're actually that useful here, as the Destroyers can zone out the Arcus on the front. We do have the Fanatic to come through, which will be a nice little help against those Destroyers there. As both players losing frontline, the Destroyer's going down means Soup can't really push. He does have Deconstruction, though. If he feels like he can win this fight and keep pushing, he should Deconstruct. Of course, Zooked will try and get himself the Palace back up, but that is an option for him to go for. Meanwhile, 120 favor in the bank here for Soup. I'm not exactly sure what he's saving that one up for. Could be waiting for the Mythic Age to make some Argus, or maybe an extra, maybe completely just save for an extra Implode. Might not be a terrible idea. I know I'm talking a long way into the future, but this great micro here from Zooked. He's targeting down that backline beautifully. Fanatics popping in. These guys don't have any bonus versus Arcus, so you do want to have them attacking infantry units if at all possible. Arcus gonna just pull back, sit underneath the palace again. The game's still looking incredibly close. I'm not exactly sure what happens here if all of this gold just expires. I think the problem, actually no, the problem for Soup right now is 110% gonna be gold. He will run out of this gold mine. He's sending villagers up onto this side to claim this position. He deconstructs the palace, so he needs this gold mine. Might even be worth it to like time shift this palace over here so that he can secure this gold mine. If Soup can't get this position sorted out, then he will be losing this game. As he does make a bit of a dash up to the top side right now. Let's have a little quick look at the fishing ship differential. 23 for Soup, over to 14 for Zooked, as Soup has managed to get himself a little bit of an advantage on the water, but he needs this position. He doesn't have the gold just yet for a palace. Time shifting the palace over is an option. As the army going to make its way up here. No Gaia Lush on this side is going to be a nice advantage for Soup here as well. But without a palace, these Fanatic are going to go to town on top of Soup's army here. They are going to absolutely erase this. He's got himself his Orichalcum Mail, Bite of the Shark. These are super Fanatics here. As he absolutely dominates that army. And Soup is going to get pushed off of this gold mine. He's going to have 0 gold left. I mean, there's 430 gold over here, but that's not going to be much of an assistance. As Zook kills off a couple of citizens on the retreat, the town center, 1500 HP to getting up. I don't think this is going to be much of an assistance. We've also got a town center coming up behind this for Zooked as well. as the destroyers get on top of it, and they will put a stop to that town center expansion as Zoot pulls back over here. He's going to drop another palace, secure that top gold mine, and find the win in this game. I don't see what else Soup can do. Maybe time shifting the palace onto the back here as an idea. It does cost half to make that time shift happen. Does also have another deconstruction. He can spam out a whole bunch of behemoths, but then again, if he does that, then Zoot will very simply get himself all of his heroes into his army because he's got plenty of favor in the bank now. As the destroyer is charging in to take down the town center, the fanatics will be able to take those out here. I don't think the town center is going to be falling, but the palace in the middle of the map going down. Citizens searching for something, and they're just not going to be able to find that gold mine. Did end up being a 4 large gold mine map, and in these sort of situations, it's a lot of fun if both players get that second gold mine, but if they don't, the game will end at this point, and Zoot very, very on top of things in this game. He gets that full map control, and he plays it out beautifully. I think Soup did have an opportunity here to secure this position with a time-shifted palace. I think that was all he had. Maybe a market and selling. He didn't have a market up. Could have sold some resources for some gold to get the palace up as fast as possible. Then he can play defense underneath the palace, and Kazook didn't really have any destroyers, or not many destroyers, so he might have been able to continue to hold there. Maybe spending some of that food on behemoths for that front line could have been another option. But unfortunately there for Soup. Not able to make it work, and Zooked takes the dub. The Gaia Day is in full swing, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys enjoyed, make sure you hit the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next game. Oh, that was a fun game. No? Ronan JJ, thanks for the raiding party. Let's continue along, shall we? Down, 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 down. That's kind of funny. I like this. Is this cursed? This kind of looks cursed. It kind of looks cursed, though. It's beautiful. And AI has gotten too good. Hey, what is it? What's even happened here? That's not AI. Of course it's AI. What are you talking about? What is happening? Do I have to... Is this Alt F4? I haven't played Ranked in long enough. Do I just Alt F4? Just Alt F4. Disappointment. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. For everyone out there who's interested, I've got new merch. Well, it's the same merch, but new quality items. Click the link below. Hang on, I gotta be right back. 1 second. If there was some other thing that you would like and you would want to buy, merch-wise, what would it be? Right now I have Prostagma. I have What's Going On, Everyone. I think I might be missing one. I need to upload that as well. I'll do that another time. I got What a Time It Is to Be Alive somewhere, but I don't think I uploaded that. Let me have a little quick look. I can't remember. Yeah, I didn't put what a time to be alive. I don't know where it is. That's why it's not up there. You'd buy this on a shirt? Is this the centaur thing again? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can do that. I don't know what the ethics are about using AI for merchandise. I don't know what the ethics are. The ethic is it's Boit on a centaur, so no problem. All right. I don't feel like it's a good idea. I don't think it'd sell very well. You guys would have to prove me wrong somehow. Oh, this looks like a fun game to cast. I might grab this one for next or for later. Ace's Husk Soup. Stop sniping me, you big bully.
Schloss, Yoshi. Hedgehows, Bureg, Yoshi, Hedgehows, Oskopos, Mak, Yoshi, Bureg, Osto, Yushkopos, Bureg, Yoshi, Bushko, Bureg, Hedgehows. Bureg, Hedgekopos, Hedgehows. Yuji. Yuji. Yuji Hedgehows. Yuji. Yuji.
That's right. Distract him at the start when he needs to be focusing.
Bureg, Hedgehows. Mak. Bureg. Yuji. Bureg. Hedgehows. Yushkopos. Yuji Hedgehows. Yoshi Hedgehows. Bureg. Mak. Bureg. Hedgehows. Yushkopos. Yuji. Hedgehows. Yuji. Eked. Dia. Eked. Hedgehows. Bureg. Hedgehows. Yuji. Bureg. Skopos. Eked. Diat. Bureg. Yuji. Skopos.
Yuji, Schwest.
Yuji, Skopos, Yuji, Eschloss, Yuji, Yuji, Bureg. Ma, Yuji, Eschloss, Osto, Yumak, Osto, Yusko, Bureg, Yusko, Bureg, Eschloss, Yuji.
Schwest. Yuji. Eked. Diat. Eschloss. Bu Yuji. Eked. Eked. Diat.
Bureg, Yuji, Skopos. Yuji, Mahejos, Yuskopos, Eschloss. Yuji, Bushkopos, Mahejos, Osto.
Yuji. Gobo. Eked. Diat. Herjos.
Ost mos intem.
Bureg. Eked. Schwest. Yuji. Eked. Diat.
Yuji, Mahejos, Eschloss, Yuskopos. Mak. Osto. Yuji, Osto, Mahejos, Mak. Bureg, Ost, Yuji.
Skopos.
Bureg, Skopos. Yuji, Skopos, Skopos, Mak, Yuji, Osto. Mak. Yuskopos, Bureg, Yuji. Skopos, Yuji. Eschloss, Yuji. Osto, Eschloss.
Herjos.
All right.
Skopos. Bureg. Eked. Diat.
Yuji, Eschlamak, Yuji.
Yuji.
Erskopos, Eschlost, Mak, Yuji, Eschlost, Mak, Yuji.
Bumak, Eschloss, Yuji,
Yuji.
Mahejos, Osto.
Erjos,
Skopos. Mak. Eked.
Skopos,
Bureg, Mahejos,
Yuji, Eschlost, Mak, Yuji.
Skopos.
Yuji, Esh, Yuji. Erjos,
Bureg,
Erjo, Mak, Esh, Yuji, Mak, Esh, Mak, Yuji, Mak.
Skopos, Eschloss. Yumak, Yuji, Eschloss. Mak. Yuji, Mak.
Yuji, Esh, Mak, Yuji.
Herjos. Also. Yuji.
Yuji, Erjo, Mak, Esh, Mak, Yuji. Eschlost,
Bureg, Yuji. Osto.
Erjos, Mak,
Skopos, Yuji.
Yuskopos, Esh, Yuji, Mak, Eschlost,
Mak, Eschloss, Yuji.
Yuji, Yuj, Yuji. Esh, Mak,
Herjos.
Bureg. Mak.
Erjos, Yuji, Esh, Mak, Esh, Yuj, Mak, Esh, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Esh, Mak, Yuj, Mak, Esh, Mak, Yuj, Mak, Eschlost,
Skopos. Eked.
Mak, Eschloss.
Yuskopos,
Mak, Yuji. Mak, Eschloss, Yuji. Mak, Yuji.
Erjos, Yuji.
Bureg, Yuji.
Yuji.
Yuji, Mak.
Yuskop, Mak,
Yuji.
Herjos. Eschl. Schwest.
Mak.
Yuji, Eschlost, Yuji. Skopos,
Yuji, Mak. Bureg, Yuji. Eschloss.
Erjos, Eschlost, Mak,
Yuji, Mak. Yuji, Eschloss. Bureg, Yuji, Mak.
Skopos. Yuji. Also. Schwest. Bureg. Yuji. Eked.
Bur, Yuji.
Yuji, Mak. Yuji. Eschloss. Skop, Yuji. Mak. Bureg.
Yuji, Eschlost,
Skopos. Yuji.
Skopo, Yuji, Eschlost,
Herjos. Skopos. Mak. Eschl. Also. Vayen. Herjos. Vayen.
Skvayen. Herjo, Mak. Mos
Bureg.
intem.
Mak. Yuji.
You mark. Schloss.
Skopos. Schloss. Mark. Yuji.
Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Schloss.
Burek. Schloss.
Yuji. Aken. Mos intel.
Skopos.
Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Yuji. Mark. Schloss.
Erjos. Mark. Also.
Skopos. Yuji.
Erjos.
Burek. Skopos. Yuji.
Yuji. Eken. Schwest.
Skopos. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Skop. Schloss. Burek. Mark. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji.
Eken. Schwest.
Mark. Schloss.
Mark. Oh,
Yuji. Mark. Burek. Yuji. Skop. Schloss. Burek. Mark. Skopos. Yuji. 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 Skopos. Mark. Yuji. Mark. Schloss. Yuji. Mark. Yuji. Yuji. Mark. Yuji. Skop. Dilis Moke. Yuji. Burek. Mark. Mark. Yuji. Mark. Schloss.
Burek. Mark. Yuji. Mark.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Dilis Moke. Skopos. Mark. Burek. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Mark. Mark.
Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Eken.
Skopos. Burek. Yuji.
Mo. Eken. Mos. Intel.
Skopos.
Yuji.
Herjos.
Also. Skobo. Yuji. Diat.
Skopos. Schloss. Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Mark. Schloss. Mark. Yuji.
Okay.
Yuji.
Burek. Mark. Eken. Schwest. Yuji. Mo. Schloss. Yuji. Erjos. Skobo. Mark.
Mark.
Yuji. Os. Mark.
Yuji. Burek. Schloss.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Erjos. Also.
Yuji.
Skobo. Mark. Yuji.
Skop. Yuji. Volia.
Diat. Mark.
Erjos.
Vur. Eshlos.
Yuji. Also.
Skopos. Yuji. Mark. Yuji.
Yuji. Osto.
Yuji. Yuji.
Skopos. Mak.
Mark. Schloss.
Yuji.
Yuji.
Erjos. Eken.
Herjos. Aken.
Mark. Poro Fras. Schloss. Mark. Yuji. Burek. Schloss. Dilis Moke. Skopos. Yuji. Mark. Yuji. Burek.
Yuji.
Skopos. Yuji.
Skopos.
Mark.
Yuji.
Schloss. Skopos. Eken. Burek. Also. Yuji.
Schloss.
Burek. Eken.
Vur. Aken.
Skopos. Mark. Yuji. Erjos. Also. Yuji.
Skopos. Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Schloss.
Yuji. Also. Mark. Burek. Schloss. Vajen. Skopos.
Skopos.
Schloss.
Mark. Yuji.
Burek.
Schloss.
Yuji. Also. Yuji. Mark. Diat.
Burek. Mark. Skopos.
Erjos. Schloss.
Yuji. Aken. Diat.
Yuji. Yuji. Mark. Yuji. Mark. Schloss. Yuji. Mark. Yuji. Mark. Schloss. Burek. Yuji.
Herjos. Vurek.
Schloss. Mark. Schloss. Yuji.
Burek.
Osto.
Skopos.
Schloss.
Schmak. Schmak.
Mark.
Yuji. Diat.
Burek.
Vur. Aken. Herjos. Yuji.
Also.
Poro. Yuji. Dilis. Poro Fras. Yuji.
Erjos.
Skopos.
Skopos.
Schloss.
Vur. Osh. Mos intel.
Mark. Schloss. Yuji. Mark.
Dude,
Skopos. Yuji.
Yuji. Mark.
what the fuck?
Dilis Moke. Eschloss.
Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Burek.
Yuji. Mak.
Skopos. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Yuji.
Osto.
Yuji. E poro filis. Eschloss. Yuji. E poro fras. Mak. Mak. Esch Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Filis moke.
Herjo. Yuji.
Burerjos. Yuji. Eked. Esh
Skopos.
Yuji.
Esch Yuji. Esch Mak. Burek. Esch Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji.
Bure. Mak. Eshlo. Aked.
Bureg.
Skopos.
Uh,
Burek. Skopos. Mak. Esch Mak. Burek. Mak. Esch
Yuji.
Schloss.
Yuji. Mos intem.
Yuji. Mak. Esch Schloss. Mak. Esch Schloss.
Esh Vayen.
Skopos. Schloss. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Esch Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji.
I don't think I'm making an army here that can
Yuji. Esch Schloss. Yuji.
do
Mak.
anything.
Skopos. Mak. Esch Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Schloss. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Esch Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Schloss. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Esch Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch Mak. Esch Yuji. Esch Mak. Esch Yuji. Esch Mak. Esch Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Esch Mak. Esch Schloss. Epo. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch
It's going to
Schloss.
be a town center.
Yuji. Mak. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch Schloss. Mak.
Bureg.
Herjo. Osto.
Burek. Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji. Mak. Skop. Esch Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch Mak. Esch Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji. Burek. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Filis moke. Yuji. Mak.
Skopos. Mak. Oso. Mos.
Yuji. Yuji. Eschlo. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Skopos. Esch Mak.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak.
Bure. Mos Skopos. Mos intem.
Yuji.
Burek. Yuji. Eschlo. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Mak.
Herjos.
Yuji. Mak. Aked. Shvest.
Burek.
Skopos. Eke. Mos intum.
Yuji. Esch Mak. Eschlos. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Esch Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Eschlos. Yuji.
Yuji.
Herjo. Bure. Yuji. Eshlo. Osto. Mos Yuji. Shvest.
Mak. Skopos. Esch Mak. Esch Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Burek. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Eschlo. Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji. Eschlos. Skopos. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Esch Yuji. Mak.
Bureg. Diat.
Skopos. Aked. Shvest.
Burek. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eporo
Skopos.
fras.
Yuji. Yuji. Vayen. Herjo. Vayen.
Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Yuji. Yuji.
Eshlo.
Skopos. Eporo fras.
I'm dead.
Mak. Esch Yuji. Esch Mak. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Esch Yuji. Filis moke. Mak. Esch Yuji. Mak. Esch Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. Eschlos. Eporo fras. Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch Yuji. Yuji. Filis moke. Yuji. Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji. Esch Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch Yuji.
Bureg.
Yuji. Mos
Yuji.
intem. Osto. Eshlos. Osto. Shvest.
Burek. Skopos. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Eschlos. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Mak. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos.
Yuji. Mak. Diat.
Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Mak. Eschlos.
Herjo.
Yuji.
Eshlos.
Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eschlos. Mak. Eporo fras. Skopos. Yuji.
Eshlo. Mak. Yuji. Herjo. Kopo. Eshlo. Mak. Yuji.
Eschlos. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji. Aked. Aked.
Osto.
Bure.
Yuji. Mak. Burek.
Skopos. Osto.
Yuji.
Herjo. Eshlos.
Skop. Yuji. Yuji. Eschlos.
Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji.
Eke. Diot.
Skopos. Eked. Diat. Yuji. Mak. Schwest. Bure.
Yuji.
Erjos.
Skopos. Mak. Eschloss. Yuji. Mak. Eschloss.
Skopos.
Yuji. Mak. Eschloss.
Bur. Eke. Yuji. Herjo. Eke.
Skopos. Eked.
Skop. Eke.
Yuji. Bur. Yu. Eschloss.
I don't know why I sent my car ballaster over here. That was so unnecessary. I just needed to leave those in my base. If they're in my base, then he can't run through my base like that. Yeah, I didn't actually kill his hunt group. He just converted it all into berserks and then he just all-in'd me. And I didn't defend it very well. But yeah, I think if my car ballaster in the right spot, I was fine. Big stupid moves. Life's tough. What can you do? Check Goat Fox DOD? What do you mean? What am I looking at? Beating up on 1200s, I see. Very, very ethical of you. I think I need a button to select my infantry because that was like difficult for me to select. Maybe I should make it O. Could I make it H? Do I use H for anything? T. Maybe I can make H and J. Cav. And infantry. I use those hotkeys, yeah. They're really good. Toshi Toshi. Okay.
Bur. Eschlost. Aked. Aked. Skopos. Fest.
Skoposto. Mak. Bureg. Skopos. Yuji. Head. Mak. Eschlost.
Yuji. Aked. Aked. Diot.
Yuhejos. Bureg. Skopos. Osto. Bureg.
Who am I playing at the moment? This is a Japanese player.
Skopos. Yuhejos. Esch. Bureg. Yuji. Mak.
It's not Nihao. Let's not be racist. You know it's not Nihao. You don't have to be very good at Japanese to know it's not Nihao because this here is not kanji. Come on, guys. Let's do better than that.
Bushkopo. Bureg. Eshko. Yuji. Eshlos. Hedjos. Hedjos. Yuji. Bureg. Yuji. Ma. Bureg.
What's this relic?
Hedjos. Eshlo. Yuji. Yuji.
Herd Skopos.
Yuji. Herjos.
Yuji. Fest.
Hedjos. Osto. Bureg. Yuji. Eshlost. Mak. Yushkopos. Osto. Bureg.
Bureg.
Bureg. Hedjos. Bureg. Yuji.
Yuji.
Oops.
Mak.
You didn't hear what I said because of the commercial. You should subscribe then.
Herd Joes.
Ah!
Yuji. Bushkopos. Mak. Yuji.
Actually, please subscribe. I need subscriptions.
Yuji. Eshlost. Aked. Aked. Diot.
Yuji. Osto. Mak. Hedjos. Bureg. Esh. Bureg. Hedjos.
Okay, Ogre Bit in Hell makes me want to go Oceanus. I was considering going Leto in this game, but because of this relic, I want to go Oceanus.
Aked. Diot.
Yuji. Osto. Yuji. Bureg.
Thanks for the prime, Boggy! You legend! Everyone else sucks. Boggy's the best.
Skopos.
Just kidding, love you all.
Skopos. Bureg. Mak. Eshlo. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Esh. Osto.
Yuji. Aked. Osto. Bur. Eshlost. Aked. Aked.
Esh lost. Eked. Eked.
Herd Joes. Yuji. Aked. Shvest. Skopo. Yuji.
Herjos.
Mak. Voliat. Shvest. Bure. Shvest. Herd Shvest.
Hedjos. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Eshtelas. Yuji. Esh. Mak. Skopos. Bur. Ost. Mak. Yuji. Esh. Lost.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Ost. Shvest. Herd Joes. Bure.
Bureg. Eked.
Yuge Eshmak. Yuge Eshlost.
Shmak. Ost. Yuji.
Erskopol. Yumak. Eshlost.
He. Mak. Esh. Lost. Bur. Mak. Ost. Yuji. Osto.
Yugerjos.
Esh. Lost. Head. Mak. Yuji.
Yuge.
Eked. Herjos. Diat.
Ost. Yuji. Mak.
Eschlos. Os Yuji.
Erdmak. Esh-UJ. Skopos.
Skopos.
UJ. Erdjos. Eschlost. Mak.
Skopos. Eschlos.
Ma Eschlos.
Bureg.
UJ. Eschlost.
Yuji. Also Bureg.
Herjos.
Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Eschlos. Dilis moke.
Skop. Mak.
Bureg. Yuzma. Yuji. Eshma.
Skopos.
Yuji. Ma. Esh. Yuji.
Yuji. Osto. Yuji.
Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji.
Burmak.
Ma. Esh. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Esh. Yuji.
Skopos. Eschlost.
Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Eshma. Yuji. Yuji. Esh. Yuji. Ma. Esh. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Esh. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Bure. Yuji. Eshma. Bure. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Skopos. Esh. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji.
Erdjos. Mak.
Bure. Eshma. Yuji. Skopo. Eschlos.
UJ.
Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Yuji.
Erd-UJ. Voliat.
Mak. E porofras.
Skopos. Eschlost. Voliat. Voliat. Mak. UJ. Eschlost. Mak. UJ. Esh-UJ. Mak. UJ. Eschlost. UJ. Mak. Erd-UJ.
Bure. Esh. Dilis moke. Skop. E porofras.
Mak. Eschlost. UJ. Mak. Eschlost. UJ.
Yuji.
Esh Mak. Esh-UJ. Mak.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji.
UJ.
Skopos. Esh. Yuji. Ma. Esh. Yuji. Eshma. Esh. Yuji. Yuji. Eshma. Eschlos.
Skopos.
Yuji. Osto.
Yuji. Eschlos.
Yuji. Aked.
Ma. Eschlos. Yuji.
Herjos.
Eschlost. UJ.
Bure. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak.
Herjo Mak. Esh Yuji.
Skop. Aked. Mak.
Skop. Yuji. Eschlos. Bure. Skop. Mak.
Bureg. Diot.
Yuji. Mak. Esh. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Bure. Eschlos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Bure. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Esh. Yuji. Skopos.
Yuji. Yuji. Skopo. Eschlost. Bureg. Osto. Herdmak.
Bure. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Esh. Mak. Bure. Yuji. Skop. Mak.
Yuji. Esh of Mak.
Yuji. Bure. Eschlos.
I need a little bit more
Mos intel.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji.
in the way of wood. I can stop getting housed.
Aked. Vian.
Bure.
Erd Eschlost. Mak.
Yuji. Bureg. Mos Intum Mak. Shvest.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Eshma. Esh. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos.
Skopos. Aked.
Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Bure. Esh. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Yuji. Skop. Bure. Yuji. Bure. Esh. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Esh. Yuji. Eschlos. Bure. Mak.
Herjos. Eked. Shvest.
Skopos. Bure. Skopos. Bure. Esh. Yuji.
Bureg. Yuji.
Skopos. Mak. Bure.
Skop Shvest.
Skopos. Yuji. Esh. Ma. Yuji. Mak. Esh. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak.
UJ. Eschlost.
Yuji. Mak. Esh. Yuji. Mak. Bure. Esh. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Aked. Shvest.
Herjo. Eked. Shvest.
Skop. Esh. Mak.
Bureg. Yuji.
Eschlost.
Bureg.
Aked. Diot.
Bure. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Skopos.
Herjos. Aked. Vian.
Yuji. Skop. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Bure. Esh. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Skop. Esh. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Bure. Eschlos. Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Ma. Esh. Yuji. Ma. Esh. Yuji.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I win these fights. If he wants to take them.
Skopos, Eshma, Use
Oh.
Mak, Use Eshlo, Mak. Bur Use Eshlos,
Okay.
Skopos.
Yuji, Ma, Yuji, Ma, Eshlos. Burek. Ma, Esh, Ma, Esh, Ma, Ma, Esh, Yuji.
Yuji. Osmai.
Yuji,
Skopos, also, Eked.
Yuji, Ma, Esh, Yuji, Esh, Ma. Estilas, Yuji. Yuji. Skopos, Mak.
Herjos, Yuji, Shvest.
Skopos, Eshlos. Mak, Yuji, Esh, Ma, Yuji, Esh, Mak. Yuji. Yuji, Esh, Mak. Yuji, Eshlos. Burek, Mak. Yuji, Mak, Esh, Mak. Yuji, Skopos.
Skopos, Yuji, Burek, Esmak, Yuji. Also, Eked.
Yuji, Bur, Eshlos. Mak.
Burek. Mos in Mak. Osto. Yuji. Mos intam.
Yuji, Eshlos. Mak, Esh, Yuji, Esh, Mak. Yuji, Esh, Mak. Yuji, Eshlos. Mak, Eshlos.
Mak. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji, Eporofras.
Yuji.
Yuji, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Esh, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Esh, Mak, Yuji, Eshlos. Mak, Yuji, Eshlos. Burek,
Esh lost.
Skop, Mak. Yuji, Burek, Mak. Skopos, Yuji, Eshlos. Yuji, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji, Eshlos. Mak, Yuji. Esh, Yuji, Mak.
Skopos, also, Shvest.
Er Yuji. Mak. Eschlost.
Yuji,
Herjos, Eked.
Burek, Yuji, Mak, Yuji. Esh, Mak. Yuji, Yuji, Mak. Burek, Eshlos. Yuji, Mak.
Burek, Mak. Diat.
Yuji. Osto. Eshmak. Yuji.
Skop, Esh, Gilis, Moke. Eporofras.
Yuji. Eshlos. Osto. Yuji.
Yuji,
Yuji.
Dude, what the fuck is?
Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Mak. Skopos, Yuji, Eshlos. Burek, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji, Mak. Eshlos. Skop, Mak.
Skopo. Yuji.
Burek, Yuji, Mak. Esh, Yuji, Mak. Esh, Yuji, Mak.
Herr Joes.
Yuji, Yuji, Esh lost.
Esh, Yuji, Mak. Yuji, Esh, Mak. Yuji, Skopos. Burek. Yuji, Eshlos. Mak.
Skopo, Eked.
Yuji, Skopos. Esh, Yuji, Mak. Burek, Esh, Yuji, Mak. Yuji, Burek, Eshlos. Yuji, Mak. Eshlos.
Burek. Mak. Eschwest.
Herjos,
Yuji, Skop, Burek. Yuji, Yuji,
Burek.
Eshlos.
Mak. Also, Mak.
Skopos. You mos intam.
Burek. Yuji, Mak. Yuji.
Herjos, Mos
Yuji.
Intum.
Mos intam.
Burek, Eshlos.
Yuji, Mos Intum.
Skopos. Yuji, Mak. Esh, Yuji, Mak. Esh, Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Skopos, Mos Intum.
Eshlos. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Skop. Eshlos.
Herr Mak.
Herjos,
Yuji. Mak.
Yuji, Burek.
Burek.
Esh lost. Yuji,
Yuji, Eshlos.
Yuji,
Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Skopos. Yuji. Dilis, Moke.
Skopos,
Burek. Osto.
Herjos,
Yuji.
Yuji, Mak. Esh, Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Skopos. Mak. Eshlos. Eporofras. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Burek. Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Esh, Mak. Yuji. Burek. Yuji.
Yuji, Esh lost. Eked.
Bur Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Herr Goliath.
Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Mak. Eshlos. Esh, Mak. Eshlos. Dilis, Moke. Skopos. Yuji. Esh, Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. 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 Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Esh, Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Esh, Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji. Yuji. Esh, Mak. Yuji. Esh, Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos.
Osmak. Yushmak.
Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Eporofras. Burek. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji.
Bur. Yuji. Osdia. Burek. Mos
Burek,
intam.
Mos
Mos
Mak.
intam.
Also, Yuji,
Herr Mos
Burek.
intam.
Well, that was a weird one. I didn't expect this at all. Like I just was like, nah, this doesn't even make sense. Back gold mine on the front, so if he wants to push me, I can just run back, and then I've got all this stuff behind me. Attacking Gaia, trying to kill a Gaia when you've got the Gaia forest around my town to try and kill me. Oh, jeepers. I'm not doing well on the defense though. The defense is not that good. I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. 1 second. More Gaia. No, I don't want to play on this map. That map is not fun. Did I know that water carnivore can eat villages? I did not. That sounds like a bug. I mean, Age Mythology is a perfectly balanced game, completely free of bugs. Alrighty, let's go. More Gaia. Onto the map, Megalopolis. Maybe we will be Mega and Lopple and Is.
Herr Josh Vets, Yuji, Yuji. Skopos. Aked.
Osto.
Eschlost. Skopfest.
Herjos. Eschlost. Bureg. Yuji. Mak.
See, I think this is part of the problem with doing this on stream like this. I haven't seen Mr. Darthnox playing once while I was playing some other gods. There he goes. Let's play some Gaia Mirror. What a time to be alive. Shadri, thanks for the Prime, man.
Bureg. Skopos. Yuji. Bureg. Yuji. Herjos. Bureg. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Bushkopos.
I'm gonna put him in his place.
Yuji.
Heshkopos. Yubureg. Hedjos.
I think he's heroizing citizen.
Hedjos. Bushkopos. Hedjos. Yuji. Yuji. Hedjos. Bureg. Bushkopos. Hedjos. Yuji. Bushkopos. Osto. Hedjos. Eschlost.
Saison, how you going, man?
Bushkopos.
Bureg. Mos intim.
Bushkopo. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Hedjos. Hedjos. Mak. Hedjos. Bureg.
Shko. Mak. Schwest. Yuji. Osto. Schwest. Bureg. Aket. Diot. Herjo. Yuji. Schwest.
Bureg. Yuji. Osto. Bureg. Yuji. Yuji. Bureg.
Bureg. Mak. Bur. Diot. Yuji. Mos intim. Eschlost. Yuji.
Eschlost. Hedjos. Yuji.
Thanks for the 7 months, my friend.
Skopos.
Mr. the Tomato, appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
Osto. Mak. Bureg. Osto. Yuji. Eschlost.
Bureg. Yuji. Diot. Skopos. Diot. Mak. Mos intim.
Eshlo. Mak. Yuji. Eshmak.
Yuji. Herjos. Osto. Bureshlost. Yuji. Aked.
Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Osto. Eschlost. Mak. Osto. Head Yuji. Mak.
Skopos.
Yuji. Eschlost. Skopos.
Yuji. Mak.
Bureg. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Osto. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Yuji.
Bure. Os mos intim. Herjo. Aked. Schwest.
Skopos. Hedjos. Yuji.
Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji. Bureg.
Skopos. Schwest.
Herjo. Osto. Aked.
Bureg. Hedjos. Osto. Yumak. Os Yumak.
Skopos. Schwest.
Yuji.
Eshlost. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Schwest.
Yuji. Diot.
Bureg. Schwest.
Bur. Aked. Diot.
Skopos. Osto. Eschmak.
Herjos. Bureg. Aked. Diot. Skop. Mos intim.
Erjos. Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Diot. Herjeshlost.
Bureg. Osto.
Bureg. Ma Yuji. Ost Yuji. Ma Yuji. Aked. Skopos. Aked.
Erjo. Uj. Mak. Erjos. Mak. Erjos. Eshlost. Erjos. Mak. Uj. Mak. Esh. Mak. Uj. Mak. Uj. Eshlost. Uj. Mak. Esh. Uj. Mak. Esh. Mak. Uj. Mak. Eshlo. Mak.
Herjos. Aked. Diot.
Eshlost. Mak.
Skop. Eshlost.
Yuji.
Bureg.
Mak. Eshmak. Yuji. Eshmak.
Skopos.
Yuji.
Ma Os Mak.
Mak. Eshlost.
Skopos. Eshlos. Mos intem. Herjo. Yuji. Mak. Mos intem.
Yuji.
Eshlost.
Mak. Yuji. Eshmak. Yuji.
Bureg. Skop. Osto. Aked. Aked.
Herjos.
Erjo. Uj.
Eshmak.
Bureg. Yuji. Fest. Skopos. Osto.
Mak. Eshlost.
Burejos. Mak.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eshmak. Eshlost. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Eshlost. Yuji. Go. Mak. Yuji. Mak.
Uj. Mak.
Yuji. Eshburek. Yuji. Yuji. Go. Mak. Yuji. Esh. Yuji. Skopos. Mak.
Yulesh. Osto.
Yuji.
Boli. Boli.
Burek.
Skop. Yuji.
Yuji. Go. Eshlost. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eshlost. Yuji. Mak. Eshlost. Tilis Moke. Yuji. Eshmak. E poro frat. Yuji. Eshmak. Yuji.
Skopos.
Bureg. Herjos. Goliath.
Yuji. Skopos.
Yuji. Bureg. Mos intem.
Burek.
Yuji. Skop. Also Goliath.
Skopos. Yuji. Eshmak. Yuji.
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 Skobolia.
Burek.
Herjos.
Uj. Eshlost.
Eshlost. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eshlost.
Buma. Esh. Ost. Yuji. Bureg.
Bureg.
Eshlos. Fest.
Mak. Eshlost.
Jos. Schma. Yuji.
Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Tilis Moke. E poro frat.
Osto. Fest.
Eked. Schwest. Bureg. Schwest. Schwest.
Mak. Eshlost. Mak. Yuji.
Skopo. Eshloma. Yuji. Eked.
Yuji. Eshlo. Burek. Mak. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Esh. Yuji. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Eshlost. Yuji. Mak. Eshlost. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Eshmak. Yuji.
Herjos. Eshlost.
Eshlost.
Bur. Yuji. Aked. Mos. Diot. Yuji. Yuji. Aked. Diot.
Skop. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Hermak. Also. Yuji.
Bureg. Aked.
Yuji. Eshmak. Skop. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Eshmak. Yuji. Eshlost. Mak. Eshlost.
Skopos. Eked. Eked.
Yuji.
Bureg.
Herjos.
Eshlos. Herjos.
Eshmak. Esh. Yuji.
Yuji.
Eshlos.
Her Yuji Mak. Skop. Yuji. Eked.
Skopos.
Bureg. Mak.
Eshmak.
Bureg. Osto.
Ost. Schwest.
Yuji. Aked.
Burek. Yuji.
Yuji Mak.
Esh. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eshlost.
Her Yuji. Osmak.
Mak. Yuji. Shmak. Eshlost.
Aked. Diot.
Skopos.
Mos intem.
Herjos.
Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Esh. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eshlost. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Skop. Eshlost. Yuji.
Skopos.
Bureg. Esh. Aked. Herjos. Mos intem. Osto. Aked.
Burek. Yuji. Mak. Eshlost.
Yuji. Bumak. Diot. Mos intem.
Yuji. Yuji. Eshlost. Mak. Yuji. Skopo, Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Mak, Yuji. Mak, Mak, Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Yuji. Mak, Yuji. Schloss. Mak, Yuji. Mak, Yuji. Schloss. Mak, Yuji. Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Mak, Yuji. Schloss. Gilles Moke. Mak, Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Mak, Yuji. Schloss. Mak.
Burmos intro. Eke.
Herr Joe. Eke.
Yuji. Esmomos intro.
Schloss. Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Burus Mak.
Eke. Dion.
Mak. Stop Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Yuji. Mak, Yuji. Schloss.
Mak.
Yuji. Mak, Yuji. Yuji. Mak, Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Yuji.
Skopos. Yuji diat.
Mak.
Burek. Eke.
Burek. Yuji. Buka. Yuji.
Eke.
Yuji.
Yuji. E poro fras. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Skopos. Gilles Moke. Yuji. Mak, Yuji. Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Mak, Yuji. Mak, Schloss. Yuji. Schloss. Mak, Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Mak, Yuji.
Herr Joe. Smak.
Mak.
Herr
Yuji.
Joe. Eke.
Erjo. Eke.
Sko. Eke.
Burek. Eke.
Burek. Eke.
Skopomos. Eslos.
Burek. Mak, Yuji.
Sko. Eke.
Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji.
Eschloss.
Skop. Mak.
Herr Eke.
Erjo. Eke. Burek. Eke.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji.
Smak.
Burek. Yuji.
Herr Joe's.
Skopos.
Mos intem.
Burek. Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Erjo. Eke.
Mak. Schloss.
Burek. Herr Joe. Eke.
Skopos. Oso diat.
Sko. Ma. Dion. Yuji. Eke. Eke. Mos
Skop.
intem.
Yuji. Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Burek. Burek. Skopos.
Burek. Eke.
Burek. Mak. Yuji. Yuji.
Alright.
Yuji. Mak. Skopos. Burek. Yuji.
Skopos. Eke.
Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Mak.
Herr Joe's. Eke. Burek. Esh. Ost. Mos intem.
Yuji. Mos. Erjos. Mos intum. Skopos. Eslos.
Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. E poro fras. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji. Skopos.
Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Schloss.
Herr Joe's. Esh. Eke. Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Gilles Moke.
Burek. Mak. Mos intum. Eslos. Oso. Eslos. Diat.
Skopos.
Skopos. Eke. Diat.
Yuji. Mak. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Skopos. Gilles Moke. Mak.
Erjos. Mak.
Thanks for
Oso.
the-
Eslos.
Prime Moose! New legend!
Ma.
Yuji. Yuji.
Burek. Osto. Mos intem.
Yuji. Mak.
Eke. Eke.
Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Burek.
Burek. Eke. Eke. Eke.
Skop. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Skopo. Mak. Yuji.
So I'm just like in front because we're playing a mirror and I have more villages than him.
Yuji. Skop. Mak.
I don't really have to do much. I'm going to try and take the middle town center next.
Yuji. Eke. Mak.
Schloss. Burek. Mak. Yusko. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Herr Joe's.
Skop. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Mak.
Skopos.
Yuji. Schloss. E poro
Oso.
fras.
Mak. Skopos. Burek.
Mak. Yuji.
Eslos. Burek. Yuji. Oso. Yuji. Vajen.
Gilles Moke. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Gilles Moke. Burek. Eşluji. E poro frat.
Eşmak.
Herr Joes, Yuji, Diot.
Diot.
Boo, Diot.
Kopos.
Used Vayen.
Yuji. Dile smoke. Eşlos.
Yuji,
Eked.
Burek. Ma. Eşlos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eşluji.
Burek. Eked.
Yuji. Ma. Kop. Eşlos. Burek. Yuji. Bushkop. Yuji. Burek. Kopos. Ma. Yushkopos. Burek.
Yujmak. Eşlost.
So yeah, in the mirror, it's mostly more about doing unless the map is like really bad
Yuji.
for playing defense. Even if the map is bad for playing defense, you just match what your opponent's doing and you play defense.
Bushkopos.
Terjos. Eked. Diot. Burek. Eked. Diot.
Eşlos. Yushkopos.
Yuji. Eked.
Eked, Diot.
Yuji.
Es Yuji. Schwest.
Bureg.
Eked.
Yuji. Shkop. Ma. Yuji.
Her Eked.
Ma. Eşlos.
Yuji. Osma. Eked.
Yuji. Shkop. Yuji. Bu. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Eşlos. Shkop. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eşlos. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Eşlos. Yuji.
Eked, Eked, Eked.
Burek. Eked.
Bureg. Eked.
Yuji. Eked.
Yushkopos. Ma.
Terjos. Yuji. Momos. Inter.
Burek. Yuji. Ma. Eşlos. Yuji. Shkopos. Eşlos.
Es Schwest.
Bu. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Eşlos. Yuji. Dile smoke. Dile smoke. Ma. Yuji. E poro frat. Ma. Yuji. Eşlos. Yuji. Dile Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Stop. E poro frat. Burek. Ma. Eşlos. Ma. Dile Yuji. E poro frat.
Yujay.
Yuji. Dile smoke. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. E dile smoke. Yuji.
Oh, look at this. We're gonna get both of these, all of these Hesperid's trees as well.
Yuji. Burek.
Well, victory is ours. He also sniped me on an account that's got no rating as well. Man, Darth Nox, what the hell is going on? How did you drop to 1830? What happened here? Isn't Darth Nox like a 1950 player? Where's this? What's Darth Rizzler? What's this sitting at? 1800. I'm so confused. Gaia is awful, except for when playing against Gaia. Oh. Gaia mirrors are not fun because for the reason I feel like I illustrated why Gaia mirror is quite difficult for the aggressive player. I really hope I don't have to play another Gaia mirror. I think I might end stream if I do. What made Darth be behind? He played one town center, did no damage. Because you can't really do any damage. Because of Gaia forests. And then I just had like a 20 plus civilian unit lead. Was that fun? It wasn't fun for me. I like knew what was gonna happen. The matchup sort of just played itself out in my head. Like it's either that or he goes to TC as well, and we just sit back and we. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Aked. Aked. Diot.
Schloss. Mark.
No, 90. Well, I mean, it depends on how the Gaia player plays it. 2TC works on any map that the 2TC is good on. The 2TC is not good, then we're still just playing defense, right?
Mak. Schwest.
Do you know what I mean? It's like regardless of what happens in the mirror, it's either gonna be one player can go 2TC and just win, or it's gonna be the player that sits back and deflects pressure wins. Yeah, you wouldn't have done much damage. I had an Oracle hero there. So the Carnivora would be spending all of its damage attacking my Oracle hero instead of the town center. There's no trees over here.
Herr Joes. Bure. Osto. Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Aked. Diot. Yuji.
Osto. Eschlost. Bureg. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji. Eschkopos. Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Bureg. Yushkopos. Bureg. Bureg. Yushkopos. Yuji.
Herr Joes. Buresh Diot. Herr Joe. Yuji. Mak. Mos Ishkopos.
Herr Joe. Bureg. Herr Joes. Mak. Osto. Herr Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Yushkopos. Eschlost. Herr Osto. Mak. Bureg. Skopos. Yuji. Eschlost.
Bureg. Eschlost. Herr Joes.
Bureg. Schmak. Osto. Eschlost. Yuji. Eschlost. Herr Joe. Mak. Yuj. Osto. Bureg. Eschlost. Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Herr Joes. Bureg.
Yuji. Osto. Skopos. Osto.
Uj. Mak. Uj.
Bureg. Skopos. Osto. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Os. Eshlo. Mak.
Herr Joes. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Aked. Herr Joes. Osto. Schwest.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Herr Joes.
Mak. Schwest. Bur. Schwest.
This might oh shit, I got no wood.
Herr Joe. Also Yuji. Most intim.
Yuji. Yuji. Mos. Mak. Schwest. Herr Osto. Mos intem.
Yuji. Osto. Eschlost. Mak. Shko. Yuji. Osto. Eschlo. Mak. Osto. You esh. Osto. Mak. You eschlos. Osto. Mak. Esh. You eschlos.
Skopos. Mak.
Bure. Mak. You mak. Esh. Mak.
Yuji. Eschlost. Bureg. Herr Joes.
Eshmak. Yuge.
Yuji.
Burek. Eschlost.
Skopos.
Herr Yuji. Eschlo. Osto.
Yuji. Aked. Schwest.
Skobos.
Erd. Eshlos. Mak. Yuge. Mak. Yuge. Eshmak.
Bureg. Yumak. Osto. Eschdiat.
Skopos.
Skopos. Herr Joes. Akediat.
Yujmak. Eshlos.
You eschlos.
Bureg. Yuji. Mos intem. Yuji. Mos intem. Skopos. Diat. Bureg.
Burek. Mak. Vayen.
Herr Joes.
Yuji. Schwest.
You mak. Eschlos.
Herr
Yuji.
Joes.
Skopo. Buma. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Burek.
Skopos. Yuge.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Burek.
Herr Joe. Most intim.
Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Mak. Eschlos. You eschlos.
Yuji. Skopos. Herr Joes. Mak.
Skop. Eschlost.
Skopos. Mak. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji. Also most intim.
E poro
Yuge.
fras.
Mak. Eshmak.
Yuji. Eschlos. Mak.
Erd. Yujmak. Eshlos. Yujmak. Yuge.
Skopos. Yuji. Eschlos. Burek. Mak. Skopos. Gilis mokay. Yuji. Yuji.
Skopos. Eshlos.
Skopos. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. E poro fras. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Mak. Gilis mokay.
Yuge. Mak. Yuge. Yujmak. Eshlos. Yuge. Eshmak.
Yuji. Burek.
Esh. Yuge. Eshlos. Mak.
Skopos. E Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Gilis mokay. Eschlos. Mak. Skop. Eschlos.
Erd. Eshlos.
Bur. Aked. Diat.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji.
Skopos. Yuge.
Yuji.
Eked.
Yuge. Eshlos. Mak. Yuge.
Skopos.
Herr Joes. Osto. Diat. Aked. Diat.
Burek. Eked. Vayen.
Skopos.
Esh. Yuji.
Yuji. Burek. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos.
Skobos. Mak. Schwest.
Bureg.
Burek. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. E poro. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Gilis mokay. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos.
Erd. Mak. Yuge.
Burek. Mak. Eschlos.
Eshlos. Yuge. Mak.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Eschmak.
Erdjos. Eshlos.
Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji.
Yuge.
Yuji. Eschlos.
Yuge. Mak.
Skopos.
Erd. Yuge. Eshmak. Yuge.
Burek. Mak. Eschlos.
Yuji.
Skopos.
Skopos. Eshlos. Mak.
Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Mak.
Herr Joe. Eked. Eked.
Yuji. Burek. Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. E poro fras.
Eshlos. Mak. Eshmak. Eshlos.
Burek. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Diat.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji Schloss.
Herr Joes.
Yuji.
Mos intem.
Yuji Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Skopo. Mak. Yuji Mak. Skopos. Schloss. Yuji Mak. Yuji. Bur Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji.
Bureg. Wein. Schloss. Wein.
Skopo. Eke. Schwest.
Eke. Diot. Bu. Eke. Wein.
Skop Bureg. Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Yuji Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Skop Yuji Mak.
Herjo. Mos intem.
Mak. Yuji. Yuji Bureg. Yuji.
Bure. Esch lost. Herjo. Vayen.
Herr Diot.
Yuji Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Yuji Mak. Skop Yuji.
Eke. Vayen.
Bureg. Yuji. Yuji Bureg. Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Skop Mak. Yuji. Yuji Schloss. Skop Yuji Mak. Yuji. Bureg. Mak.
Bureg. Osto. Schlo. Mak. Diot.
Skop Yuji. Yuji Mak. Bureg. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Bureg. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji Mak. Bureg. Yuji. Skop Bureg.
Yuji. Eke. Vayen.
Yuji. Schloss.
Herjo. Eke. Diat.
Skop Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Dilis Moke. Bureg.
Uji. Voliat.
Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Bureg. O Uji.
Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji Mak. Bureg. Yuji Mak. Yuji Mak. Yuji. E poro fras.
Skop. Eke.
Mak. Schloss. Yuji.
Herr Eke. Bureg.
Yuji Mak. Yuji Mak. Yuji Mak. Schloss. Yuji Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Yuji Mak.
Uji. Osma. Mos. Uji. Herr Joes. Schloss. Uji. Diot. Eke.
Yuji Mak. Yuji. Bur Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji.
Bur. Eke. Skop. O Mak.
Skop Bureg. Mak. Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. E poro fras. Yuji Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Yuji Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. E poro fras. Yuji Mak. Yuji. Schloss.
Herr Joes. Uji. Diot. Herr Joes.
Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Skop Mak. Yuji.
Bureg. Schloss. Wein.
Yuji. Yuji.
Bureg. Eke.
Diat. Skopos. Schwest.
Yuji. Mak.
Uji. Mos
Bureg.
intem.
Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Bureg. Skopos. Yuji Mak.
Herr Joes. Bur. Skopos. Eke. Diot.
Yuji. Skopos. Bureg.
Bureg. Schwest.
Skop Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss.
Uji. Bureg. Mak. Uji. Mak. Diot.
Herjo. Mos intem.
Yuji. Bureg.
Yuji.
Herr Joes. Wein.
Yuji. Bureg. Yuji. Mak. Schloss.
Skopos. Os. Eschlo. Yuji. Diat. Mak. Mos
Skop
intem.
Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Bureg.
Uji. Schloss. Osto. Bureg.
Yuji. Mak. Skopos. Bureg. Yuji. Mak. Schloss.
Herjos. Yuji. Eked. Schwest.
Herr Joes. Uji.
Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Bureg. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Mak.
Yuji. Eschlost.
Ah.
Os. Diat.
Bur. Eke.
Skopos. Yuji. Mak.
Uji. Uji. Eke. Diot.
Bur. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. E poro fras. Skopos. Schloss. Mak. Schloss. Bur. Yuji.
Skop. Uji. Diot.
Yuji. Eked. Burek. Eked.
Go bure eşmak.
Skopos. Burek. Shvetros. Eked.
Here, Aked.
Yuji. Eked.
Bure.
Mos intum.
Yuji bure yuji eşlos.
Burek.
Osto. Uj. Mos intem.
Skopos intum.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji bure skoma yuji.
Yuji. Herdros. Eked. Dian.
Yuji skopos. Mak. Eşmak yuji eşmak yuji eşlos. Mak. Yuji eşmak eşlos. Bur yuji yuji eşmak 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 eşlos. Yumak eşmak yuji yuji mak. Yuji mak. Eşmak yuji mak eşmak yuji mak. Skopos smoke. Mak yuji eşlos. Mak. Yuji eşlos. Mak. Yuji eşlos. Mak. Yuji eşlos. Mak. Yuji mak. Bur eşlos yuji. Mak eşlos yuji. Eşmak yuji. Eşmak yuji. Eşmak eşlos.
Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Eşlos. Oso.
Skopos e porofras.
Yuji.
Uji. Eshmak. Aked.
Yuji. Eked.
Skopos. Burek. Eşmak. Eşlos. Skopos yumak. Burek. Skopos. Burek. Yuji eşlos.
Aked. Aked.
Burek. Eked. Herdros. Eked.
Uji. Aked.
Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Burmak. Yuji. Eşmak.
Skopos. Bure.
Skopos.
Here, Jos. You mos intem. Skop. Aked.
Burek.
Burek. Skopos.
GG. Gaia OP, man. Arcus OP. Seems pretty good. I think the Arcus are alright. You see how many Peltas he needed and how terrible they were in the fight? Nerf Arcus. Pretty crazy one town center all in from him though. Especially with the hunt like this. If he wants to be on this, he needs to respect the Caladria Momilla heroes a little bit. Like you think you can defend with just a couple of units, but you can't. You gotta respect that a little more. I show one arc is way 2 minutes and he has 30 Pelta. True. Alright, I got a game to watch here from one Nyan Racing Cat, the #1 Nerf Arcus what do you call it? Protester. What's someone who does protest? Is it a protester or is there another name? What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit and I'm on max speed because our player here in the left-hand corner of the map, he is on his account called Char, but he is indeed Nyan Racing Cat. His opponent today in the red color, our resident playing everything under the sun expert. His name is Keto. And yeah, we've got ourselves a Ra player here. So Gaia versus Ra. I actually think this matchup, just to kick off this one a little bit, I think this one slightly does favor our Gaia a little bit. Gaia's got a lot of really, really nice tools in this matchup. She's got the really fast catapulties, which can shut down those Migdal units. So if you go Oceanus, you can have super speedy catapulties. And if it happens to be a really, really like difficult to defend map, like Null Shallows, like Step. This is Null Shallows, but sometimes you can get a very, very defensive Null Shallows. I mean, you can get very aggressive Null Shallows. You have to scout it out. You can go Leto here and make use of the Autobots, of which Ra doesn't really have a fantastic answer against. So Set and Isis have both got Nephthys to get the super priests out and the cheaper priests out. But Ra kind of has to rely on his Betsukos to take out those Automaton, which if he can get there, it's going to be really, really strong, a nice way to respond. But it is very gold heavy to make that happen. And on a map where things are very open, it can be difficult to get to that second gold mine. Alternatively, get to Son of Osiris, obviously, but that's another, that's a completely different situation for why we probably wouldn't go Leto on a closed map where it's really difficult to get damage done, because your opponent will get to Son of Osiris and that will kill off your automatons. So you can see where the logic is there. Alternatively, you can go Leto and not go automatons and save the favor for like a heroic age behemoth or Stymphalian bird, or even save it for the late game. If you really feel like it's going to be a hyper late game type situation, you can go for the Lampedes in the mythic age with Hecate. You can go what's it called? Leto's got that upgrade. Brain not functioning. Prophetic Sight, and then you can get the other one as well. I'll just show you guys. Here you go. You can go for these two here. You can go for Perception and Prophetic Sight. And they can both give you a little bit more favor boost. So you can get 20% extra favor boost, which is quite a bit. All right, we've got some relics over here. We've got the Sharon's Obol. A little bit of villager reduction, cost reduction there. Over here, we've got the scales of Echidna. Boot gold minus 15%. In the middle of the map, we've got the Kopesh of Horus. Plus 1x versus myth units. And onto the bottom of the map, we do have ourselves the Fur of Boit, which is going to... Or is it Boy? I think it's Boy, which is going to be the regeneration rate for your heroes going up. So, I mean, Keto's got quite a few different options here. He can go really aggressive in the classical age, right? Like, build a big death ball, and it's not going to matter how much eco the Gaia has. You're not going to be able to kill that death ball all too easily. It does require a lot of really good micro with Caraballister and use of Dialush and things like that. Pretty interested in seeing how he's going to take this one. He does go for both of his economic upgrades, and he does have himself Bowsaw pre-queued, so he wants that as soon as he possibly can, which does mean he isn't planning to go for a second town center, a fast second town center, but it also means he's not going for any early aggression. He wants to be the defender in this matchup, and of course he will be the defender in this matchup, but he wants to really play it very, 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 very defensively. Not leaving his base, wait for these technologies to pay themselves off. Super early Bowsaw, I mean, I think it's good. I think it does pay itself off, but with only a handful of villages on wood, it does take a long time for it to actually come through. But nonetheless, we've got some counter barracks coming in. Double counter barracks for Mass Terma. Now, this is something that Ra is somewhat scared of. The answer to Mass Terma is going to be Priest. That's the most important unit to have in your army against Terma, because the Terma aren't actually going to be able to kill anything with good micro, and you can just heal up the damage that they do. So you can go Spearman here, you can go Wadjet here, but make sure you get out a good 5 to 8 Priest early on. The only problem for Keto is he doesn't know what's coming for him, and this is part of the difficulties of playing Ra. So he does have to take some guesses here, as he will be able to realize what's happening. Right. He's coming. Nope, not coming. Still staying outside of the... Now, he will know what's coming right now, because this is way too many Terma to be one counter barracks. So you have to make yourself... You have to kind of make some really, really good guesses, basically, when you're playing as Ra, is to figure out what your opponent's doing, how to defend against it. Of course, Priest in general are just really good to have in your army, so it's not a terrible thing for Keto to do this. He does build a Slinger, which I don't particularly like. Just Spearman to kick the game off is going to be a nice little opener. But nonetheless, we've got the mana coming into the main base for Nyan here. I much prefer to see these getting dropped outside of the base and start grabbing this gold mine. It's always fine to just run from the forward gold mines, but you're getting yourself just that little bit more playability on the defense when the big death ball comes, because you just leave that position. Right now, the Gaia player's got the advantage. The Gaia player she's got the map. So be quick, get out onto the map, grab the gold mines, and enjoy. Over onto this side, the Terma do get greeted by those spearmen, and so long as the does decide to pull back, so long as the spearmen are attacking the Terma, you do get the snare there, and you can actually chase it down and kill them. Now we've got the electron bullets coming through as well here for Keto, which will boost up these slings. I'm surprised he's gone into Slinger here. Like, the Slinger used to be kind of borderline versus the Terma and would win in the matchup, but I have this feeling the Terma actually win now because the Slingers are doing like one whole DPS less, which is a big nerf in the kind of counter archer war. But spearmen are perfectly fine and useful units. Wadgets are perfectly fine, useful units versus the Terma as well. As the spearmen charge forward, I'm gonna try and take out this Terma here. It does manage to pick that one off there. And like I said, if you get caught out with the Terma, you will get snared and not be able to escape the spearmen. But now, our main man, Nyan Racing Cat, gonna make a bit of a transition into some Murmillos, and we do see Sekhmet on the way. So I think the idea here from Keto is going to be, still got a ways to go to get to Sekhmet, but I think the idea for Keto here is if he goes for Spearman Slinger for the entirety of this game, then the Sekhmet is going to force out Contarius, because you can't really build Murmillos or Terma or Arcus or Caraballister into that. You have to go into Contarius, which does mean that then Keto can happily just stick to Spearman Slinger and be in a nice little position there. But his gold mine is exposed here. He's got to be very careful on this gold mine, as the Terma can keep popping in there, but the Wadgets are an amazing defensive resource, so Nine's not going to be able to get any damage. He needs to figure out a way to take these bad boys out, which probably isn't going to be possible. So either he has to mass up an army, stay classical age, and be looking to gold starve here or here, or obviously at the top, which is a little bit difficult, though maybe it works with a whole bunch of Caladria, and if your opponent's going to be going heroic age and spending all those extra resources on that. There's Nyan getting some nice little snipes here. The other thing here that's good for Nyan to get these little pokes in is he can just heal up all the Terma HP with his Caladria. Yeah, he's been spending his favor nicely. I don't know if he's got... I don't know how many of these Caladria he's actually got out. He's got what looks to be... He's got 3 out at the moment, so it's a nice healthy amount. And you can keep on building them. These things don't really fall off throughout the game. Like, any healing... Like, you can basically pay off a Caladria with the healing. So it's well worth it to just keep on building these bad boys. At least in my experience. Some copper weapons, copper shields on the way. Villagers pulling off of this position right now as the Scarab pops out of the temple. And Keto is going to immediately be dropping this Migdol stronghold, of which Lion's got no line of sight here. And he will be moving down. He might be able to notice it. He does see the Migdol stronghold coming up. So this is a big opportunity for a big fight, a big deny on this position. Heavy Slingers is coming through. Carnivora gets dropped down over onto this position, 10 seconds away from the Migdol stronghold to be completed as the Mamilo heroes charging through. But Shifting Sands does get dropped down here, and the villagers get pulled back into the main base. And now Keto is in a lot of trouble. His Migdol doesn't get snuck up. He's got 300 gold in the bank. He's obviously behind on villagers because of, well, he's gone to the heroic age, so he's behind on villagers. Now what I think the best move for Nyan here would be to just get himself out an extra 3 or 4 oracles, place them all very aggressively around the map. That gives you extra favor for more Carnivora, for more Caladria, for more heroes. And then you're good to go. But Keto at the moment, he does have himself his upgraded slingers. He just doesn't have any gold income right now, so he is trading for the time being. But he will be able to get himself out somewhat of an army here. So maybe the best move for Nyan is actually to grab himself a second talent center. If he maybe grabs the one in the middle, and then he can start really pushing his economic lead, probably not a bad decision there. But he's going for the Oracle route, though they're really all just kind of sitting back, being very, very defensive. I think the thing is, when your opponent doesn't have any speedy units, that's when you can take advantage of those oracles being very aggressive. It's best done with Oranos because you can put the aggressive Sky Passage in. Kronos also can do something similar by time shifting Mana's Fort, so at least you have a little bit of recourse to defend your oracles. Wow, look at this army here from Keto. Are there any armory upgrades in? Yes, there are. And I think right now a heroic age is like a must, as I think this slinger ball is too scary for Nyan to even take any sort of a fight. Like, I look at it and you're like, he's got a crazy army here. You need mass heroes, you need Contarius, you need all the other good stuff. There's a nice little decision here from Nyan to just go up to the main base. They got a couple of houses. Attack your opponent where they're weak, but Keto uses this as an opportunity to just move over here and solidify this position. Losing a couple of houses, a temple, doesn't really hurt that much as Ra, because you can just rebuild them underneath the Monument Empowerment. Now, we will see a second town center up for Nyan, but he is upgrading his heavy infantry. I know he's already got the Murmillo out. Probably a mistake because we didn't really read the comp of what Keto's going for, but he does need to go into Contarius immediately here. There's not another option. Contarius, maybe Destroyer. Making Behemoth and Caraballister. I mean, on the plus side here, while Keto's army is insane and really and basically Nyan can't fight this army in the slightest here, Keto's scared of Contarius and he's got no pushing power. So the best he can do is walk forward and push the villagers off of positions, and they just have to run away and then move on to a place where the slingers aren't, basically. As the spearman will be checking out things over here. We've got Horus pre-queued for Keto. I feel like Keto, with this scout, should realize he can be pretty aggressive here. Like, oftentimes, the hardest part about playing Egyptian is realizing when you've got the advantage, so to speak, when you can be the aggressor. And right now, this is the best time for Keto to do anything. As the slingers do manage to murder one Caladria there. Little bits of damage coming in. Does Keto have himself ballistics? He does. But yeah, these units are going to be so strong. He's got the wall on the back as well. Absolutely love that. It's now a behemoth coming through. Can bring a Pharaoh over and start dealing with that, no problems. Carnivora getting dropped down onto this position as Keto absolutely dominating this army of Nyan. Like, the only unit to build right now is Contarius, and we're now only just starting to see... He's still building Murmillo. It's absolutely wild to see. Keto needs to think about... I mean, he's going to go to the Mythic Age, which can work. There's no... I mean, it can work. I feel like the Town Center angle, just get 2 TCs and just play for the late game is going to be really tough for Nyan to do anything here. Getting Mythic Age, maybe if he goes for 2 extra monuments and then go Mythic Age so you can at least build Avengers. Or Mythic Age and then 2 monuments and build Avengers. Like, either which way, just like be prepared that you're basically going to the Mythic Age for Myth units for the strength of that late game. But maybe it doesn't matter because, like, Nyan just can't figure this one out. He's now he is building some Contarius. Part of the problem here, I think, for Nyan is because he's gone for Rhea instead of for Thea. His Contarius is a little bit weaker, so he really doesn't want to build them. But realistically, Contarius counter Slinger regardless of what upgrades they've got. It doesn't matter what upgrades they've got. They're always going to be countering the Slinger. Implode is another angle here for sure. Take out all of the slingers have only got 72 HP, so they'll all die to an implode. But I feel like the army will just come back out and you've still got the same problem. Meanwhile, Migdol now down. Mythic Age for Keto will be on the way. He's popping up another Migdol over onto this side. And the Spearman coming through as the Siege Tower says, all right, let's go after this position now. And that Contarius will go down. Town Center will fall. But Nyan's on 3 Town Centers. So this is the big advantage that he's got. The big advantage he's got is he's got Trader to take out at least one Avenger, which is why I was saying build 3 or build 2 extra monuments and then go Mythic Age so you can build multiple Avengers. Trader comes in to take 1. Doesn't really matter. But in this situation, Trader's going to be really helpful to take away that 1. He's got economy up the wazoo, so losing up an army to a tornado is not really going to be that big of a problem. The Keto's still got to really find some big value with this. And Nyan's playing a nice little game of keep away here. Palace in the center of the map to go down. We just see a little bit of scouting over onto this side. Looking for these villages. Let's find a whole bunch over onto this side as he sees that market there. I don't even know where... Oh, trader onto the Scarab. Thought maybe he traded this. Traded the Wadget, keep the citizens alive. But he must have missed on that one as the Contarius pulling out of here, looking for raids over onto this side, completely ignoring this death ball. As now, J Atlas is coming in. The Scarab does die. Tornado getting dropped into the main base here. The army not garrisoning. Nyan garrison. Wait, they can garrison, right? Or maybe they can't. No, they can garrison. Nyan does not garrison there. Loses not really that much pop, but he is losing. Never mind. The population dies in the end there. As the town center also goes down, a couple of citizens also falling, and Keto, he's found himself in a very, very good position with that tornado. That was like a max value tornado. Kills a town center, kills a whole bunch of units. Normally it's one or the other with that god power. Now Keto says time for a town center, but that might be a little bit on the late side. We'll see if it's going to work out for him. Couple of oracles going down here. Nyan's down to now 2 oracles. He does still have 1 town center. He's at 72 villages. So his economy is still completely fine. But any advantage here that Nyan might have had has just gone down the window. We try to steal this town center, but the Pharaoh is in from Keto to deny this. As these citizens bailing out onto this side, but Keto sees it. He sees it with the obelisk over here. But the army coming in onto the backside. And there's going to be implode. You have to drop implode here. And all of these units of Keto's are going to die as my frames fall off a cliff. They're still going to get a decent amount of damage done before they end up getting sucked in here. But that there, ladies and gentlemen, is a dead slinger death ball. A couple of Wadgets will survive, but they will get picked off very quickly afterwards. And now just as Keto took the advantage with his Mythic Age God Power, it seems like Nyan will be able to take it back to some degree here. Spearman coming in to take out those Contarius. One little cheeky Avenger here getting a lot of value while that Trader is on cooldown. To the top side now, the Migdol Stronghold is going to be up. Villagers will at least be able to grab this position and stay alive. And a little bit of scramble now from both players to just get themselves sorted out moving forward. I imagine the comp here for Keto is still just going to be Spearman Slinger. There's no need to move away from that. Camel Riders don't really make sense. Maybe as like a chasing down Contarius type unit, I guess. But you do have like 5.5 speed Spearman. One straggler behemoth. Not going to be enough, I don't think, to take out this town center, especially with villagers coming through to defend. But man, both players' economy is absolutely shook right now. But it is looking like Nyan has got some sort of an initiative here going. He's got a bit of an advantage over here. The units up onto the top looking for villagers to kill. There is a gold mine to check out, and there are citizens there. That's going to be some kills. But both players' economy is going to be hurting even more here. All the citizen going down is gigantic, but there are 9 villagers on this position. A couple of mercenary do get popped out. These villagers going to make a break for it back behind their walls. But Keto's gold is now starting to look very... No, he's still got a gold mine at the top. He's okay. There's no problems here. But 9 kills the town center. 58 villages to 60 villages. This is advantage Egyptian. Unless the economic upgrades aren't in, of which Keto's got most of it. They got the same. Oh, no. I think he doesn't have any upgrades. Oh, never mind. Upgrade advantage for neither player. It's the raiding party will be able to get back home, but does take a couple of hits of damage here. And we actually see Axemen coming through now. Axemen do make some sense here, but you do have to get the upgrades in, and they are somewhat costly. This one doesn't matter that much, but it is nice to have. Obviously, the main line upgrades. As the army comes over onto the top side. This gold mine is everything for Keto. I mean, he could move forward while the army is out of position, hitting this top spot and drop his Migdol in the middle. And we'll see how things are going to go as the Argus does get sniped. And the Spearmen will defend over here. A couple of villagers need to make a run for it. Do they have themselves... They do have that upgrade, Skin of the Rhino, so no problems there. As the Contarius go down, and Keto will be able to pull back behind his walls to continue along here. But for now, it's now 2 TC for Nyan. He's going to try and push himself back up to 100 villages and get his economy into a nice spot. But I think that Keto, yeah, he can grab this town center no problems, and he should be fine to stay relatively close here. Taking a fight before Heavy Axeman is a little bit crazy, but we'll see if it's going to work. There's the Carnivora to come down. And Keto saying, I can take the fight in this one. He does have the Priest here. He's got to actually take out the Carnivora, though, but that's not going to happen. And now Keto has to pull back behind the wall. And the Slinger Mass is back on the table. How many Slingers do you want? We ask Keto, and Keto says yes. I mean, this is majority Murmillo from Nyan here. It kind of makes some sense to keep going into these bad boys. At least up until when you get the Axeman upgrades in. And Keto has still got Rain in his back pocket, so he can go into farms, dropping granaries down to start that up. But, I mean, going into farms is tough. He does have himself his upgrade for them, so it's somewhat cheap. Units coming over onto this side now. Rain pays off those farms pretty nicely. You get like a 150% bonus from them. I think it gives you around about 70 extra food per farm or something like that. From memory, that's a memory. That's not math. That's a memory. So it pays off like a regular farm, but it gives you an extra little bit of food for a non-regular farm, for a Shadoof farm. The Migdol gets taken down. Now, Keto has to make a choice. Go into the center or try and get back up onto this side. But Nyan pulling back. Walls need to start coming up here for Keto. He's got them all on the bottom side, so he's got those all defended. But this top position here, this wall would be so helpful for him. Units to come through and hit this gold mine yet again. Keto has to pull back. He is at full pop. He is at full pop. Armory upgrade situation. Nearly full bronze for Nyan. On the other side, same exact upgrades for Keto. But still doesn't have his Axeman upgrade. I mean, he's only got 6 of them, so it's not the biggest deal, but that Axeman upgrade is so good. I think it's like a 15% boost or something. 15%. Absolutely huge. The Slinger's out of position as he needs to defend his Migdol while grabbing this spot here. But it's looking like Nyan just can't break through this. He has to pull back behind the palace. Onto the top side now. The Siege Tower going to come through and try and take out the town center. It's just like the ball of Slinger. Is it going to be enough? Once all the infantry gets surrounding on this one, I don't know if it is. And also, Carnivore, a really nice usage of that one because it makes the Slingers all focus the Carnivora at the back instead of the army that it's doing the most amount of damage to. And Nyan looks like he does manage to break through this army for the time being here. More Contarius coming through. Siege Tower going to be rolling in. A rain comes in now from Keto. How many farms does he actually have? He's got 26 farms now. So this rain gives him a huge boost to the economy to make Spearmen, Axemen, and get his upgrades in, which is something that he really, really needs. Because he's facing up champion units with his medium axe. Of course, he's got champion slingers as well. Now we're going to see that leather frame shield to come through. Not the most helpful right now as there's not a single ranged unit getting trained. With the Siege Tower to roll through and continue to keep on hitting that town center. The big problem here for Keto, like, does he have fortified town centers? No. I was going to say the big problem is this town center, but so long as he grabs fortified town centers soon, it's not the biggest of deals. But Nyan does manage to get himself back up to 200 population nice and quick. He does have the villager lead as well. It's the Horus army engaging down on military resource value there. And this is just going to mean Nyan's going to keep on winning these fights over and over and over and over and over again. See, Argus gets picked off. And the villagers getting pulled away from here. There is a trade route started though for Keto. Oftentimes, one of the sort of like pseudo win conditions for Ra against Atlantean is actually just to get your trade route. And if you sort of know that and you get it set up nice and early and you just keep playing defense, you can sort of get through a lot of this stuff. Because it's like, once this gold mine's gone, we just lose, right? But if we have the trade route, we can get fully upgraded. It doesn't really matter how far behind we are on economy or whatever, on map presence. As long as we can get that infinite army going, all of a sudden this Atlantean army just can't really compete. Of course, there's a lot of ifs being said there. So we'll see if Keto can get that trade route going and be in a good spot. He's got 20 camel caravans right now. So if he can bring that Pharaoh over and start empowering up, get himself up to full pop with fortified town centers, should be okay to move out of his base. On the flip side here, Nyan can grab this town center. He can also go for his own trade route, and the Gaia trade route is stonking. So as soon as you start the trade route, one little trick is to just go ahead and just drop the economic guilds along the camel or the llama caravan route, and they're going to go up to a really, really fast speed, so you get a lot more gold than everyone else. I think it's comparable to Egyptians. This is like a 20% boost of movement speed. It might even be more than Egyptians. I don't really know. As the Spearmen do manage to catch those Contarius out, and they do have a crazy bonus versus Cav here, so they will absolutely murder them. Both players at full pop now as middle palace coming through. Keto does have now fortified town centers on the way. He's getting closer and closer to this point where he's going to be in a really good spot. But Fnatic here are an interesting unit because they do technically beat Axemen and they beat Spearmen. So, which is, you have to go into Slinger again? Or is it worthwhile making some Chariot Archers? Actually, I'm not sure if they beat Axemen. I have to do some tests on that. Horus Axemen, fully upgraded. Armory situation. Still, Keto falling behind here as Nyan slowly pushing ahead. That rain coming down as well. He doesn't really want to spend his favor on myth units because of that trader on the other side. But if you've got the favor, you got to build them in a burst. So build 3 myth units, 1 trader comes down, the other 2 myth units can kill off that traded myth unit, and you're good to get some value there. Keto looking for full value out of these spearmen, taking out villages in the main base, going for trade caravans and the like. This 1 gold mine left for Nyan. He does have this one to potentially grab as well, though, on the front, as Keto hasn't been able to secure it. And Keto actually really struggling for resources here. He is making some chariot archers as an idea to try and deal with those fanatics, but Axemen have now got themselves up to heavy. Is this going to be where Nyan manages to get the kill or not is the big question. These fanatics have been led all the way around the map here. Fighting underneath that Citadel Center is exactly what Keto is going to be wanting, though, to sort of deal with these units for a low value. We have now Behemoth to come through. This flank's going to get picked off pretty quickly as the forward citizen getting taken out. Does manage to finish the Economic Guild, which does give a nice little creep spread into the main base here for Nyan. As Nyan says, straight down the jugular is the way to go. He's got himself a huge amount of food and gold. Sorry, wood in the bank, but that gold is really, really struggling. Carnivora gets planted down. Both players kind of struggling to get the resources out here. As Bonebo to come through. Bonebo does just give range onto the Chariot Archers. The only thing is it doesn't really do much for the Chariot Archer unless you're going to be microing them, I guess. But up onto the top side, Fortified Town Center under attack. Got to bring some villagers over and just shank. This guy has 840 HP. On the front of his face, he's got like 1600 HP, 1680 HP. But on the back of his face, he's only got 840. So Town Center does manage to stay alive. Priest can heal that back up. Still no resources to even try and grab this Town Center for Keto. I guess he doesn't even think it matters because he's not at full pop. Once he gets to full pop, he can start thinking about moving forward here. But Nyan as well is like, I don't want that Town Center either. I guess he feels like he can't afford it. So he can barely stay at population as well, so it's not even going to help him that much. As champion chariots will be on the way. And this is allowing Keto a lot of play here. He's getting through those fanatics nicely. Contarius are going to be coming through, allowing Spearman to be the answer. And you can kind of just go Spearman, Chariot Archer as well here. You don't even have to get those Axemen out. And as the citizens get pulled off of this gold mine, it's time for a quick check on the llama caravans as Nyan does have the full amount. And let's just have a look. Look at how fast they move. 5.2 speed compared to 4.6 speed off of Lush. So it is important to get all of that Lush up for your Gaia Highway, Trade Route Highway. The Gaia Llama Trade Route Highway. But Nyan pulling back. And can he break through all of this is the big question. Can Keto convert here is the other big question. I think Keto's in a pretty nice spot. He just needs to make sure that he's microing his Chariot Archers. Letting them get taken out here, not ideal. The Spearmen will be able to get in here in front line. The fact of the matter is these units are so quick on top of this Gaia Lush. You just don't want to be there. Get away from the Lush. Room for another rain here, perhaps, to help get just that little bit more food in. It's going to hurt or sting to drop 75 favor on a rain, but I think that's exactly what Keto needs. But maybe it's a little bit too late there as he's now dropped down to only a handful of Chariot Archers. As Nyan is staying very true on that 235 pop, now able to get himself that fourth town center. I guess Keto just can't. He was stabilized. I don't think he needed to play so aggressive forward. Play over onto this side off of the Lush. He probably would have been okay. Sometimes one little bit of a mistake in the late game is all it matters. All that it takes to lose a game. But Keto's still got a chance here. He can come up, deal with all of this. He's got the walls set up, so a catapult behind these walls to hit the town center and take that out. Carnivora getting dropped down here as the villagers will pull off, jump into the town center. It's just not going to be enough population here for Keto. Does manage to take out all the Contarius, however. Now the Fire Siphon going to continue to make their way into this middle position, take out the Citadel Center potentially here as well. Is there anything at the moment Keto can do to stop the pain? I don't think so. I mean, Avengers doesn't have the favor, doesn't have the resources for it. All the spearmen getting greeted by fanatics. The Axemen will be able to at least deal with the destroyers with the Citadel Center now under attack. And one thing that Nyan can do now at full pop is he can start putting palaces everywhere. Over onto this side here as well, he's dropping his economic guilds, but he can get more military buildings or more defensive buildings to take all of the map. Mercenary infantry will come through. We'll be able to deal with the Fire Siphon. Looks like Nyan is just going to be continuing to squeeze here. He's sitting at full pop. Do you have any idle units anywhere? No, they're just all moving across the map, basically. And in that moment there, Keto does say that the game is lost. 42 minutes of pain, of craziness. Mistakes aplenty. But an absolutely wild game. There was one moment here where I thought Keto was stabilized, but he sort of just moved forward, didn't micro the chariot archers at all, and he got overrun on that moment. I think if he just maybe was a little bit more patient with that, got himself those armory upgrades sorted out. I don't think I can check them anymore. Is there a unit out somewhere? There is. Got these armory upgrades sorted out, and then play for this town center over here while defending. He's probably okay to try and take this game. But well played here to Nyan Racing Cat. If you guys enjoyed this one, please consider hitting the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys in the next game. Any chance for a non-CL? What do you mean by non-CL tournament? We have Pandora's Box 2 coming in February. I have not really announced it, but that's coming in February, basically. I can't really talk much about other than it's coming in February because I have to sign some shit and do a handbook, but that's going to be out maybe next week, I hope, or the week after. But that's in the esports calendar, right? So you can see that coming. More at the end of February. Pandora's Box. There's a little bit of a discussion on my Discord. You can see the map pool discussion for the moment. It is a draft, so you can go and have a look at the maps if you like. We're not going to be doing that on stream though. Why didn't the Egyptian player just destroy everything when he assaulted the main base before? Yeah! Why not? Keto, what happened there? Took the foot off the gas. Alrighty. Now, because all the maps are like non-ladder maps for that, we're going to see a lot of people playing custom. So I really do hope people stream their customs or don't turn off recorded games. Because it'd be cool to see people's prep a little bit. Have I mastered Gaia yet? No, I've lost one. I lost one game versus Soup, but that just seems to be what my streaming life is now. We play a god. Soup jumps in at the start or at the end of the session when I'm getting used to it, and then kills me. And then I don't get revenge. I'll drop my economic guild here, and that there, and do that there. A little bit of ISIS action for you. Pretty open map for I don't know what to do on this one for Gaia versus Isis. I like playing 2 TC versus Egyptian if I can get away with it with Gaia, but I don't know if this is going to be possible here. Norse OP? Yeah, nah. Maybe. Maybe it's all just a ruse and Norse is actually OP. It's just skill diff. Never ever listen to never listen to Norse players when they complain about Norse. That's the real secret. See, this is the thing about playing against Isis that's really tricky as well for Gaia, is that the obelisks come everywhere. This town center is nice. It's got a gold mine in front. It's got this here. Maybe I can go for it. I want to. And it just means you can't get your oracles anywhere.
Bure. Yuji, Mos intem. Yuji. Herr Joes. Yumak, Aked. Osto, Mak, Yuji, Aked.
Yuji, Schwest,
Yuji, Buhejos, Yuji Bureg, Mak.
Bureg,
Skopos,
Schwest,
Yuhejos, Oskopos, Eshkopos, Osto, Mak, Yuji,
Skopos,
Bure, Diot.
Oh, no, this is...
Diot.
Kepjos,
Schmuck, Mos intem.
Yuji,
I think this was the Lido angle. I should have gone Lido here.
Eshlost, Mak.
But I thought maybe town center. This is definitely the Leto angle. Whoops. That's right, I can complain. I suck. I picked the wrong god. Afterwards. Alright, we gotta pull these guys back.
Mak. Osto. Yuji. Eshlo. Yuji. Mak. Osto.
Herr Joes. Yuji. Mos intem.
Yuge, Mak, Yuge, Mak, Yuge.
Skopos.
Bure, Osto. Skopamak.
Bureg, Eked,
Yuji, Aked. Herr Joe, Aked. Bure, Aked.
Herjo, Oso,
Hedjos. Eshlost.
Skop, Eshlost.
Yuji. Ost. Mak.
Yuji,
Yuge, Mak.
Yuji, Schlost.
Bureg. Hedjos.
Skopos,
Erjos, Skopos, Yuge, Eshlost, Mak,
Okay.
Yuge.
Herr Skopos. Bure, Yuji, Schwest. Herr Joes. Bure, Osto, Schwest. Skopo, Schwest.
Yuge,
Yuji, Eschloss, Schwest. March West.
Herr Jos, Schwest.
Bureg. Aked. Diot.
Burmo et Yuma Oso,
Herr Jos.
Skomak. Eschlost.
Yuji.
Skobos
Herr
West.
Jos, Schwest. Burek Eschlost.
Uje. Mak.
Skobos.
Skopo.
Burek Schwest.
Yuji. Eshlo. Skoposto.
Mos Intem.
Skopos. Uje. Mak.
Okay.
Eschlo. Uje.
Skopos. Yuji.
Uje. Mak.
Yuji. Eshlo. Skopo. Ma. Eshlo.
Herr Jos, Yuji Oso. Mak. Mos Intum, Yuji Mak. Herr Jos, Oso.
Skopos.
Yuji. Yuji.
Erjos.
Eshlo. Skopos. E poro fras. Yuji. Yuji. Dilis moke. Burek.
Burek.
Herr Jo. Yuji. Bueshlos. Osma. Yueshlos. Osto. Yuji. Aked. Diot.
Ma. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Eshlo. Burek. Yuji. Osto. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Eshlo. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Dilis moke.
Skobos.
Skopos. E poro fras. Yuji. Dilis moke.
Uje.
Burek. Yuji.
Herr Jos. Yuji. Mak. Bureg. Diot. Schwest. Herr Jos.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. E poro. Skopos. Dilis moke.
Mak. Eschlo. Uje.
Burek. Yuji. Ma. Eshlo. Yuji.
Herr Jos, Eke Diat.
Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Eshlo. Yuji. Ma. Esh Yuji. Esh ma. Esh Yuji. Ma. Esh Yuji. Ma. Eshlo. Yuji. Esh ma. Esh Yuji.
Erjos. Uje.
Burek. Dilis moke.
Uje. Esma. Esh mak. Eschlo. Mak.
Esh ma. Yuji.
Skop. Uje. Mak.
Yuji. Esh Yuji. Ma. Esh Yuji. Esh ma. Yuji. Esh ma. Yuji. Esh ma. Eshlo. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. E poro fras.
Uje.
Yuji.
Ma. Eschlost. Oh, Yuji.
Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eshlo. Ma. Ma.
Bur Eschmos Intum, Yuji.
Bur. Mos Intem.
Skopos. Eshlo.
Uje.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Ma.
Burek Kobos, Herr Jos, Eke Mak.
Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Eshlo. Ma. Dilis moke.
Mak. Eschlo. Uje. Mak. Uje. Esh. Uje. Mak. Uje. Eschlost. Uje. Mak. Uje.
Yuji. Yuji. Eshlo. Ma. Eshlo. E poro fras.
Uje.
Burek. Yuji. Ma. Esh Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Esh Ma. Yuji.
Eschlost. Mak.
Skopos. Dilis moke.
Skopos. Uje. Mak. Eschlo. Mak. Uje. Mak. Esh. Uje. Mak. Uje. Mak. Uje. Mak. Eschlost.
Yuji. Esh Ma. Yuji. Ma. Esh Ma. Yuji. Ma. Esh Yuji. E poro fras.
Erjos.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Dilis moke.
Uje.
Skopos. E poro fras.
Erjos. Uje. Mak. Esh. Uje.
Yuji. Bur. Herr Osto. Yuji. Eschl. Schwest. Skobo. Yuji. Schwest.
Yuji. Burek. Yuji.
Skop. Mak.
Ma. E poro
Yuji.
fras. Yuji. Burek.
Okay.
Erjos.
Skopos. Dilis
Uje.
moke.
Uje. Mak. Esh. Mak. Uje. Mak. Esh. Mak. Uje. Mak. Esh. Uje. Mak.
Burek, Oso, Yuji, Yuji. Eschlomos Intum, Kopo, Eke.
Burek. Yuji. Eshlo. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Eshlo.
Skopo. Uje.
Yuji. Burek. Ma. Eshlo. Yuji. Eshlo. Skopo. Ma.
Bureg.
Burek. Skopo. Eshlo. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Esh Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Eshlo. Yuji. E poro
Uje.
fras.
Eschlost. Mak. Uje. Voliak. Eschlost.
Herr Aked. Mos Intem.
Skopos. Ma. Eshlo. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eshlo. Yuji. Ma. Eshlo.
Jos, Osmak. Eked.
Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Yuji. Osto. Aked. Diot.
Burek.
Mak. Aked. Schwest.
Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Eshlo. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Herr Jos,
Skop. Voliat. Aked.
Skopos, mak, yuji, mak, lost.
Yuji, diat.
Burek. You mak, lost. Yuji, mak, lost, mak. Yuji. Skopos, tilis moke. Yuji, poro fras.
Erjos.
Burek. Tilis moke.
Oh, go my hero catapulties. 3 hero catapulties and 2 Caladria is kind of insane. You just have to build a couple of priests out, I think, and then you're fine. There's like 5 priests out. I don't think I can do anything because the priests will just heal off the damage the catapulties are doing. But also, why not just 2 town center classical fight here? What are you worried about? Why do you have to get to the heroic age so fast against Gaia? You can just go for the classical fight. If you want to go 2 TC. And this is a nice TC and you get the stuff, but you can put pressure on this. I think he thought that the Plague of Serpents was going to do something. Unlike Swampland, Plague of Serpents stays around forever. So it needs to do less than Swampland. Oh dear. I'm going to just quickly grab a quick snack. I'm going to get a chocky. I'll be right back. Why do I make catapulties instead of Mermillo? They're faster. They're faster. And I want them for his heroic age. If he's going to go for... See, I want... What my current thought process is for against the fast heroic Egyptian, the Egyptian player that wants to build a Migdol units, is that if I can just go all in on counter barracks as Atlantean, then there's nothing that the Egyptian player can do. They need to go into barracks units. That's what I'm trying to force them to do by going catapulties. And if they go barracks units, then I can make myself Arcus, my OP Arcus, which are really, really good. Oh. Don't slinger counter the entire arm? No. Just build Automaton. Yeah, I gotta shave. Being lazy. You hope I match up against Set? I'll probably lose. I think I prefer Set in that matchup. What did I say? Against Gaia. I think I prefer set. Hey guys, BR. I don't know if I'm doing any of that, but we're having some fun. Hope you guys are enjoying. Make sure you check out the YouTube channel and all the YouTube stuff going out there. You know, the shorts. If you all hit the thumbs up button on the shorts, they have like a better chance of going viral. I don't think we've had a... We do have 1 or 2 shorts that have gone pretty nice, but short form content inside of Age Mythology, I think is tough. Moose has a whole bunch that have gone really well. What's the highest one? Oops, shorts. Highest view count on the shorts. We have nastiest AOM play of 2024. That was before Retold. The highest one is the Nidhogg, is it? No. Can't see your shorts with this camera angle? What do you mean? What are the best hotkeys to get Vils and army in and outside of buildings? I use G. Speaking of which, I want to set this up. I don't know if I'll use it or not, but I want to set this up. Select all cavalry on screen. Change J. And this is going to be Shift J. And this one here, select all infantry is going to be H, and that's going to be Shift H. Nope, other way around. People always ask me, why do I put these over here? It's because I'm used to having my finger on 5 for my army and going up to 6, 7, 8, 9 for my army. So I'm pretty used to moving my hand over there. I just have to get used to moving it down now. So 5 and down. This is the blueprint for easy views. Ah, true. I don't know if that does all too well for Retold. Very good for Age of Empires, though. Thanks, Stardust. Yeah, I can move my... Yeah, I can move... Oh, Bob Gimlin! Bob Gimlin! What's going on, man? I remember Bob.
Yuji. Eke Diat. Bureg. Eshlos. Yuji Mak.
Good luck. Have fun, Bob. No, the song is It Had to Be You. It had to be you. Wonderful you. You know the song. It had to be you. Wait, okay, there we go. What's this? A Black Lotus. It's really nice.
Herjos, Bureg. Herjos, Bureg. Herjos, Mak. Herjos, Bushkopo, Yuji.
Did he? Did he post? He post shorts as well and got 1 million views. That's crazy.
Eschlos. Osto. Herjos. Bureg.
Bureg. Herjos.
Bureg. Bureg.
Well,
Herjos.
that is a berserk.
Skopos. Eschlos. Herjos. Bureg. Mak.
Skopos. Schwest.
Skopos. Bureg. Osto. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Eschlost. Skopos. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. Bureg. Skopos. Yuji. Skopos. Osterjos. Yuji.
Bureg. Yuji. Mos intim.
Skopos. Herjos. Skopos. Skopos. Yuji.
Skopos.
Herjos. Yuji. Skopos. Bureg. Mak.
Alrighty.
Eked. Eked.
Nebel goes there. Chickens go away. It's fine.
Herjos. Bureg. Eked. Diat.
Bureg. Herjos. Skopos. Osto. Herjos. Yuji. Bureg. Yuji. Bureg. Skopos.
That's where that is.
Herjos. Osto. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Bureg. Skopos.
Burish West.
Yuji. Skoposo. Eshlo. Diat. Yuji. Herjos. Mos Yuji. Mak. Mos intim.
Bureg. Skopos. Bureg. Mak. Bureg. Skopos. Bureg. Bureg. Herjo. Yuji. Os mak. Bur. Yuji. Herjos. Ost. Mak. Bureg. Osto. Yuji. Skopos. Os mak. Yuji.
Alrighty.
Bureg. Mos
Let's jump
intim.
over onto this.
Herjos.
Herjos. Bureg. Osto. Yuji. Herjos. Eschlost. Mak. Skopos. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Osto. Eschlo. Mak. Eschlost. Osto. Mak. Osto.
Skopomak. Yuge. Eschlost.
Yuji. Eked.
Skopo. Eked.
Mak. Eschlost.
Yuge. Skopo. Mak. Yuge. Eschlost.
Yuji. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Eschlost. Yuji.
Erjos. Mak. Eschlo. Yuge.
Skopos.
Schwest.
Mak. Osto. Eschlost. Skopo. Yuji.
Yuge. Mak.
Herjo. Mak. Osto. Eschlost.
Oops, not building your villages.
Yuji.
That's not ideal, is it?
Mak. Osto. Yuji.
Wasn't for too long.
Erjos. Eschlost.
Bureg. Eked. Schwest.
Bureg.
Yuge. Yuge.
Mak. Yuji. Osto. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost.
Erjos. Mak. Yuge.
Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Skopo. Yuji. Eschlost.
Yuge. Mak.
Skos. Mak. Bureg. Osto.
Yuji. Diat.
Skopos. Yuji. Eschlost. Osto. Schwest.
Herjos.
Bureg. Mos intim. Eked. Eked.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Yuge. Esh. Yuge.
Skopos. Eschloso. Herjo. Yuji. Eschlost.
Herr Skopos, Eket, Schwest.
Schloss. Bure ma Yuji. Herr Yuji. Yuji. Bushkopo. Schloss. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Schloss.
Mak. Vayen.
Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Schloss. Skopos. Ma. Schloss.
Erjos.
Burek. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma.
Bureg.
Skopos most intim.
Skopos. Yumak. Skopos. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Skopo. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Dilis Moke.
Schmack, Esch, Juge, Eschmack, Juge, Eschlost, Mack. Juge,
Skopos. E porofras.
Jujma, Eschlost,
Yuji. Yuji.
Skopos,
Burek.
Jujma, Esch, Juge, Eschma, Esch, Juge.
Yuma. Burek. Yuma. Yuma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss.
Juge, Mack,
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Schloss.
Yay.
Eket, Vayen.
Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Burek. Ma. Yuji.
Just a little couple kills.
Skopos. Ma. Schloss. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Skop. Yuji. Burek. Eschma. Schloss.
Bureg. Eke diat.
Bureg.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuma. Yuma. Yuji. Eschma. Yuma.
Herr Mos int, Eket. Eket, Yuji.
Schloss. Ma. Burek. Dilis Moke. E porofras. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schma.
Erjos, Eschlost,
Yuma. 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 Eschma. Eschma. Schloss. Yuma. Yuji.
Mack,
Ma. Yuji. Yuji. E Dilis Moke. Skop. Ma. Yuji.
Also.
Yuji. Burek. Eschma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Eschma. Burek. E Dilis. Dilis Moke.
Skopos, Juge,
Yuji.
Erjos,
Skopo, Mak. Eschlost.
Burek. Ma.
Bureg.
Burek. Yuji.
Mack,
Skopos. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Schloss. Burek. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma.
Erjos. Eschlo. Eke diat.
Yuji. Yuji.
Okay.
Skopos. Schloss. Ma. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Schloss.
Yuji. Most intim. Mak. Diat.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Let us return back over to our favorite raiding spot.
Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Schloss.
Hello there.
Ma. Burek. Yuji.
I don't particularly want to kill the ox cart, but I guess we'll take it.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Esch, Jujma, Eschlost,
Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Skopos.
Erdmack, Eschlost,
Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji.
Skopo, Juge, Jujmack, Erjos,
Burek. Ma. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Skopo. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Ma.
Skopo, Eschlost,
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma.
Juge, Erjos, Juge,
Erjos.
Herr Yuji. Osto, Schwest.
Sko. Eke diat.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji.
Mack, Juge,
Burek. Dilis Moke. Smoke. Yuji.
Skopos. Voliat.
Bure. Yuji. Dile smoke.
Erjos.
Mak. Yuji. Schmak. Yuji. Mak. Bure.
Well, this went a lot better than my other game against Norse. I think I remembered how to play it a little better.
Dile smoke. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Burek Herjo. Eke Diat.
Bure. Skopos. E poro fras. Yuji. Eshlo. Skopos. Dile smoke. Skopos. Yuji. Schmak. Skopos. Yuji. Schmak. Yuji. Schmak. Yuji. Mak. Schmak. Yuji. Yuji. Bure.
Erjos.
Now, this one went better because it's not soup, but I think if I go for like the little mini raids with Gaia rather than all of them, and I just use the Colladrier to make sure I don't lose the units on the run, on the retreat, maybe even Carnivora if they do any crazy surrounds. Yeah, that's probably the better way to go about it early on. I think I got Bite of the Shark. I don't think you have to rush it out. You have a driving test tomorrow, Punkstar? Oh, Bob, that sucks. The ELO matchmaking really should have some sort of stipulation in it where it says if you've lost more than 2 games in a row, it should try and match you with someone lower rated. Unless you search for like 5 minutes and you can't find anyone. You've been waiting nearly a year. Did you get done for drink driving or something and now you have to go relearn the road rules? Is that what happened? Should there be penalties for dodging? There should be penalties for dodging when they add in map vetoes. Like it's all fine to make whatever map pool they want, so long as they put map vetoes in. Because if I want to play a god and I don't like that god on X map, or I don't like that map at all, then Bob Gillen with the 20 buckaroonies. Thanks, my friend. You legend. Another me, another you, another year. That's right. Can I explain how the map veto works? It sort of works like every other map veto would work in all the other Age of Empires games. So basically you just pick maps that you don't want to play and you have like an amount of them, like 2 or 3. And you're able to say no to those maps. Prior to queuing, yeah. So say I don't want to play on Anatolia, Sedlnaikai, and Midgard. I could just turn them off. End of the day, ranked is about players wanting to have games that are fun to play for them. So I feel like it should be... It's important to have that sort of a thing going on.
Yuji, Beschlost, Burek, Yuji, Skopo, Osto. Skopo, Eke Diat. Herjos. Yuji, Skopo, Osto, Skopos, Burek, Yuji. Herjos, Burek, Yuji, Skopos.
Yuji. Hedgehos. Yuji. Bureg.
This map is usually really defensive. I don't know if I like this one for Gaia. I think I prefer to play Hades here most of the time.
Yuji. Osto. Mak. Hedgehos. Yuji. Bureg. Hedgehos. Bushkopos. Yushkopos.
Okay, got a town center over here, but I haven't seen my gold mines.
Bureg. Schloss. Hedgehos. Yuji. Hedgehos. Yuji. Hedgehos. Bureg. Mak. Schloss.
I don't know if there's much behind here, but
Yuji. Schwest.
Yuji. Mak. Bureg. Bureg. Hedgehos.
Skopos.
Hedgehos. Bureg. Yuji. Mak. Hedgehos.
Hedgehos. Mak.
Yuji. Bushkopos. Yuji. Yuji. Bushkopos. Hedgehos. Mak. Bureg. Yuji. Osto. Bureg. Hedgehos. Bureg. Schloss. Yuji. Hedgehos. Hedgehos. Mak. Bureg. Hedgehos. Bureg. Yuji. Mak.
Bureg. Lost. Eked. Dia.
Hedgehos. Yuji.
Yuji.
Herr Schwest. Bur Schwest.
Skopos. Schwest.
Skop Schwest.
Hedgehos. Hedgehos. Yuji. Schloss. Osma. Yuji. Hedgehos. Bureg. Hedgehos. Yuji. Osma. Hedgehos. Bureg. Schloss. Osto. Hedgehos. Bureg. Yushko. Yuji. Mak. Bureg.
Yuji. Herr Schloss. Mos Intem.
it might be again. I think maybe this is a Leto angle here.
Mak. Yuji. Schwest.
Bureg. Schloss. Yuji. Hedgehos. Hedgehos. Osto. Yuji.
I think it definitely is a Leto angle here.
Bureg. Yuji.
I'm just learning the map just a little bit too late.
Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Schmak. Mak.
Yuji.
Hedgehos. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Schloss. Osto. Mak. Bureg.
Herr Joes. Bur Eked.
Hedgehos. Eked. Schwest.
Eked. Schwest. Herr Bure Schlost.
Skopos. Mak.
Bureg. Eked. Also. Eked. Schwest.
I don't like what I'm doing here. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Yuji. Hedgehos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Hedgehos. Bureg.
Yuji. Yuj. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Yuji.
Okay.
Erd Mak. Yuji. Schloss.
Skoptilis Mokay. Mak.
Yuji. Eked. Schwest.
Schmak. Yuji. Yuji.
Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. 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 Mak. Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Schloss.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Skopos.
Skopo. Bure. Os Schwest. Schwest. Herr Yuji.
Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Poro Fras. Mak.
Mak. Schloss.
Yuji. Yuji. Bureg. Dilis Mokay. Yuji. Yuji. Dilis Mokay. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Poro Fras. Bureg.
Skop Mak. Yuji. Mak. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schloss.
Yuji. Mak. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Schloss. Dilis Mokay. Poro Fras.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Erjos, Eschlost,
Yuji, Yumak, Bure, Yuji, Eshma, Eshlos. Skopos, Yuji, Ma, Eshlo, Yudil, Yuji.
Yuge, Mak,
Buma, Eshlos.
Yujma, Eschlost,
Skop, Ma. Yuji, Eshlos.
Yuge, Mak,
Ma, Yuji, Eshlos.
Erjos,
Yuji, Bure, Ma, Eshlos. Ma.
Yuge, Eschlost,
Skopos,
Yuge,
Yuji,
Yuge, Erjo, Eschlost,
Eshlo, Yuji, Ma, Eshlo, Ma.
Bureke, Schwest.
Bure, Yuji, Ma, Yuji.
Yujmak, Yuge,
Yuji, Ma, Yuji. Eshma.
Eschlost, Yuge, Mak,
Skopos, Eshlos. Bure, Yuji. Skopos, Ma, Eshlos. Ma, Yuji, Eshlos. Ma, Yuji, Eshlos. Ma.
Erjos, Yuge, Eschlost, Yuge, Mak, Yuge, Mak, Eschmak,
Yuji, Eshlos.
Scopo. Osto.
Yuji, Aked.
Bure, Yuji, Skopo, Eshma, Eshlos. Yuzma.
Scopos. Diat.
Yuji, Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Mak, Eshlos. Yuzma. Eshma, Yuzma. E poro fras. Yuzma. Tilis moke. Skopos. Bure. Yuji. Bure. Yuzma. Eshma.
Skopos, Yuge,
Skopo, Eshma, Eshlos. E poro fras. Skop, Ma, Eshma, Eshlos. Yuji, Ma, Eshma.
Erjo, Eschlost,
Bure. Eshlos. Skopos.
Mak, Yuge, Eschmak,
Ma, Yuji. Yuji.
Yuge, Mak, Esch, Yujmak, Eschmak, Yujma, Eschlost, Yujmak, Esch, Yujmak, Esch, Yujma, Eschlo, Eschma, Esch, Yujma, Esch, Yujma, Eschlo, Yuge,
Eshma.
Skopo, Schwest.
Bure.
Mak. Diat.
Skopos. Yuji. Ma, Eshlos.
Erjo, Eschlost,
Use most intim.
Yuji. Eshlos. Ma, Eshma.
Skopmak, Yuge,
Skopos. Bure. Yuzma. Eshma.
Burek. Use Eshlo. Also. Yuji. Flying.
Skopos. E poro fras. Yuji.
Esch, Yujmak, Esch, Yujmak, Eschmak, Eschmak, Esch, Yuge, Eschmak, Yuge, Eschmak, Yuge,
Bure. Yuji. Skopos. Bure. Tilis mo. Yuji. Skopos.
Eschlost, Mak,
Yuji. Eshlos. Ma, Yuji. Ma, Eshma. Skopos. Eshlos. Ma, Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Eshma. Yuzma.
What the fuck is happening here?
Bure. Ma. Skop. Yuji. Eshlos. Ma. Yuji. Tilis moke. Shma. Eshlos. Yuji.
Scope. Eshlos.
Bure. Yuji. E poro fras.
Burek,
Yuji. Bure. Yuji. Yuzma. Eshlos.
Erjos,
Yuji. Eshlos.
Yuji, Aked. Schwest.
Yuji. Bure. Yuzma. Yuji. Tilis moke. Skopos. Yuji. Eshlo. Yuji. Bure.
Yuge, Eschlost,
Yuji. Skopos. Bure. Yuzma. Eshlos. Yuji. Eshlo. Ma. Yuji. Eshma. Yuji.
Erjos, Burek, Mak, Eschlos, Schwest.
Ma. Eshlos.
Skop, Yuji,
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eshlos. Ma. Eshlos.
Erjos,
Ermak, Yuge, Eschlost,
Yuji. 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 Ma. Yuzma.
Mak,
Skopos,
Bure. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Eshma.
Erjos.
Yuge, Eschlo, Mak, Yuge, Eschlo, Mak,
Yuji.
Burek, Yuji, Ost Diat.
Bure.
Esch, Yuge, Eschlost, Mak,
Scopos. Eshlos. Yuji. Eshlos.
Ah, shit.
Erjos. Eshlos.
That's bad, isn't it? I should have so much more favor.
Aked, Schwest.
Yuji.
Skopos, Esch, Yuge,
Eshma.
Aked, Schwest.
Eschmak,
Yuzma. Eshlos. Yuji.
Yuji.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Eshlo. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eshlos.
Yuji, Aked, Schwest. Erjos, Eschlos, Mak.
Yuji. Osto. Scopo. Bure. Yuji. Mak. Scopo. Mak.
Eke, bur, eke, shvest.
Mak.
Yuji. Eporofos.
Skopos. Bur eschloss. Yuji eschloss.
Herjo. Telos Marke.
Skopos. Mak. Skop eschloss. Bur yuji eschloss. Ma eschloss.
Skopos.
Skopos.
Herjuji, yuj, shvest.
Yuji. Mak.
Yuji.
Yuji. Bur ma eschloss. Skop yuji. Bur yuji ma eschmak. Skop yuji eschloss.
Bureg.
Bure mak. Dilis moke. Yuji. Yuji. Opos los.
Herjo, eke, shvest.
Mak. Yuji. Yuji mak eschmak. Bure. Skopos. Yuji mak. E poro fras. Bure.
UJ. UJ, eschmak, UJ.
Skopos eschloss. Bure. Yuji mak eschloss. Yuji.
Eschmak, eschloos. Erjos, UJ.
Skopos. E poro. Dilis moke.
UJ.
Bure. Yuji. Bure. Skopos. Bure. Yuji. E yuji.
Got him! Ugh. Maybe a little bit greedy, Mr. Zera. GG, it's 5 Arcus. Yeah, the 5 Arcus carried me. 4 Arcus, actually. No more would come. I think this was a really, really bad map for me to do this idea on, but kind of worked. I think it was a little bit quicker to set up his walls and lock me off from getting over here. Like maybe if he went onto the lions first and walled off and played really quick to defend this after I had to pull back and heal, maybe it would have gone well for me. Never would have worked against Firefox? Why is that? What does Firefox do so well? Does he build units instead of not building units? Would I play Poseidon like I did yesterday against Gaia? I'd probably play Ares. Probably. I think Gaia is quite good into Poseidon. Oh, I miscontrolled my Caladria. You should never lose Caladria as Gaia. Yeah, Mosca knows. Like you want just the boost to the units you're going to be using. You're not going to be using Hippias versus Gaia. So you're going to be using Hoplite, Hippaspis, Toxotes, Peltast, maybe Prodromus. So you want to go Ares. The only problem is that you don't really get a decent god power. Caladria got nerfed too much? No, Caladria seem really good. I don't think they've been nerfed too much. I don't know if they need any more nerfs. I think they're okay. I think they're getting the value they need. I imagine they're pretty frustrating to play against still, though. I think if the unit was like sitting on the ground rather than flying, if it was like a 5.5 speed healer, that would be way more interesting. Do you know what I mean? Like instead of a flying healer, it's on the ground doing the same thing, then it'd be much less annoying to play against. And you could even boost its stats up and all the other good stuff. Just in general, flying units are just annoying, right? That's a Valk, but weaker? No. No, it's got burst heal. But it has wings? Yeah, it does. You're right. And it probably doesn't have a walking animation. All right, we're going to find a game to watch. I need a little pit stop on our Gaia journey. This actually looks like a pretty decent game that Soup had. But let's not. Kenzie. Look at this Tsukiyomi abuse from Mr. Kenzie Murphy. It's a fun game. Oh. No, I don't want to watch that. Who's this guy? Chi you later. From Greece? It's the Mister. He's back. Just kidding. I do kind of want to watch though. He's only been playing on this account for a little bit. Okay. All right, we're watching this one. I found the game. I found the game. Guys, I'm just going to warn you right now. Get yourself... I'm probably going to go have a pit stop before this one. Nice shot. Oh, yes! Where can the shirt be bought? I might do this in YouTube. I'll tell you, hang for the next 3 minutes. I'm going to quickly eat something. I'm going to do a merch promo for YouTube. So I'll tell you, but if you really want, you can just click the merch link below. It's just down there. So yeah. I don't know what the shipping is like to Europe, but yeah, I don't actually know. Let me know. But I did just change my... I just changed my merch provider. I will be right back. I'm going to answer your question, Bleed Out. Then we're going to watch this game. It's a really crazy game, at least from what the stats look like. I'm excited. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Well, the streamer is back with a big fat pancake. We're going to talk about what I hope the Aztecs will play like. This is such a hard question because I'm not a game designer. But what I can say is I want whatever happens with the Aztecs, I really hope it's really interactive. So I really don't... Well, I can say what I don't like about design. Let me eat this pancake. So... I think that if we're building stuff for defense, like if we're giving players defensive tools, whatever the defensive tool is, has to be interactive. While I think that it's absolutely absurd and broken and OP, Sky Passage is an amazing example of a defensive tool, because you have to interact with your opponent. They come and attack you. You have to make a response. You jump through the sky patch. You run away. A bad interactive defensive tool is Earth Wall, because you stick it there and you see your opponent come. They sit there trying to bash through the wall, and then you can react afterwards. So it's not. You don't want that, right? You want it to be the other way around, where it's opponent does something and you have to react to that thing. So I'm really hoping that if it does end up being a defensive civ, of which we are sort of due, it was China as defense and Japan as offense. If you think that Japan is a defensive civ, I don't name and shame yourself, because they're not. So if it's going to be a defensive civ, I really want that to be, you don't just get free defense. It's got to be interactive. Whatever that means, take that. Now, if we can think about some other versions of civs, other types of like playstyle that we don't really have in Asian mythology. So you have the economic ideas, but if it's an economic civ, it's normally going to be a defensive civ, right? You have aggressive civs. I think what we don't have. Now, Japan is an aggressive civ, but it's a timing attack civ. It's kind of more in the realm of like an Egyptian or an Atlantean. What we don't have enough of is the Norse aggressive civ. The civ which is just pedal to the metal from the get-go, slam into my opponent, try and kill him, that sort of stuff. That would be kind of interesting for the Aztecs. Well, Norse isn't aggressive, but it's designed to be aggressive. We had that, but Nerfy was not, yeah, Loki was nerfed to the ground, true. But for the Aztecs, it makes some sort of sense. And one thing that I also think is really important is that the myth units cost something. I hate China's design with a passion. I hate it. I hate Susanoo's. I don't hate Susanoo's design with a passion, but I don't like the fact that you get favor for free to build myth units. You have to pay for the myth units. However you get myth units, you should have to pay for it. I guess technically Susanoo does pay for his myth units because the other guys are getting stats. So yeah, I don't particularly like Norse's design either. Yeah, so Norse is, yeah. So if they're going to go with like a sacrifice mechanic, then it better not be I go kill your opponent's units and then I go capture your opponent's units and then I go turn them into favor. It better be something like I sack my own units. Like, sacking a villager, I feel like that'd be really, really tough to get right from a balance standpoint and from a design standpoint. You don't think what I'm eating is healthy? This is the most healthy pancake can possibly be. They don't sacrifice humans. True. All right. Hear me out on this one. This is the favor mechanic. Yeah, J-Red, you're onto something. Let me hit snooze on this ad that's coming up. they should be able to train goats. And the goat sits there and fattens. And whenever you sacrifice it, it'll die, and then the food will start getting sucked for favor. Boom. And then you can build multiple favor gathering spots, similar to like Egyptian with the monuments or Japan with the shrines. And they can't be close to each other. There we go. Now, you can't sack actual goats, though, because that would be... Or maybe you could. Yeah, you could sack actual goats that you find. That'd be fine. So you'll get some free stuff, but not for the entirety of the game. And you have to, like, buy the goats in advance, otherwise you're not going to get much favor from them. Because they have to fatten. Maybe you can't eat them either. I don't know. All right. Are you guys ready? Have you buckled in? We've got ourselves an absolutely insane game here. Ray Anuda, hey mate. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for the kind words. All right, have I done this yet? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I bring you an urgent announcement. This game is absolutely insane. At least that's what it looks like. When I go and download games, I can see the stats of the game for how long it goes. And I'm telling you guys, if you didn't, for the 5 minutes before when you saw the video, when you wanted to, if you were on Twitch and I told you, you know, go get yourself a nice tasty beverage. This is a game to eat. This is a game to watch while eating dinner. This game will be there for you. Take your time. It's going to be good. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Boitus, the Oranos, we have No Brainer. And he plays the no-brainer god, Oranos. He's in the right-hand corner of the map playing as Ra. It is Oranos' #1 abuser. #1 abuser. Jack 90. He's the 90th Jack, and he's going to be playing some Ra for us. So this is going to be spicy. There's around about a 200 to 300 real rate difference here. Between these two players. However, Jack doesn't play Ra, and No Brainer is an Oranos main. But I'm letting you guys know this is going to be special. So Jack is kind of a top 20 player, top 30 player. Really, really strong player. Trying to expand out his god pool, obviously. He does know how to play Oranos, so it's kind of... He'll know what players do to give him a hard time, and he'll be able to throw that at No Brainer for the, well, he'll know what's going to work. Anyways, let's have a little quick look-see at the relics over here. We've got ourselves the Adamantine shingles. Adamantine shingles? Adamantian shingles. We've got the Heavenly Jeweled Spear over here, which is going to be Prodromus, Spearman, Herdman, Catapulties, etc. Over onto this side, we've also got the Demeter's Throne, which is going to be giving the houses and all the other good stuff some reduced base rate. And I think that's all of them. I feel like somebody picked up a relic already. Am I wrong? Yes, they did. We've already got the Tail Feathers of Heaven. Their infantry attacks now ignite enemies, dealing fire damage over time. So it's just a little bit of divine damage. Now, you guys might be watching this saying, wow, Boit, that's a really cool t-shirt you've got going on there. And I say to you, you know what? Yeah, it is. And if you guys want to purchase this one, I've just opened up a new merch store with Dashery at T Public. This is really cool, very, very good quality. And I think the shipping costs are a little bit more reasonable. If you want to check that out, you can click on the link in the description box below. I think I'm going to have a YouTube sort of integration thing going on, so you can check it out there. Or if you're on Twitch, there is the merch tab below in the info. So a little bit of advertisement. I'm sorry, I just had to do it. Over here, we've got the temple coming up now for Jack 90, and I think it's worth it, you know, because this game is just worth it. Another relic now coming in as no-brainer is going to probably be securing all 4 of these relics. Did I talk too soon? No? All 4 of the relics. Yes, he has the adamantine shingles as well. How many different ways can I pronounce that word? Alrighty. So, we've got Prometheus on the way here for no-brainer. I love this idea, but I think that if we're going Prometheus in 2025, I do think it's well worth it to go for the heroized civilian unit opening. Reason being is it's just so much more economy. It pays itself off really quickly, and you hit these really brutal 10-minute timing attacks. While it also gives you the opportunity to stay 1 town center versus it's a 2-town center play as well, because you can go into your Oracle spam instead of going for the town center, and then you can spam out those Prometheans to break through any sort of 2-town center threat. But no-brainer just going military barracks and counter barracks. On the bottom side here, we've got Jack. He's going to be looking for his secondary hunt really early on. This is I would say this is normally a pretty greedy play, especially if you've seen your opponent advance quite early. No-brainer should be able to get over there and get some nice early game damage done. However, because he's gone Prometheus, he doesn't really have that option. Sure, he can send a Promethean down to start wailing away at the villagers, but he doesn't have that Caladria to ensure value on the raids. As well as we've also got Jack with all of the obelisks in the world. He's got 8 obelisks up already, building another one over here, just making sure that he sees the entirety of the map. What about in 2026? Who knows? They might nerf the theft of fire. It's probably the most reasonable nerf at the moment for what everyone's complaining about, I think, with Atlantean economy. But I'm not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about obelisks going down and spearmen spearing around. As the spearmen versus Murmillo threat here is nice, because the Murmillos here, they don't quite have enough speed. Actually, yes, they do. They go to 5 speed, don't they? Anyway, spearmen over here falling. Caraballister taking everything out over here as well. Can he take out the extra spearmen? No. Yes. Looks like he's going to be able to get out of here. But now Jack sees the Promethean upgrade, so he's going to know that Prometheans are on the cards. So he will have to start thinking about getting priests out and trying to figure out how he's going to be defending that secondary gold mine. So we are on the map Giza, and sometimes there's really, really nice back gold mines, but this is not going to be one of those times here. So Jack's going to have to be able to move forward and get that second gold mine. And generally speaking, if the Oranos player is going to go full spam here and try and go for a gold staff versus the 1 town center Ra, it's not going to go all too well. The 1 town center Ra should be able to defend, should be able to get that second gold mine, so long as they don't make too many big mistakes. Up onto the top side here. Do see a little cheeky sky passes coming up for no-brainer. Just a hero citizen there does get converted in, and this spearman will get taken out. Does manage to save the Murmillo with just a tiny little bit of HP, though it goes down to the poison there as the Promethean offsprings can chase down the Wadjet, but the reinforcements are coming through, and no-brainer will have to be very, very careful here. As he does decide to charge forward, there's only a handful of slingers, but I don't know if this is going to be a great fight here for no-brainer. Jack's got all the units in the world to deal with all of this. But the Kyro Ballista micro here from No Brainer looking very, very nice. Should keep on going for this because you can get a lot of damage and use the Promethean Offspring to defend that one. But nice play there from No Brainer. Does manage to get a couple of pot shots off. Does force Jack back for the time being. And some upgrades to come through for Jack as well, as he is slowly going to move forward. The one thing he's kind of missing here is a whole lot of priests to heal up and get these obelisks up, but now he's getting a couple more in, and that's going to be a nice little help for him. On the flip side, for No Brainer, he kind of doesn't need to spam any more units out. He's seen what Jack is going for. Getting to the heroic age right now makes a lot of sense. He's got the sky passages set up on multiple different corners. I'd love to see Sneaky Citizen just wandering over onto this gold mine as well, or over here, just somewhere else where he can get everything sorted. But we are still seeing No Brainer going for the No Brainer play, which is spam units until you can spam units no more. I feel like getting to the heroic age for Satyr and making a whole bunch of oracles is the best play right now, but it's a little bit difficult to see that from No Brainer's perspective here. He doesn't see the army getting massed up. He doesn't know what's coming for him. That being said, he can just leave this position. He can just get watchtowers. He can just sit in his main base and be fine. Inside of that sky passage, there's a hefty amount of units, especially the Kyro Ballista. 3 Kyro Ballista here. These are 4 population. So that's 12 pop worth of Kyro Ballista. And they can take out the Axemen that want to charge in there pretty easily. Meanwhile, Jack just going to continue to spam out Spearman, Wadget, Slinger, and all the other good stuff. So now Jack going to be losing just a little bit of obelisks and a little bit of the stare down going on here. We just have these guys just hanging out. I'm not really sure what Jack's holding out for. His army is well and truly in the positive. But maybe he doesn't want to give any angles for No Brainer to get any raids off or something like that. There's no walls in just yet for Jack. He could definitely start thinking about setting all those up. Especially up here, nice and forward. Get these walls up over here. Meanwhile, this unit's just continuing to pop through here. Idle citizens, got to get those out of the sky passage. No Brainer, a little bit of trouble there, but he'll work that one out. Now he has. Still got a whole bunch of food up on this top side. Gonna grab all that. More Prometheans coming in. Kyro Ballista, Murmillos. There's still only a handful of priests in here for Jack, which is very, very troubling. Those Prometheans are going to be really, really valuable here. In fact, it might be worth it to drop a second temple if you really want to keep pumping those out. Up onto the top side. Obelisks coming through. There's worlds where you can go for some sort of shifting sands play, but No Brainer. Popping out of his sky pass just to heroize another Deuterino there as his citizen can pop through, jump over onto this gold mine, get himself straight to that heroic age. Chaos is going to be huge on top of Axeman and Slinger. Like, you can be happy to click this wherever you want at the moment. The Spearmen do manage to come through. They pick off one little Kyro Ballista there, going after a citizen as well. The citizen will be heroized with Valor, though. No value to be found as Hyperion now coming through. Meanwhile, on the other side, however, Sekhmet on the way. Now, Sekhmet is really, really good versus Atlantean. Of course, there's the satyr. Basically, Sekhmet is just good against human units. It's really, really bad versus myth units. So the big secret to getting through Sekhmet for anyone who wants to be, who's in these sort of positions, is to go into myth unit. As many as you possibly can when you see that Sekhmet come through. Of course, you can also go for like cavalry. It's not a bad idea against the axeman slinger. A no-brainer. Wandering forward. Looking for somewhat of a fight. He's got so many Caraballister in this one counter barracks. Just needs a couple more of those to make this all work. As he does hit that heroic age. Charging forward. Chaos gets dropped in onto the army as Shifting Sands will come through. Shockwave comes in but misses it. Does that actually work? Surely not. I think I would rage if that were... If that denied my Shifting Sands... Does anyone know? I have to do some editor testing. Surely that doesn't deny it. I know that it does if it's the Thunderburst. Shifting Sands should work regardless if the unit is flying or not because it hits flying units. But no-brainer trying to make that happen. Now, he doesn't have another Shockwave, but he does have some Satyr coming into his army. We've got that Slings of the Sun technology coming through for Jack as well. And here's the big problem, which is no-brainer coming in to hit Jack's gold mine. Jack will have to take a fight here. He doesn't have himself heavy axemen. He doesn't have himself heavy slingers. Great control on those Caraballister here. He's got to get those back. Getting huge amounts of damage done with them, though. As the slingers, however, now going on top of the Caraballister as the good control is down the window, out the window right there as the Murmillo Prometheans charging in onto the back of those slingers over here. But now only a handful of Caraballister remaining. Priest going after all those Prometheans as well. And can Jack defend here or not is the big question. He's lost a lot of villages, I think, from this. Does Jack have himself Skin of the Rhino? He does have that Skin of the Rhino here, but he's only got 5 priests on this fight, and there's so many Prometheans. Luckily, all the Wadgets are still alive, and they are an amazing anti-myth unit. They do that. They do have 2x versus myth units. That also applies on the poison as well, I believe. Maybe it doesn't, but I think it does. Does it? Maybe it doesn't. But nonetheless, Jack does manage to survive, but he's lost a ton of eco here. That mine was full, and now there are 8 villages left. What Jack does have, however, now, is he's got a really, really, really strong army that he can build. He's going to need to put some pressure back on to no-brainer and get some Vil picks very, very shortly. There's Contarius, Caraballister, more stuff coming through here as the villagers are going to start moving forward, trying to grab this Gazelle on the front. Prometheans on the back going to be falling, and it does look like Jack manages to win against this army yet again, which is giving him even more of a timing here to make something happen. He's got to make something happen now. We see a forward sky passage from No-Brainer. This one's a little bit risky because he doesn't actually have control. All the advantage right now that No-Brainer has is in income. He's double the economy of Jack 90. Maybe not double, maybe like 25, 30% like bigger on the economy than Jack 90 is. So he has to play Ring Around the Sky Passage until he can get the income in. And this Sky Passage will go down very quickly. The Scarab's going to make short work of it. Those Axemen are going to come through for Jack. More obelisks getting dropped by Jack, but No Brainer takes the opportunity here to push in and take out a priest. But Jack he really can't continue to sit back and play defense here. This is where it's scary. The longer this goes on, the longer that Jack is just sitting at a 2k military resource advantage, the less that advantage is going to be. Heal up the Scarab, get an extra Scarab out, charge forward, take out the pallets, kill the village, go for the main base. Gotta make something happen here. On the flip side here, No Brainer as well. He can start thinking about going for extra oracles. He's only got 3. I think he might have lost some somewhere along the game here as these spearmen have been active. No Brainer. Going to be looking for these raids. Charging around the side. We'll be able to spot a priest there to take out.
Boit.
Which is quite nice. He actually jumped straight onto it there. A couple of houses to go down as well in the main base. These generally aren't that big of a deal for the Ra because you can empower the monument and then build them back up underneath empowerment. It's only a couple of resources lost, but still any amount of damage is good damage. Migdol Stronghold now coming up for Jack. He is not made. I guess the one thing he does have the Citadel Center. So long as he doesn't lose more villages, he's slowly catching up on this economic difference. This village is going down underneath the main Citadel Center here, but so too are those Contarius getting picked off pretty quickly from the Citadel Center. It's pretty scary being sitting underneath that, but No Brainer gets some good value there as Rain gets dropped. The Contarius going to immediately return back in here. And this little bit of a rain does help out a lot because it's 150% boosted economy, so you can almost think about it. Okay, so the rain, I say this all the time, but the one rain pays off one farm. Like one villager on a farm with the rain pays off that farm. So it costs 70 gold, right? You have Shadoof, you're getting about 35 resources, 35 food for the 70 gold for that first rain. So if you got 17 extra villages, then you get 35 times 17. And then the second rain is where things really, really pick up for that boosted economy. And that does assume that the farms are right next to the town center as well. But if you if you math it out, and you drop the rain down on the second rain, it's like you've increased your villages by 150%. It's not like, it is. You are increasing the amount of villages on that farm for quite some time. So it's a nice little boost for you. But No Brainer sitting back, waiting. He's going for this town center on the front. This is an absolutely wild town center grab. Right next to the base of Jack. He's going to be able to secure this Rhino. You have a Chaos getting dropped onto the back line there as the Contarius to come through. Arc is going to be getting their value done here as another shifting sands here from Jack to pull back. He can't afford to lose this army here because the loss of the army is loss of the game. But Jack's got to sit still and heal everyone up here. That's the most important part. Because otherwise the Chaos has actually got value. And you paid 50 favor to get away from it. Now the Contarius are going to be sneaking through onto the bottom side, checking out this gold mine. There's nothing there. And he might actually get stuck here. Some sneaky building placement can completely catch No Brainer out. And one wrong move here, losing all these Contarius for not very much, can help Jack a ton to get to the next stage of this game. No Brainer is not getting out of this position. He does charge forward onto the front here, but Slingers versus Arcus. is going to be a nice fight for Jack. He's getting all the value out of his army here. As the Pharaoh playing some Neo dodges, getting over onto the Migdol, going to be empowering that one up. Takes out all of the Archers. Now the Destroyers to fall. The Contarius have all fallen, and No Brainer has yet again thrown away another army. Really, really good defense from Jack there. But the same issue applies right now for Jack. The same issue, and that is he's behind on villagers. He needs to get the villagers going. He needs to get a second town center, a third town center. Maybe a market getting set up for some trade in this back corner to here as an angle as well. Meanwhile, Spearman coming over onto this side. Fortified town centers is through for No Brainer in this game as well. As he runs straight past the palace and fortified town center, sees these citizens. This is the damage which Jack absolutely needs to get done here. Meanwhile, Destroyers wandering forward. Town center going to be going down. Jack chasing back for the time being. Over here, all those slingers going to be falling. These villagers are way out of position for Jack. He cannot be affording to lose these. And these Destroyers get such a huge boost from that relic that they're actually, I mean, they're already doing a pretty significant amount of damage, but still, Destroyers going after that Migdol Stronghold. It's going down. There's no saving that one for the time being. Up onto the top side as well, though. This is a good fight for Jack as Shockwave comes in to try and get just a little bit more value here, but it's not going to be enough. The Axemen push this one back as now the villagers for Jack going for the town center. And No Brainer up to the top side. We'll see what he can do. One citizen up here going to be falling as the Destroyers wander forward. Spearman going to come over and take out the Sky Passage. And Jack has managed to get himself into what I call the next part of the game. He's managed to get himself to a second town center. He's still got a full army here. He's got through 2 chaos. He's got to be happy about the position. But Micro is going to be everything now moving forward. Arcus, very tough to deal with these slingers. When you've got that Destroyer Arcus comp. It's all about Micro, and it's very, very difficult. Over onto this side now. The village is going to be grabbing that gold mine. So now the Contarius swing through over onto this side. And that will be one dead Contarius. A couple of siege towers coming in with the angle to take out this fortified town center. No Sky Passage down here is a big deal. But up onto the top side, the Destroyers see the town center and say, yes, sir. Thank you very much. I will take that. But No Brainer's army is yet again going to go down here. He's continuously overfighting on these spots. He might be able to inch out somewhat of a victory here. If the Destroyers was still in there, he probably would have won that one. But while this is going on, No Brainer's second town center, really Jack's town center, going down. The palace behind it going to be falling too. As Jack spamming the Spearman out onto this spot to try and hold on. So many oracles for No Brainer. I'm not sure what he's been doing with them. They're all in the center of the map. He's got this entirely, almost entirely walled off. He can put all the oracles on the back there, no problems. The citizens over here, they do have an escape route with the Sky Passage. They can just drop that down, but they have to kill off the siege towers first. Otherwise, the siege towers will be able to deny it before it even finishes. But it looks like with all the Spearmen in, the Axemen in, there's going to be some serious damage coming through and more red units to come over. And this here for Jack is everything that he wants and more. Another 10 population of villagers going down, and all of a sudden, it's 76 to 63 villagers, one town center apiece, and the game is very, very equal. Kontari's charging in to take out more villagers over here, however, as Jack does need to get back over onto this position, defend this. Migdol's coming up, and all the other good stuff. He's got 2,000 food in the bank. Makes you wonder, is it worth it here to make some scarabs or just sell food for gold and get Mythic Age? As the spearmen come over, a little bit of shanky shanks. Couple of satyr in as the spearmen charging in, getting melted thus far by those Arcus. However, No Brainer's front line does seem to be slightly dissipating, though the slingers on the back there going down as well. And it does look like No Brainer's Arcus are going to be doing a pretty nice job here of dealing with everything. He does have to micro those siege towers on the front. Is a very naughty way to make life very tricky for the Arcus player. But now no front line left as the slingers are in, and they're going to be able to clean up those Arcus on the back there. Meanwhile, No Brainer, he's got a lot of units in queue here. One of the hardest parts about playing Atlantean is always remembering to put more buildings down. Most Atlantean players have got this build order sort of set in their mind where you sort of go 2 or 3 military buildings in the classical age and then shifting sands over onto this side. 2 or 3 in the classical age. Great defense. Can he get the villagers away from the sky passage? Oh, they hit repair. What are you doing, No Brainer? Oof. Even more citizens falling. Now No Brainer moving down to the bottom side. Like I was saying, what was I saying? I can't even remember anymore. Oh, military buildings for Atlantean. They're like, build 7 military buildings when you get to the heroic age is a very, very stock standard thing. But post heroic age, we're 31 minutes into the game. We need 10. We need 15. We need 20 military buildings. Villagers moving forward. Is there a shockwave? No. But a couple of villagers will still be falling nonetheless as Jack deletes his house, pulls back into his main base. He is, however, now gold starved. Market is going up somewhere on the map. On the front here, it's been denied. So can't sell. On the other side here for No Brainer, he has been buying food. So Jack can sell this food for a crazy amount of gold here. It's 101 gold for 100 food. That's as good as it gets. Meanwhile, No Brainer with the strangest sky passage I've ever seen in my life, but he's going for it. Villagers will make their way up to the top gold mine, try and grab that one. The Jack sends all his villagers over here. And the Contarius, their spider senses are tingling. He doesn't see it, but he knows they're there. They have to be somewhere. Walls coming up over here. Town center getting dropped. The spearmen are in to defend. And No Brainer says, I'm turning. He could have taken the fight. He's got so many Contarius here. That's only a handful of spearmen. Mr. Contarius do a little bit of a shake and bake there, going straight through the middle, trying to get over on top of those slingers. Well, he's going to squeeze through that gap and get out of there as No Brainer might try and sneak over onto the gold mine again. Picks off one villager here. Priest goes down. More villagers falling for Jack. As Hecate is on the way now for No Brainer. This is going to be really, really difficult to defend. You drop the Tartarian Gate in the main base and you hit this gold mine for 6. You also do want to be thinking about getting a sky passage on the bottom side here to secure that bottom gold mine. If you're the Oranos here, there's a lot of very, very important setups that are needed. It's Town Center attempting to come up for Jack. He's trying to get himself just that little bit more map presence, map control. Chaos coming through as the villagers are going to get sniped during the chaos. Those Contarius getting damage done as well while it's all going on. Is there enough stuff here for No Brainer is the big question. This army of Jack is absolutely gigantic. He's got 5k military resources to 3k, and it looks like Jack is yet again going to be winning these fights. Destroyers coming in. We'll see those slingers slinging away as, I mean, at this point, you almost have to just drop Tartarian Gate down to stabilize. Tartarian Gate in the main base, Tartarian Gate over here, on top of the gold mine. Citizens sneaking in ideas of a sky passage here. He does have this sky passage here. He drops the Tartarian Gate on the gold mine, and Jack is simply just going to run. He puts the mining camp behind here, but the Tartarian spawns will spot this. You could shifting sands over onto the other gold mine if he wants, as the fighting continuing underneath this palace for the time being here. There's still just so many more units for Jack than there are No Brainer. These villagers, what are they doing? They're running straight past the Tartarian spawn. So he's getting some value out of the Tartarian Gate. Really not the best usage of it, but he goes for it nonetheless. And then the villagers will move over onto this gold mine, and there was no sky. Well, there's a sky passage here, so he's got something to send down there. Some more Arcus going to be coming out. But the thing that No Brain has got here is he's just got annoyance everywhere. He can come in this side. He can come in this side. Arcus going to get a couple of pot shots off onto those spearmen as they're pulling back. Onto the top side, however, this little group of units going down is No Brainer forgetting about those. Well, the Tartarian spawns are coming over here slowly. I think if he placed it more closer, like right in the middle, he might have been able to hit both. A couple of siege towers going to make their way over to try and deal with the Tartarian Gate. One thing that this does do is it stops the trade route, but maybe the market in the bottom corner is the best option here. As rain gets dropped down from Jack for a third or fourth time. Third time? Third time. Those are the top here. The sky pass is going down. And No Brainer has just hit a very, very difficult situation. He has no gold. There is literally 760 left on the map. He doesn't have a trade route. He's starting it now. He does have an army. He's got one shockwave. Jack should shifting sands back here to keep this gold mine alive, because if he allows this over to No Brainer, well, this game will just get turned on its head. Because right now, Jack's got the advantage. He's got the army. He's got the unkillable army here. He just needs to have it on this position. This is the only spot that matters. Maybe you could delete the Tartarian Gate, sneak around. You have to kill off the Tartarian spawn somehow. That gold mine is off limits. But No Brainer now grabbing this gold mine. That's huge. Jack, trade route started. He's got 4 camel caravans. That's not going to do anything for him. He's not going to be able to reproduce his army. He can't sell resources at all. One Lampede going down. Axeman onto the back here. Will end up getting killed. The siege tower yet again. Jack very, very naughty with that. It's super important to point and click. As No Brainer is going to be able to do some sort of repopulating because he's got gold income, at least for a little bit here. Siege tower is still taking DPS away from all of this. Yeah, there is favor, but what do you spend it on? Wadgets? Probably not. Maybe actually Wadgets. That sort of makes sense. Like, hero units getting built at this moment, I don't think No Brainer can afford it. Even though he's got the favor, he just doesn't have the income. He doesn't have the resources. The scarabs onto the citizens. They do one hit. If the scarab dies right on top of a citizen, it does one hit them. There's 100 divine damage, I think. And the rain to come down for more camel caravans. But here's the thing, even if Jack loses all of these units here, No Brainer still needs to get this town center. He still needs to get his trade route sorted. And he has to stop Jack's trade route. There's No Brainer now saying, I gotta run. What else can he do? There's going to be... he can grab this gold mine for a little bit of gold to keep him afloat. A palace behind this is a nice little move. Both players are just struggling so much. Satyr are an amazing unit to be building here as well, but drops the chaos, and that's going to be more than enough to deal with the rest of those Egyptian units. And now, No Brainer has the gold mine. There's 100 favor to secure this 2,000 gold, which is so important. Potentially a second market to come down, a third market to come down for a whole bunch of trade. It's going to be really important for No Brainer as well. The No Brainer now sees the opportunity to hit the trade route. Take control of this corner as another rain coming down. Villagers will need to get pulled and get into the fight. No Brainer going to grab his town center slowly at the top there. 90 seconds with one citizen to grab that one. Camel caravans going down as the spearmen charging in. Take out that back line of Arcus. As the walls to come back up. Jack knows how important this position is. Can he get himself stone walls? Might be just that little bit too expensive here. But the units are going to keep coming through. There's also options of building a fire siphon as well. Let's have a little quick check at the Oranos trade route. He's up to 18 llama caravans. But Jack manages to survive for the time being. I am confused at this Osiris. Horus is generally the god you want to go when you've got full barracks units. But then again, maybe there's dreams of making mummies. Mummies seem like they could be really, really good here with the Osiris. As Jack's still forcing fights, he is sort of pushing through this position here. And can he actually break? I don't think he breaks through this, but he will get his town center up. He's continuing to take this. Let's have a little armory check here. No, Brandon's got iron shields, bronze mail, and bronze weapons. On the other side, full bronze is going to be coming through slowly. But the gold mine is done now. Little cheeky walls up here. I like this idea. A market in this top corner going to this town center here. Absolutely huge for Jack. And locking that off from No Brainer as well is going to be really important. Trade route, check. 23, I think. 23. to 34. Jack needs to be empowering that market as well. However, while this is going on, Fire Siphon's going after the town center, but the Tartarian spawn's denying it. Another palace coming in for No Brainer as he is going to palace creep into this position if his life depends on it. You see a little cheeky wall coming up over here, but this does get noticed. Villagers go down. No problems. Couple villagers over here going to be getting picked off. There's No Brainer has to pull back. He does have himself full pop. 235. There's still no fortified town centers in for Jack. But the problem is he needs to get to the Mythic Age so quickly here. Siege Tower's trying to break through this, but there's going to be too many units to pop out. We're even seeing Sentry Towers, which are going to get upgraded into Watch Towers for the front line here as well to push in onto this trade route. As No Brainer is trying his best to squeeze through Jack 90's Ra in this late game. Now the Sky Passage over here. Some great ideas from No Brainer could be to, well, one, kill off the Siege Tower, but swap up onto the top here to take out this. That being said, there are a whole bunch of slingers up onto this side, so maybe that's not that important. Equally important is getting out those oracles. We do see some barracks coming through from Jack in this top corner. Little bit of side builds. As No Brainer is kind of a little bit asleep at the wheel here. He's not really training units anymore. Sometimes when you play these sort of really long Age of Mythology games, you have like these little lapses where you just kind of forget to train units and you can just end up going down to 150 pop, but it's woken up again, getting those units in. However, Osiris is coming. Osiris is coming, which means mummies, which means the son of Osiris, but it also means this is something that you can deal with as Oranos. Like, I would say Horus is something that's very, very tricky for Atlantean to deal with in the Mythic Age. But Osiris, all you got to do is get through the son of Osiris, and then we are in a good spot. All the markets getting deleted here as well, though, from Jack. His army is out of position. He needs to be over here. He could grab all of the caravans and pull them back and maybe put a market up. Yeah, this Tartarian gate is actually paying for itself in spades. If you could get that market over here, then you can swap sides and take away a lot of the advantages that that Ra has. Sorry, that Oranos has. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Jack going for the main base. Citizens pulling into the town center. And there's the son of Osiris coming through as well with that mummy. He is right in on the front. Little bit of a risky position to be in, but No Brainer needs to be sort of focusing here. Getting a little bit of damage off before the units are all getting picked off. No Brainer getting himself out a couple of fanatics in. Not the best unit to be taking out either the Siege Tower or Slingers. The way that the Fanatic functions is if it's attacking a cavalry unit or an infantry unit, it's really, really good. Everything else, it's average. No Brainer did forget Theft of Fire. Maybe he doesn't have any... He's got one hero citizen. So I don't think he's forgotten it. I think he just doesn't want any hero citizen. Which is fair enough. Save that favor up for another chaos or something. But now No Brainer going to hit this town center. I think he might actually be able to take it out as the army is super out of position. Well, sort of out of position. He's coming up here. He's got a couple of slingers on the back. Losing a town center at this point, I don't know if it's the biggest deal. You're just going to push back and take it back. Obviously, this is something that No Brainer is going to have to do. Then No Brainer can pull back through the sky passage and hit this position here. Go after that trade route. This is everything that matters and more. As the army does melt, the mummy comes in onto the back line. He gets that full spread of vomit, which will mean a lot of minions here once the slingers start getting that work done. The Fire Siphon trying to break through onto the bottom side. Son of Osiris. Solo defense. YOLO defense. A bunch more Arcus and Contarius on the way. So the town center will come back up for Jack. He's still valiantly fighting, valiantly defending. Jack yet again needs to move down to the bottom. This Oranos thing of just going left, right, left, right, left, right. Non-stop. It's so tough to deal with. He will get his town center up. The walls have sort of started to get spammed all over the place from Jack. He's like, I don't want you to stick any sort of citizens here, but it almost doesn't matter. Another palace coming up here from No Brainer. Is there an angle for a Titan here on the side of No Brainer? Doesn't look like he's got the resources for it in the slightest. With this amount of walls, you must be thinking to grab that stone wall as well. But looks like not just yet. As Jack's trying to get himself out an army. This I already said it, but I feel like if he went Horus here, I think this game would feel so much easier for Jack. Super Axeman, Slinger, Spearman. But nonetheless, I mean, the question really now is, how is No Brainer, or can No Brainer finish this game off? And what's the idea here? He's going to go for Sons of the Sun. He's got himself only 4 oracles out, but he's not really spending favor anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. 53 villages on gold, or llama caravans on gold. 2 villagers happily mining out the rest of that gold mine as well there for Jack is going to be nice. But Jack seems to have lost quite a few camel caravans here. Did I just completely miss that? Did he delete them? He needs as many of those as he possibly can. He's the Son of Osiris, takes a couple more hits of damage, but the Arcus will all end up going down. I guess the next move here for No Brainer is just to walk in and just drop a sky passage here. Pop in with like all the citizens in the main base to build a palace in no time, and then just pop back over here and get the farms up. Yeah, Jack still doesn't have champion units, right? Or does he? Yeah, he's missing so many upgrades. These are heavy slingers, heavy axemen, heavy spearmen. How much damage? He's done 3,474. It's probably about the same amount of damage that a tornado would have done. So I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling this Son of Osiris in the slightest. Army situation, no brainer, is in front there. So Kontari is trying to charge through onto this side. That Son of Osiris getting that shoot and scooted. But, end of the day, he is down. And that's huge for No Brainer. Attempting to put some guard towers in here as well. But the army is sitting back defending. Jack is, if nothing, a man who likes a good defense. $235 favor in the bank right now. There's angles for extra chaos. He could be saving up for another Tartarian gate. I think it was reduced from 350 favor to 300 some time ago. But getting up to 300 favor and then dropping that. I mean, what's he going at the moment? 30 favor a minute. So 2 minutes. He'll be able to drop another Tartarian gate in this corner of the map. So he can lock off both corners with Tartarian gate. That would be absolutely brutal. There's Jack over here. Still managing to defend. He's getting his walls up. Oh! It's going to be a secret to the Titan, so attempting to get the Titan out to break through and finish this off. I mean, he does have... to be honest, I think that Jack can get it. No, Jack's got no gold. Jack's trade route is looking very miserable. He's got all the food, all the wood, but just not the gold to get that Titan out. The Tartarian gate going to come down right over onto this position. He's just got one villager on it. It's just a bait Titan gate. I'll be with you in 900 seconds, he says. Jack is getting close to actually being able to get some actual army through here. He does have to clean up all these buildings of No Brainer. So 190 seconds now with all those villages on the Titan Gate. There's still that looming second Tartarian Gate as well, which is going to be scary. It's now No Brainer yet again going after this town center. This is a really nice town center to kill because this is the trade route town center. The villagers turn around and try to repair that one up, but too little, too late. You can quickly reset these to the town center there if you use the hotkeys correctly. Select all of a type of unit and then you just right click on the market. It'll go to exactly where you want it to go to. Or the furthest position. That might not be where you want it to go to at the moment. Because they might run straight through all of these buildings and die to the towers. There's advanced fortifications on the way now for No Brainer as well. Meanwhile, advance forward. Yeah, we got the fire siphons. More fanatics on the way. And the palace is for no-brainer. Getting taken out slowly by these catapult. It's very important to grab these techs for your siege. Siege engineers, force of the west wind. Jack's still holding on, but there's this Titan is close, 75% of the way there. And I think that'll be enough for him to just walk through all the walls and just finish this game off. Jack just hasn't been able to get himself into any sort of a stable position. He can't get to full pop. The trade route is doing terribly now at 18 gold. He's now able to move it back to the normal market there, so he's gonna get back up to, was it 60 gold? Only 37. So now the Titan for no-brainer is in. It screams, it yells, it says, "Hello world, I'm ready to go." And no-brainer will move that one forward, ready to go. And now the only real option that Jack has is to spam priest, and he's got no gold. There's fanatics over here. We'll take out cavalry, which means chariot archers get taken out by the fanatics as well. But I think, funnily enough, the only unit that the fanatic doesn't absolutely destroy in the Egyptian roster is the Sekhmet Slinger. The Sekhmet Slinger is the only thing. Of course, chariot archers can beat the fanatics as well with micro, but still. No, they do bonus damage versus the Axeman. I don't know if they beat the Axeman. It's 18.4 times 1.5. And that is the game there. Is no-brainer. Manages to take it in 1 hour and 57 seconds. An absolute marathon of a game here. Jack played till the bitter end. I feel like he should have just gone Horus. But even then, inside of Osiris, he didn't make Mummy. He didn't get his upgrades for his units. And he just couldn't stabilize here. I think if he did either of those things, he would have been probably okay. To push back, but credit where credit's due. No-brainer played this one like an absolute boss. Let's take a little look see at the post game here. All resources collected, as you'd expect. Oranos well in the lead because he was in front on the civilian count for the entirety of this game. But as you would also expect, units killed here from Jack. 1,057 there to 905. So a little bit of a unit killed advantage. But also the Ra units are cheaper than the Oranos. So he definitely had a really nice difference there. But there's 205 villagers killed. Brutal. Nonetheless, if you guys enjoyed this game, please consider following the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And I'll see you guys in the next game. Well, that was fun. What a crazy one. Alrighty, let's keep going with our Gaia. Our Gaia shenanigans. Oh. Yeah, why did I lose so much elo for losing to Soup? Is he not 2k? I don't understand. Should have only lost like 10 points, but I think I gave him 30. Feels bad, man. Oh, I'm getting tired. Flavor Soup's in game, isn't he? Ah. What do you think of AoE, and do you play it sometimes? I haven't played Age of Empires 2 since coronavirus, I think. And Age of Empires 4 since its release. I played AoE 4 when it came out, and I knew that this game is not for me. Played it for a month, and I had fun on launch, but it's too, yeah, not for me. It's for a lot of other people. I think a lot of people enjoy Age of Empires 4. Also, did you like my t-shirt? What even are the special water texts for Atlanteans? One makes one makes the siege ships shoot fireballs. I don't know what the other ones do. One makes the Nereid stronger. I imagine the other one does something for the archer ship, or the one makes the dock heal. Yeah, it's really bad. Pegasus on that god.
Yuji. Schwest.
Burek, Yuji, Eken, Eken,
Skopos, Eschloss. Heruji, Osto.
Time to cook? Why am I cooking? I think I don't actually know what I'm doing in this matchup.
Eschloss.
It's the first time you see this matchup.
Skopos.
I remember I lost really hard to Darthnox once when I was playing it, but I think I lost because I didn't know what I was doing.
Herr Joes.
Diat,
Skopos. Skopos. Yuji, Skopos. Bureg.
Leto angle? I don't think so. We're playing to win here. There's probably been 2 games thus far where I think the Leto angle was probably correct, but I went Oceanus and won anyways. So I think I think the problem, I still don't think Leto's weak. There's some really strong stuff in there. I think it's just that the Caladri is obnoxious. How do you pass up on free economy? Like boosted economy, it's so strong. Makes Leto worth it. Where you're not going to find any value out of your Caladria, I guess.
Yuji, Hedjos, Mak. Bureg, Yuji. Eskopos, Mak. Burek. Herjos. Skopos.
Yuji, Schwest.
Yuji.
Burek.
Herjos. Eschloss. Oh, Yuji. Mak. Herjos. Eschloss. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Herjos. Skopos. Bureg. Oh, Yuji.
Skopos. Mos intum. Herjos.
Burek.
Skopos. Diat.
Skopos. Aked. Aked. Aked.
Burek.
Yuji. Herjos. Most. Mak. Osto. Yuji. Osto. Yuji.
Yuji.
Herjos. Eschloss. Mak. Osto. Yuji.
Burek. Schwest.
Bureg. Eschloss. Yuji.
Yuji. Herjos. Diat.
Burek. Oso. Mos intum.
Yuji. Schwest.
Skopos. Yuji. Schwest. Herjos.
Osto. Osto.
Yuji. Osto.
Skopos.
Skopos. Eschloss. Mos intum. Burek.
Burek.
Mos intum. Yuji. Schwest.
Bureg. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschloss. Osto. Yuji. Herjos. Osto. Eschmak. Yuji. Yuji. Eschloss. Osto.
Skopos. Herjos. Burek.
Aked. Herjo. Aked. Aked. Yuji. Aked.
Herjos. Eked.
Yuji.
Skopos. Schwest. Yuji.
Skopos.
Skopos. Eked. Mos intum. Diat.
Yuji. Diat.
Burek. Diat.
Herjos. Bureg. Yumak.
Herjomak. Yuji. Oso.
Skomak. Boliat.
Burek.
Herschlost.
Skopos. Yuji. Eschloss.
Eschloss. Mak.
Yuge. Yuge.
Yuj diat.
Yuji. Eporofras.
Herjovoliat.
Erjo. Mak. Eschlost.
Bureg. Osto.
Skopos. Mos intum. Burek. Mak.
Skopos. Yuge. Yujmak.
Yuji. Mak. Eschloss.
Where are these guys? Why aren't they attacking?
Herjos. Oso. Yuji. Eschloss. Mak. Diat.
Erjos.
Fucking hell, attack it!
Yuji. Diat. Herjos. Eschloss. Yuji. Eked.
Burek. Aked.
Burek. Herjos.
I'm so pissed off. That's the dumbest
Mak.
loss of value I think I've had all night.
Skopos. Mak. Eschlost.
Ah.
Mak. Yuge. Eschmak. Eschlost.
Yuji. Oso. Eschmak.
Herschwest.
Erjo. Yuge. Mak.
What is he making? I don't even know what he's making.
Yuge. Yuge. Mak. Erjo. Yuge. Eschmak. Yuge. Yuge. Skopos. Mak. Eschmak. Yuge. Mak. Eschlost.
Skopos. Bureg. Mak.
Yuge. Yuge. Mak. Yuge. Esch. Erjos.
Skopos. Yuji.
Yujma. Yuge. Erjos.
Yuji. Yuji. Eschloss.
This is so much easier with Poseidon.
Mak.
Mak.
Skopos.
Bureg. Yuji.
Yuge. Eschmak. Yuge. Skopos.
Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Mak. Eschloss.
Yuge. Mak. Yuge. Eschlost.
Bureg. Yuji.
Erdma. Yuge. Eschlost.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschloss. Mak. Yuji. Eschloss.
Yujmak. Yuge.
Skopos. Mak. Yuji, ma, Eschloss.
Eschmak, Uje, Eschlost,
Burma, Yuji. E porofras.
Erjolia,
Erdros, Yuji, Mak, Eked, Schwest,
Yuji, Skopos, Burek.
Skopos, Ma, Eschlost, Uje, Mak,
Ma, Yuji, ma, Eschloss.
Burek, Eschloss, Oso, Vayen,
Yuji, Eschloss. Yuji, ma, Yuji. Skopo, Yuji. Yuji, ma, Yuji. Eschloss, ma, Eschloss. Yuji. Tilis moke, Yuji.
Uje,
Burek. Ma, e porofras.
Skopo, Eschlomak, Uje, Eschlamak, Uje, Ujmak, Uje, Eschmak,
Yuji.
Ujmak,
Yuji.
Skop, Eschlost, Uje,
Burek. Yuma, Yushma. Yuma, Skopos. Ma,
Uje, Mak, Eschlost,
Burek.
Uje,
E porofras.
Skopos.
Yuji, Skopo, ma, Yuji. Eschloss. Burek. Ma, Yuji, Yuji. Ma,
Erjo, Eschmak,
Burek. Eschloss. Skopos, Burek. Yuma, Yuji. Eschloss. Ma, Burek. Eschloss. Yuji. Skopos. Tilis moke.
Skopos, Voliat,
Yuji, Yuji. Burek. Ma. Skopos. Burek. Eschloss. Ma, Yuji. Eschloss. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Eschloss. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Uje, Eschlost,
Burji, Eschloss, ma, Eschloss. Skopos, ma, Eschloss, Yuji, Eschloss. Yuji, Burek, ma, Yuji.
Yuji, Yumak, Eschlo, Eked, Eked,
Yuji, Eschloss, ma, Yuji, Eschloss. Skopos, ma, Eschloss. Yuji, ma, Eschma, Yuzma, Eschma, Yuzma, Eschloss. Yuji, ma, Eschloss, ma, Eschma, Yuz, Eschma. Eschma, Eschloss, Yuji. Yuzma, Yuz, Eschma.
Skma, Uje,
Yuji,
Eschlost,
Yuz, Eschma, Esch, Yuji.
Mak,
Burek. Eschma, Yuz, Eschma, Yuji, Esch, Yuji. Skopos, Eschma.
Erjos, Uje, Eschlost,
Yuji. Burek, Yuji. Yuz, Eschma, Yuji. Eschloss, ma.
Uje, Mak, Uje,
Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji. Voliat.
Skma, Eschlo, Mak, Uje, Eschmak,
Erdros,
Scope. Mak. Osto.
Erjos,
Mak. Esh. Mos in. Yuji. Fest. Bureg. Aked. Aked. Mos intem.
Yuji.
Burma, Yuji,
Skop, Eschloss. Ma, Yuji, ma. Eschloss, ma. Yuji.
Yuji, Skopo, Eked, Burek, Voliat,
Uje,
Yuji.
Shve, Eked. Yuji, Osmak, Eked, Diat,
Eschma.
Uje, Erj, Eschlost,
Eschlos, Diat, Eked, Diat, Eked, Diat,
Burek. Yuji, ma. Esch, Yuji. Eschloss. Ma, Eschloss.
Uje, Mak,
Yuji. E po. Tilis moke.
Erjos, Eschlo, Ujma, Ujma, Uje, Mak, Uje,
Ma, Eschloss.
Uje, Eschlo, Uje,
Ma, Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Esch, Yuji. Ma, Esch, Yuji, ma. Eschloss.
Burek, Yuzmak, Vest,
Yuji. 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 E porofras. Tilis moke. Burek. E porofras. Yuji. Esch, Yuji. E porofras. Eschma. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji. Eschloss. Skopos. Yuji, ma.
Skopos,
Herjos. Esh. Mak. Eshlos. Fest.
Burek. Skopos.
Yuji, Erdros, Oso, Eked,
Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss. Ma. Yuji, ma. Burek. Eschma. Skopo. Yuji. Tilis moke. Yuji. Burek. Eschloss.
Scopos. Yuji. Aked. Sco. Aked.
Skopos. Ma. Burek. Yuji. E porofras. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji.
Yuji, Burek, Eked,
Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Eschma. Skopo. Yuji. Burek. E porofras. Yuji. Eschloss. Yuji. Tilis moke. Skopos. Yuji.
Skma, Eschlost, Uje,
Burma.
Herjos. Schvest. Schvest. Osto. Schvest. Herjo. Aked.
Yuji, Eshma, Yuji, Eshlost. Skop, Yuji.
Skopos, mo, esh,
I don't
Yuji,
like
mak.
this position at
Diat.
all.
Erdmak, Eschlost,
Mak, Esh, Yuji, Mak. E poro fras. Yuji, Bure, Yuji. Eshma, Yuji, Mak, Eshlost, Mak, Yuji.
You diot.
Skop, Eshmak. Bure, Yuji, Skopos, Eshlost.
Kerjos. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Eke, diat.
Skop. Diot.
Yuji, Yuji. Mak. Skopos, Eshlost. Yuji, Bur, Yuji. Skop, Mak, Yuji, Esh, Yuji.
Herjo. Yuji.
Mak. Tilis Moke. Yuji. E poro fras. Yuji, Burek. Skopos, Yuji.
Mos, esh, mo, mak. Mos, esh, mak. Esh, Yuji.
Yuji, Esh, Yuji. Mak. Esh, Yuji, Mak, Eshlost. Yuji, Yuji.
Skop, Yuji, Mak, Eschlost, Yuji, Mak, Eschmak, Eschlost,
Bur, Mak, Eshlost. Skop, Yuji. Yuji.
Use Oshfest.
Skopos, Tilis Moke. Burek, Mak, Eshlost. Mak, Mak, Eshmak. Yuji, Mak. Yuji. E Yuji. Bur, Eshlost. Skopos,
Mak, Eschlost,
Bur, Mak, Eshlost. E poro fras. Tilis Moke.
Erjo, Yuji,
Yuji.
Yuji.
Skop, Yuji. E poro fras. Burek, Mak, Yuji. Skopos, Yuji. E poro. Yuji.
Burek.
Ereshma. Mos intem. Use mos intem.
Skopos, Burek. Yuji. Tilis Moke. Eshlost. Mak. Esh, Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eshlost. E poro fras. Tilis Moke. Skopos, Mak. Yuji. Bur, Yuji. Yuji, Mak. Eshlost.
Skopos.
Bur. Eket. Mos intem.
Yuji. Mak. E poro fras. Tilis Moke. Yuji. Yuji. Eshlo. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Esh, Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Esh, Mak. Yuji. Mak.
Skop. Eket.
Ostomak.
Skopos, Yuji. Tilis Moke. Skopos, Burek. Yuji. Eshlost. E poro fras. Mak. Yuji. Burek.
Mak, Eschmak, Yuji,
Tilis Moke. Yuji. E poro fras. Yuji. Mak. Esh, Mak. Yuji. Eshlost.
Yuji, Mak, Eschlost,
Skopos, Mak. Yuji.
Burek.
Erjusma. Vayan.
Yuji. Eshlost.
Yuji, Eschlost,
Mak. Yuji.
Yuji,
Yuji. Tilis Moke. Eshlost. Yuji. Mak. E poro fras. Yuji. Eshlo. Yuji. Eshma. Eshlo. Mak. Yuji. Eshlost. Tilis Moke. Skopos. Bur, Mak. Yuji.
Skop, Mak, Erjo, Mak, Yuji, Yuji, Eschlost, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Oliak,
Mak. E poro fras. Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Tilis. E poro fras. Skopos. Eshlo. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. E poro fras. Yuji. Yuji. Tilis Moke. Burek. Skopos. E poro fras. Yuji. Yuji.
Erjo, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschlost,
Burek. Tilis Moke.
Erjos, Mak,
Skopos. Mak. E poro fras.
Yuji. Kerjos. Mos intem. Burek. Skop. Eshlos. Osto. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji. Yuji. Skop. Mak. Yuji. Eshmak.
Burek.
Burek.
Eke. Skopos.
Yuji, ma,
Eschlost. Osto. Yuji. Eschole.
Skoptilis moke. Eschlos. Yuji. Eschlos.
Herr Joe, Skopos, Osto, Diot.
Herjos. Diat.
Bure. Skopos, mak. Yuji. Eporofras. Burek. Yuji. Eschlo. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Eschlos.
Herr Eschlo, Diot.
Burek. Diat.
Yuji. Yuji, Fest.
Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Eschma. Eporofras. Skopos. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Herjos. Eket.
Burek. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji.
Skobos.
Skopos. Eschlos. Burek. Yuji. Ma.
Yuji.
Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji.
Ah, fuck.
Schma. Osto. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Ma. Yuji.
I need more food.
Herjo. Eket.
Yuji. Yuji. Tilis moke. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Eschlos. Burek. Skopos. Ma. Tilis moke. Yuji. Eporo. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Tilis. Eporo fras. Yuji.
Yuji.
Osto. Yuji. Eschlos. Eporo fras. Tilis moke. Yuji. Eporo fras. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Tilis moke. Yuji. Ma.
Bure. Yuji, Mos Inter.
Skopos. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Eschlos. Skopos.
Dude.
Yuji. Eschma. Yuji.
There's so many fucking weasels.
Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Eschma. Eschlos. Eschlos. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. 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 Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Skopos. Eschlos.
Yuji.
Eschli. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Burek. Eket. Skobos.
Skopos. Burek. Skopos. Eschlos. Yuji.
Herr Joe, Skopos. Mos Inter.
Skopos. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Eschlos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Eporo fras. Eschlos.
Burek. Eket. Mak. Mos Inter.
Burek.
Yuji. Eket.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Eschlos. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Eschlos.
Herjos. Eket.
Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Eschlos. Tilis. Eporo fras. Skop. Yuji. Ma. Burek.
Burek. Eket.
Burek. Eket.
Herjos.
Okay.
Yuji.
Skopos. Eschlos. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Eschlos. Skopos. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Tilis mo. Tilis moke. Yuji. Ma.
Skobos. Diat. Yuji. Eket.
Yuji. Eket.
Burek. Eket. Herjo. Eket.
Herr Eket.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Skopos. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos.
Yuji. Eschlos.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Tilis moke. Eschlos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Yuji. Ma. Eschlos. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Eporo. Yuji. Yuji. Ma.
Yuji. Eket.
Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Dilis mok, yuji, dilis mok, bore, ma, yuji, skopos, yuji, eshlos, ma, eshlos, ma, yuji, eshlos, ma, yuji,
Bure eket.
Bure eket.
yuji, eshlos, ma, yuji, eshma,
Skopos eket.
skopos, bore, yuji, ma, skopos, bore, eshlos, ma, yuji, eshlos, yuji, ma,
Bure eket. Bukat.
yuji, eshma, yuji, eshlos, bore, ma, yuji, eshlos, ma, yuji, eshma, yuji, ma, yuji, ma, yuji, bore, yuji, ma, eshlos, ma, yuji, e poro fras, eshlos, yuji, eshlos, ma, yuji, eshlos, yuji, ma, yuji, eshlos, ma, yuji, eshlos, bore, skopos, yuji, ma, yuji, eshloji,
Erjos. Yuji.
Mak. Eket. Diat.
bore, ma, eshloji, eshma, yuji, eshlos, yuji, ma, yuji,
Skopos. Eshlos. Mak. Yuji. Eket.
yuji, dilis skopos, eshloji, ma, yuji, yuji,
Yuji. Eshmak. Diat. Herjos. Eket.
Bure eket. Erjos.
Bure eket.
Skopos eket.
yuji, eshma,
Yuji also.
yuji, bore, yuji, eshma, dilis moke, skop, yuji,
Eket. Diat.
yuji, yuji, bore, eshlos, e poro fras, skop, yuji, yuji, bore, ma, yuji, yuji, eshlos, yuji, ma, eshlos,
Skopos.
Eshlos. Eket. Diat.
skopos, yuji, eshlos,
Bure eket. Yuji. Eket.
Yuji. Bure. Herjos. Vol. Diat.
ma, yuji, eshlos, ma,
Bure.
yuji, yuji,
Yuji. Osto. Diat.
yuji, skopos, eshma, dil, eshlos,
Where's my army?
ma,
Skopos. Bure. Eket.
yuji, eshlos, ma, yuji, bure, skopos, yuji, bure, ma, bure, eshlos, yuji, ma, eshlos, yuji, ma, eshlos, bure, ma, yuji, eshlos, ma, eshlos, yuji, bure, eshlos, skopos, ma, yuji, bure, eshlos, ma, yuji, eshlos, yuji, ma, yuji, ma, eshlos, yuji, ma, eshlos, yuji, ma, eshlos, yuji, ma, yuji, eshlos, ma,
Mak. Boliat.
bure, yuji, eshma, yuji,
Herjo. Yuji. Eshlo. Eket.
eshma, yuji, e poro fras, skopos, eshma,
Also. Diat.
bure,
Erjos.
yuji, eshlos, dilos moke,
Burek.
ma, yuji, skopos, ma, e poro fras, skopos, yuji, eshlos,
Yuji. Yuji. Diat.
Bure. Yuji. Eket.
Skopos. Eket.
skopos, bure, yuji, yuji, e poro, ma, eshloji,
Erjos. Eket. Diat.
bure, dilos moke, yuji, ma, e poro fras,
Skopos. Os. Eket.
Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Bukat.
eshlos, ma, yuji, dilos moke,
Herjos.
Mos. Diat.
bure, ma, eshlos, yuji, skopos, e poro, dilos moke, yuji, skopos,
Burek. Mak. Diat.
Skopo. Bure. Eket. Diat.
bure, skopos, yuji, ma, eshlos, skopos, e poro fras, bure, yuji, ma, eshloji, yuji, ma, bure, skopos, yuji, eshlos, yudilis, e ma, eshlos, yuji, eshlos, ma, Yuji, Mak, Eshmak, Yuji, Eshmak, Yuji, Eshlos, Mak, Yuji, Eshlos. Yuji, Mak, Eshlos.
Ah,
Bore,
shit.
Yuji,
That's
Eshmak,
samurai, isn't
Eshlos,
it?
Yuji. Yuji. Yuji, Bore, Eshlos. Eshlos, Yuji, Eshlos, Yuji. Skopos, Mak, Yuji.
Shit, that was bad trade.
Bore, Eshmak, Skopos, Yuji, Mak, Eshmak.
Yuji, Mak. Scope, Mos Intim.
Skopos, Bore, Yuji, Skop, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji, Skopos, Yuji, Skopos, Bore, Yuji, Yuji, Mak, Bore, Eshlos. Yuji, 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 Mak, Eshlos.
Kerjos. Eke dia.
Skopo, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji, Mak, Bore, Yuji, Eshmak, Yuji,
Yuji.
Skopos, Yuji, Eshlos. Bore, Skopos, Gilis Moke. Yuji, Mak, Bore, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eshlos.
Burek.
Skopos, Bore, Mak, Yuji, Mak. Gilis Moke. Yuji, Eshlos, Mak, Bore, Yuji, Eshlos. Skop, Mak. Bore, Yuji, Eshlos. Yuji, Skopos, Yuji. Mak, Yuji, Eshlos. Skopos, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Bore, Yuji, Eshlos.
Yuji, Osto, Schmuck.
Eshlost.
Yuji. Yumak.
Eshlost.
Skopos. Mak, Yuji.
Kerjos.
Eshlost.
Bore, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos. Skopos,
Osto.
Yuji. Bore, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos.
Kerjma. Yuji.
Skopilis Moke. Yuji, Mak, Bore, Skopos, Yuji, Eshlos. Bore, Mak. Eporo,
Also Burek. Yuji.
Yuji. Oh, Yuji. Mos Intim.
Bore, Skopos, Yuji.
I need golds.
Yuji, Eshlos. Bore, Yuji.
Bure. Mak.
Kerjos.
Gilis Moke. Yuji. Skop, Yuji.
Skopos. Buka. Esh. Aken.
Mak. Esh Yuji. Eshmak, Yuji. Eshlos, Yuji. Mak, Eshlos, Eshlos. Mak, Eshlos, Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji, Mak,
Yuji. Bukat.
Kerja. Bukat.
Skopo. Volea. Bukat. Volea.
Bure. Yuji, Skopos. Bure. Yuji, Mak. Eshlos, Bure. Yuji, Mak, Yuji. Eshlos. Skopo, Mak. Yuji, Eshlos. Mak, Yuji, Eshlos. Mak, Yuji, Mak. Eshlos. Mak, Yuji. Eshlos. Mak, Yuji. Eporo, Eshmak. Dilis Moke, Yuji. Eporo, Mak. Yuji. Eshmak, Yuji. Mak, Eshmak, Yuji. Eshlos. Mak, Yuji. Eshlos. Yuji, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji. Eshmak, Eshlos. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Mak, Yuji. Eshlos. Mak, Yuji. Eshmak, Yuji. Mak. Eshlos. Yuji, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji. Mak, Eshmak, Yuji. Yuji. Eporo, Bure. Topo, Dilis Moke. Eshlos. Yuji, Mak. Topos, Bure. Yuji. Eporo, Fras. Yuji.
Yuji. Bu. Osto. Kerja. Mak. Yuji. Skopo. Mos
Yuji.
Intim. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Mos Intim.
Bure. Yuji. Topos. Yuji. Bure.
almost pulled it back from that god-awful early game. I didn't realize there was an opening here. And then my oracles wouldn't fucking play. Oh, I forgot about Fanatics. That's for sure. Yeah, I should have built Fanatics. Ah. What do you mean plow? I have all my... I have all the important ones. It's just the food. And I guess the gold mines. That's disappointing. Yeah, I think if I built Fnatic here instead of my Millos at the end, I would have been in a much better spot. I just forgot. I think I would have survived here for sure. And then maybe I can get into Lampedes. God, it was just too hard to cut him off these gold mines. Over here as well, this castle that got up should not have got up. Like I clicked the palace and I right clicked on the castle, and then I think I afterwards clicked select all palace and moved it over to this side, and this is not targeted on the right way. What does this do? It does 77.5 damage. It hits once with 77.5 damage. Apparently. Ah. Two X versus Myth units is only on the one that comes from the on the Musha. Those games take it out of me. I think, yeah, no, if I didn't have that disastrous early game, I wouldn't have got into that position. Like, my base was 100% safe. I built it perfectly. I just didn't realize that that forest was open there at the front. So next time I have to build the manors on either side of the forest, and then the weasel doesn't get in there. All right. What are you gonna do? Let's watch this game. I need a break. I think that's definitely a matchup that I think a little bit more knowledge would go a very long way. I think it might be Gaia favored after playing it just then. I think a lot of things went wrong for me and I still almost won. What do I have it as? I don't even think I know. Gaia versus Ataras. I have it as, yeah, slightly Gaia favored. Yeah, it feels that way. Atlantean shits on Japan. I mean, I'm not sure. I think there's maybe there's an angle for playing for what are they called? Or playing for Shrine of the Hunt and playing like defensively like that. But obviously if you can get the weasel and you cause pain, then do that. Why don't I play team games? I don't like team games. The only time I like team games is when I'm playing with a team that is on comms with me. I'll be right back. One chocolate. One Christmas chocolate. Oh. I feel like everyone focuses me. No. Is Demeter coming in Feb? I don't know. Is that what they say? Have they done an announcement of it? No. What, Chocky? I got a fun size Snickers. Thanks, Machine. Is that Machine? Machine? Thanks, man. Appreciate you. So, I don't know. It could be me. Expansion Pass says coming 10th of Feb 2026. Really? There you go. That's soon. Sheesh. Not gonna lie, I'm worried about that flying hero. Maybe that's like the Atlantean only feature. Maybe it doesn't fly. Maybe it just jumps like Bellerophon. When I say with comms, I mean with like my own team. I don't want to play with like. How do I put this? So it makes sense. If I play basketball, right? I couldn't care less if I jumped onto a team I never play with and I win. I probably couldn't care less if I lose. I mostly care if I play well or not. But if I win with my team, the team that I play with every week, now that's something special. So I need like a my team that I play with all the time. But I can't be bothered. It used to be the old boys. Zook, you can be my team. Thanks, man. What would my dream team be? I don't know. People who are willing to play like... Basically, people who don't just say... oh, you just do this. I hate people like that. God, that drives me out the wall. You just do this. Just do this. This is just the way you play. It's just the right way. Team games is fun for casuals. Well, team games, if you play... I don't think balance really matters if you're playing competitively. If you're like trying to win. Because then you just play like... you play whatever's strong, right? You figure it out, you play whatever's strong. But if you play like a fun team game, and then some people in there are taking it a little too seriously, and they just pick the really strong gods, then yeah, it's not that fun. I don't play with hotkeys. How can I improve that? And which god is a little bit easy without much control and can counter? You should play with hotkeys. Add them in one by one. So every game you play, or for a week, add in Q. The next week, add in W, and just learn what they all are. So never click on the Q one, right? So like if I was playing and I built a... And there's nothing to show you. And I built a temple, right? And I wanted to build a priest. I would say, okay, I'm not allowed to click on the priest. I have to hit Q. I can look down and see Q. Okay, I'm going to hit Q. Until I don't need to look down and see it's a priest, right? If I go over and I see it's a priest and I go, okay, no, I have to hit Q. And you keep doing that. And then you learn what units on Q over that week. And then after that week's done, you'll know Q. Then you move on to W. You do the same thing with W in all your buildings, right? And you just learn which units on which thing, so you don't have to look at it. That's how you get the hotkeys down. Which god is easy is probably... It depends on what you want, right? Like, if you just want freeload, probably Kronos is your best bet. You can just learn how to Kronos rush, do that a whole bunch, and get some freeload. People will hate you, and you will hit a wall pretty quickly, where people will start to defend it. But you'll be able to get out of like 1,000 elo if you learn that quickly. But if you want to just learn the game properly, maybe like a Poseidon. What those golden lions. Okay, this has not gone well for Mr. Tunison here. A lot of your opponents will leave the game too. Kinda. I mean, you asking me what the easiest god is, probably Kronos at the moment. Well, you learn one strat, you can do it against everything. And then it stops working later on. Or you have to learn the extensions. Yeah, I'll never understand. Masterclass of walk into Oranos base. One town center Oranos with gold lions and wadgets and somehow get a villager pick. How does that even happen? In what world do you get a vill pick here as set? Like, how? I don't understand. Explain. Against one TC. One TC Oranos. Wadgets S tier. That's right, yeah. It's got sky passages all over the place. I think what Tunison is doing is he's doing a 2TC fast heroic with oracles. That's what I think he's doing. I say 2TC like this. So the idea is that you're just going to spend every bit of resource you have on the extra favor that you got in, while building whatever units you can afford on top of the myth units. It sort of makes sense. Dude, golden lions are actually OP. I think if this relic's on the map and the person gets it and uses it like well, then man, it makes any god S tier, I think. So Nephthys? The good thing is he does have this hunt up here, I guess. It's only 6 oracles. He needs to keep building them and get a second temple. There's a world where he can gold starve on this gold mine or this gold mine as well. Get a sky passage up here. I think Illuminati should just go straight to the Mythic Age. I think that's the correct best way to play here. And then sack this position. Sit in your base. Maybe. Maybe not, actually. I don't know. He's reading it well. He's getting himself Spirit of Mart. Oh, he gets Spirit of Mart every game? Okay. I wouldn't get Spirit of Mart every game. It's good tech, though. Is he hiding the Satyr at the very least? No. Well, this will be interesting. This really does just come down to micro. I think if Tunison micros this really well, I actually think he can win this game, even from the position he's in. He's getting Sons of the Sun. Build a second temple. Spend the fucking favor. Get it out. Need a forward sky passage. Why build it here? Build it here. You have the perfect situation here for a gold starve. Like on the next gold mine. Because this gold mine and this one will be expiring before Mythic Age. Well, this is a crazy raid. Can you get any? One. Joe Watermelon, what's happening, man? I kind of want to try this strat. I think it seems really, really good. On paper, this strat seems really strong. But I think you should go up to 10 oracles. Because the idea is your opponent goes 2 TC, fast heroic, so they give you the map, so you should be able to go oracle spammaging. But he's still not spending all of his favor, which I... Check all rests after this? Illuminati is in front, no? I don't get why people are like upset at a Civ having more resources than another Civ. This is the same thing with Norse, and it was wrong on Norse as well. Like a Civ has to have some sort of advantage in the game. They can't just be shit all around. He has to drop Chaos to take this fight. Oh no. Get into the sky passage! Chaos? Okay, at least it's fine. Okay, now we just run. It's fine. You know what? It's funny. I feel like Tunison can still win this game if he spends his favor. The thing is, Illuminati, like, using the ancestors here just to get rid of all this, probably a little bit of overkill, but he just needs to survive. So, this sort of strat that Tunison is doing would fall off pretty hard. I think you're probably playing for like 15 minutes or 16 minutes into the game for like your, maybe 15 minutes into the game for your power spike, or not your power spike, your death ball.
Enito.
7 priests versus 6 satyr. Who wins? Uh-oh. Nice little Contarius raid. Let's have survival equipment at the very least. He's not... Let's not compare the villages across cultures. Citizen, do not gather at 2x the rate of an Egyptian villager. They just don't. It's a silly comparison. It's a silly observation. Well, am I wrong on that? Another chaos, so he doesn't have it. Satyrs hitting siege towers. Let's go. Well, I think Illuminati has now won this one. I think if Chaos was there and the Satyrs didn't waste their special on the siege towers, I think he probably would have won that fight. Someone in Mr. Dragon Breath saying Egyptian is weak in chat. Or you feel like Egyptian is weak. I don't think Egyptian is weak. Alright. I think we're going back to our, we're gonna go back to our games. I think that one's over. Interesting strat from Tunison, but... yeah, I think, like I said, he should go for more oracles and play for the death ball. All right, let's see how we go. Tunison.
Bureshnost. Ake, diot.
Herr Jos. Bure. Mak. Eschlost. Herr Mak. Yuji.
Oranos.
Oh, Bushkopo. Bureg.
Yeah, I don't like this matchup as Gaia. I think it's really, really tricky.
Bureg. Yuji. Mak.
We'll see how we go though.
Bureg. Bureg. Hedjos. Yuji. Bureg. Yuji. Bureg.
Do we ever go town center? There's 2 rhinos.
Hedjos. Bureg. Bureg. Yuji.
Dwarven horseshoes.
Hedjos. Bushko. Hedjos. Bushko. Hedjos. Osto. Yuji. Hedjos. Yuji. Yuji. Bushko. Bushkopos. Eschlost.
Got a sort of
Yuji.
back-ish gold mine.
Bushko. Yuji.
I don't think I want to play 2 TC here. Oh, he's playing Zeus. I thought he was playing Oranos. Okay. Well, that changes things a little bit.
Bureg. Osto. Yuji. Yuji.
Skopos. Mak.
Eshkopos. Mak. Bureg. Eshkopos. Osto. Bureg.
There's some good relics on this map.
Herjos. Yuji. Aked. Osto. Bure. Aked. Aked. Diot.
Yuji. Yuji. Bureg. Eshkopos. Yuji. Hedjos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Fest. Bure. Aked. Diot. Skopos. Herjos.
Skopo. Mos intum.
Yuji. Mos intem. Yuj fest.
Bureg. Skopos. Yuji. Hedjos.
Bureg.
Bureg. Skopos. Eschlost. Osto. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Osto.
Yuji. Oso. Mos intum. Eked.
Hedjos.
Skopos. Aked. Aked. Diot.
Herjos. Schwest.
Erjamak.
Bureg. Eschlost. Herjos. Mak. Yuji. Mos intum. Oso. Eked. Mos intum. Yuji.
Bureg.
Skopos.
Skopos. Esh. Voliat.
Yu. Mak.
Herjos.
Yujmak. Eshlost. Erdmak. Eshmak. Yuje.
Yuji. Eked.
Yuji. Skop. Fest.
Bureg. Mos intum. Herjos. Yuji.
Yujeshmak.
Herjos. Bure. Eshlos. Mak.
Eschlo. Eked.
Yuji.
Yuje. Eshmak. Esh. Yujma. Esh. Yujma. Esh. Yujma. Eshlost. Yujma. Esh. Yuje.
Skopo. Yuji. 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 Ma. Yuji.
Skopos.
Bure. Yuji. Ma.
Bureg.
Yuji. Eschloss. Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji.
Yuji.
Yuj. Eshlost. Mak. Eshlost.
Bure.
Bureg. Mak. Oso.
Skop. Osto. Bur. Yuji. Hedja. Mak. Esh. Yuji.
Yuji.
Erjos. Yuje.
Skopa. Yuji. Eschloss. Bure. Yuji. Skopos. Eschma. Eschloss. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss.
Eshlost. Yuje. Mak. Yuj. Eshlost.
Burek, Yuji.
Herr Joe. Osto. Uji. Osto.
Yuji.
Scopo. Most intem.
Burek, Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Yujma. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Skop.
Yuma. Osto.
Yuji.
Burek. Eschlo. Yuji.
Yuji. Mak. Burek, Yuji. Skopos. Eschlost. Yuji. Skopos. Yujma. Eschlost. Yujmak. Yuji.
Erjos.
Skopos.
Eschlos. Yuji.
Skopos.
Yujmak.
Yuji. Dilis Moke.
Ereshlos. Yuge.
Yuji. Eschlosmak.
Yuge. Mak. Eshlos.
Skopo. Yuji. Ma. Eschlost. Yujma. Eschlo. Yujma. Eschlosmak. E poro fras.
Erjos.
Burek.
Skop. Yujma. Yujma. Yuge.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji.
Ereshlos. Mak. Yuge. Eshlos.
Dilis Moke. Yuji. Yuji.
Erjos. Yujma. Yuge.
Ma. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Yuji.
Burek. Aked. Schwest.
Herr Jos.
Schwest.
Uji. Mak. Schwest.
Yuji. Skopo. Ma.
Yuji. Most intem.
Burek. Eschlost. Skopo. Burek. Yujma. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Eschmak. Eschlost.
Skopos. Burek. Herr Jos. Also. Most intem.
Bur. Eschlos. Uji. Ost. Schwest.
Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschlost.
Scopo. Aked. Schwest.
Skopos.
Herr Joe. Aked. Schwest.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Esch Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Ma. Eschlost. Skopos. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Eschma. Esch Yuji. Ma. Esch Yuji. Ma. Esch Yuji. Ma. Eschlost. Skopos. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji. Ma. Eschma. Yuji.
Burek. Aked. Schwest.
Yuji. Ma.
Burek. Eke. Diat.
Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji. Eschma. Skop. Burek. Yuji.
Osto.
Yuji. Skopos.
Skma. Uji. Vole. Schwest. Schwest.
Skopos. Eschlost. Yuji. Burek. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Eschlost.
Uleschlo. Schwest.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Eresh. Yuge.
Bu. Eschlost. Yuji.
Skopos.
Skop. Mak. Yuji. 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 Mak. Bu. Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Skopos. Bur. Eschlost. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji.
Scopo. Osto. Diot. Herr Joe. Most is Schwest.
Skop. Burek. Eschlost.
Yuji. Mak. Ek. Diat.
Uji. Diot.
Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Eschlost. Skop. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. Eschmak. Eschlost. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Eschlost. Mak.
Yujmak.
Skopos. Eschlost. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Yuji.
Scopo. Aked. Most
Yuji.
intem.
Burek. Eschlost. E poro fras.
Eshlost. Yuge.
Yuji. Mak. Dilis Moke. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Skopos.
Burek. Uji. Mak. Schwest.
Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Skopos. Burek. Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Burek. Yuji. Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost. Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Esch Yuji. Esch Mak. Yuji. Eschlost.
Uji. Most
Burek.
intem.
Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji. Esch Yuji. Skopos. Mak.
Erjos. Ma. Yuge.
Bu. Yuji. Skopos. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost.
Yuge. Eshlost.
Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Burek. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost. Yuji.
Schkomak. Uge.
Yuji, Burek,
Her Aked. Schwest.
Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Skopo, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eschloss,
Erma. Eschlost.
Yuji, Eschlo, Mak, Burek, Eschko, Yuji, Eschlo, Mak, Yuji, Eschloss, Burek, Yuji, Eschloss,
Burek.
Skop, Burek, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Burek, Skopo, Yuji, Mak,
Skop. Aked. Schwest. Yuji. Esh Aked.
Yuji, Skop, Mak,
Yuji.
Yuji, Yuji, Mak,
Skopo. Yuji. Mak. Herjos.
Skopos, Eschlo, Mak,
Bureg.
Yuji, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss,
Yuji. Osto. Yuji.
Burek, Yuji, Skopos, Yuji,
Her Jos. Burek. Schwest. Schwest.
Burek, Skop, Burek, Yuji, Mak, Skopos, Burek, Yuji, Eschloss,
Bureg. Yuji.
Skopos, Mak, Eschlu, Mak, Eschluji, Mak, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschloss, Dilis Moke, Mak, Yuji, Dilis Moke, Eschmak, Burjuji, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss,
Skopos. Burek. Schwest.
Herjos. Schwest.
Yuji, Burek, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Skopo, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eschluji, Mak, Yuji, Eschluji, Mak, Eschluji, Eschloss, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Eschmak, Eschloss, Yuji, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Eschluji, Dilis Moke, Eschmak, Eschloss, Mak, Eschluji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschloss, Mak, Yuji, Skopo, Mak, Eschloss, Burek, Yuji, Eschloss, Mak, Eschluji, Mak, Eschmak, Yuji, Mak, Eschmak, Yuji,
Yuji. Her Jos. Yuji. Osto. Diot.
Burek, Mak,
Uge.
Yuji. Skopos. Mak. Diot. Her Jo. Aked.
Skopos, Burek, Yuji, Eschluji, Burek, Skop, Yuji, Burek, Mak, Eschloss,
Skopos. Osto. Diat.
Yuji, Skopos, Burek, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschloss, Mak, Yuji, Eschloss, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Skopos, Burek, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak,
Burek. Mos Intem. Yuji. Aked. Diot. Her Jos. Aked. Diot.
Skopos, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Burek, Skopos, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschmak, Eschloss, Yuji, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Skopos, Yuji, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschluji, Skopos, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss,
Yuji.
Yuji, Skopos, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Eschluji, Mak, Eschluji, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Eschmak, Eschloss, Yuji, Dilis Moke, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Bur, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Dilis, Yuji, Skopos, Burek, Dilis, Yuji,
Skopos.
Eschloss,
Erjos.
Skopos, Mak, Eschloss, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Burek, Burek, Dilis Moke, Mak,
Eschlost.
Burek, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschloss, Skop, Mak, Burek, Skopos, Yuji, Dilis, Yuji,
Uge. Mak. Erma. Mak. Skop. Eschlost.
Yuji, Burek, Mak, Yuji, Eschmak,
Yuji. Mos Intem.
Burek, Yuji, Mak,
I thought I'd win that fight.
Herjos.
Yuji.
Skop, Yuji, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Burek, Yuji,
Burek. Skop. Aked.
If I'd spend my resources, I might have.
Burek, Mak, Eschmak, Burek, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschloss, Yuji, Burek, Mak, Yuji, Skopos,
Bureg. Yuji. Yuji. Eschloss.
Burek, Yuji, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Burek, Eschmak, Yuji, Eschloss, Mak, Yuji, Eschmak,
Yuji. Mos Intem.
Skopos, Dilis Moke, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Burek, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Yuji. Dilis moke. Schloss. Ma Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Skopo. E poro fra.
Yuji.
Yuji. Burish ma Yuji. Schloss.
Erdmak.
Yuji ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji ma. Schloss. Yuji ma. Schloss. Dilis moke. Yuji schma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Yuji schma. Yuji ma. Schloss. Ma Yuji ma. Schma. Yuji ma. Schloss. Ma Yuji ma. Schma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji schma. E poro fra. Schma. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuma. Eschlost.
Schloss. Yuji ma. Yuji schloss ma. Yuji. E schloss. Dilis moke. Yuji ma. Yuji. Yuji ma. Yuji ma. Yuji schma. Yuji. Schma. Schma. Yuji schma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji schma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji schma. Yuji ma. Schloss. Yuji ma. Yuji. Yuji ma. Skop. Yuji schma. Yuji schloss. Ma. Burek. Yuji ma. Yuji ma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Schloss. Dilis moke. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Skop. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. E poro fras.
Skopmos intum. Burek. Jos.
Eken.
Burek. Ma. Yuji. Dilis moke. Skopos. Yuji. Skop. Schloss. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Skop. Schloss. Yuji. Burek. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. E poro fra. Schma. Yuji. Schma. Dilis moke. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Skopos. E dilis moke. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. E poro fra. Schma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Skop. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji.
Burek. Eked. Skop. Eked.
Yuji. Eken. Skopo.
Yuji.
Eken.
Eked. Skop.
Bu.
Eked.
Eken. Eken.
Burek.
Herjos. Skopos.
Mos intum.
Burek. Ma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Dilis moke. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. E poro fras. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Schloss.
Burek. Mak. Mos intim.
Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Schloss. Dilis moke. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Schma. Schloss. Yuji.
Shma. Yuji.
Schloss. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Schma. Schloss. Yuji. Schma. Yuji.
Herjos. Skop. Eked.
Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Yuji. Dil. Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma.
Burek. Yuji. Eked.
Skop. Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Schloss. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Burek. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Dilis moke. Schloss. E poro fras. Dilis moke. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss.
Eked. Herjos. Eked.
Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Schma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Schloss. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Yuji.
Burek.
Yuji. Ostoma. Yudidiat. Skopo. Diat.
Burek. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Skop. Yuji. Schma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Burek. Skop. Schloss. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji.
Burek. Eken.
Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Herjo. Osto.
Herjos.
Erjos. Eschlost.
Skop. Mak. Boliat. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Ozmak. Eken. Eken.
Burek. Ma. Schma. Yuji. Ma.
Yuji. Boliat.
Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji, Mak, Esh Yuji. Bure, Esh Los. Ma, Esh Los, Yuji. Dilos Moke, Yuji, Esh Los. E Poro Fras. Ma, Dilos Yuji. Esh Yuji, Ma, Esh Los, Yuji. Ma, Esh Los. Yuji. Ma, Yuji. Bure, Skopos. Esh Ma, Esh Los, Esh Ma. Esh Los. Ma, Esh Ma, Yuji. Ma, Esh Los, Yuji.
Skopos. Eket.
Ma, Yuji, Esh Los. Ma, Yuji, Esh Los. Ma, Esh Yuji. Ma,
Yuji.
Scopo. Eked.
Her Eket. Skopos.
Yuji, Esh Yuji. Ma, Yuji, Esh Los. Yuji. Ma, Yuji.
Yuji. Eshnos.
Esh Yuji. Ma,
Yuji. Echo.
Osto.
Yuji, Esh Los. Ma, Yuji, Ma, Esh Los. Yuji, Ma, Esh Los. Yuji.
Her Joe. Yuji. Skuka. Ma.
Esh Ma, Esh Los. Yuji. Ma, Esh Los. Yuji, Ma, Yuji. Esh Ma, Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Ma, Esh Ma, Yuji, Esh Ma.
Bur.
Yuji. Yuji. Esh Los. Skopos.
Yuji. Mos
Yuji.
intem.
Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Esh Los.
Her Joes. Mos
Bure.
intem. Skopos.
Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Skop. Bure. Esh Yuji. Ma. Esh Los.
Yuji. Mos intem.
Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los. Yuji. Dilis Moke. Dilis Moke. Ma. Esh Ma. Skop. Yuji. Esh Los. Ma.
Her Joes. Eket.
Burek. Most intimate.
Bure. Yuji. Esh Yuji. Ma. Esh Los. Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Ma. Esh Yuji. Esh Los.
I need to win this next fight. Those gold mines down the bottom are too far away.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Esh Los. Yuji.
Bure. Her Joes.
E Poro Fras.
Yuji. Osto. Eket.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Yuji. Eshnos.
Bure. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los. Yuji. Skopos. Bure. Yuji. Skop. Ma. Yuji. Esh Los. Bure. Ma.
Yuji. Yuji.
Dilis Moke. Yuji. Esh Los. Ma. Yuji.
Bur. Eket. Diot.
Yuji. E Poro Fras. Bure.
Scopos. Yuji. Volia. Dia.
Her Jo. Eket. Diot.
Skop. Esh Ma. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Esh Los. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los.
Scop. Eschlos.
Yuji. Bure. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Esh Los.
Schmak. Osto. Eshnos. Bure. Eket.
Herjos. Eked.
Yuji. Eket.
Scopos. Eked.
Skopos. Yuji. Bure. Skop. Esh Los. Ma. Esh Los. Yuji. Bure. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Bure. Yuji.
Burek.
Her Joes. Eshnost. Bure. Eket.
Yuji. Her Mak. Scopos. Burek. Bukat. Scopos. Eked. Bukat.
Skopo. Eket.
Yuji. Esh Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Esh Los. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los.
Yuji.
Skop. Yuji. Dilis
Herjo.
Moke.
Eked. Scopos. Volia.
Yuji. Esh Los.
Prostagma.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji.
Burek. Eked.
Esh Los. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Esh Los. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los. Ma. Burek. Yuji. E Poro Fras. Yuji. Ma. Esh Los.
Bur. Mak. Her Eket. Eket. Diot.
Dilis Moke. Yuji.
Yuji. Skopo. Osto. Her Jo. Yuji. Mos intem. Mos intem.
Ma.
Bur. Eket. Diot.
Yuji. Esh Los. Ma. Yuji.
Schlost. Diot.
Burek. Eschloss.
Herr Joes.
Use ma. Use eschloss. Mak. Yuji. Use ma. Yuji. Mak. Eschloss. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschma. Use ma. Eschma. Use mak.
Yuji Skopos Momos Intum.
Eschus ma. Eschloss. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji. Eschloss. Mak.
Burek. Yuji Ket also.
Burek. Burek. Use eschmak. Eschus ma. Eschus mak. E poro fras.
Yuji Mak Eke Diat.
Burek.
Burek. Skopos Diat.
Burek. Eschloss. Yuji. Tilis moke. Skopos. Yuji mak.
Bur Skopos. Eken. Eken. Ma. Eschlo. You Diot. Yuji. Osto. Bur Boliat. Eschlost.
Eschloss mak. Yuji. Burek mak. Yuji. Eschloss.
Skopos. Herr Joes. Diot. Yuji. Eken.
Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Eschma. Eschma. Yuji. Eschloss. Ma. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji. Eschloss. Ma. Ma. Eschloss. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss. Eschloss. Ma. Eschloss. Eschloss. Ma. Eschloss.
Skopos. Bur Diot.
Burek. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Herr Joes Eke Diat. Yuji Eschwest.
Burek. Ma. Eschloss. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Skop. Eschloss. Burek. Yuji.
Burek Eked. Eke Bukat. Eke Bukat.
Herr Eken. Bukat.
Eke Bukat.
Skopos. Eken. Bukat.
Ma. Eschloss. Skopos. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Eschloss.
Burek. Eken.
Yuji Eke.
Yuji. E poro Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Burek. E poro. Yuji. Eschloss. Ma. E poro fras. Yuskopos. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Burek. Eschloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschloss. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. E poro fras. Ma.
Herr Joes.
Also Eked.
Bur Yuji. Eken.
Burek. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Eschma. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Eschloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschloss. Skop. Ma. Yuji.
Burek.
Eschlost. Skopos. Yuji. Skopo. Bure. Eken.
Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Eschloss. Ma. Yuji. Bur. Ma.
Skop Yuji.
Os Diot. Herr Joes. Diot.
Yuji. Eschloss.
Herr Joes Yuji. Yuji. Mak.
Yuji. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Ma.
Skopos.
Yuji.
Bur Yuji.
Skopos. Eschloss. Burek. Ma.
Yuji. Herr Eschlo. Ma. Diot.
Yuji. Yuji. Skop. Ma. Burek. Eschloss.
Burek. Bukat.
Skopos. Eken.
Yuji.
Yuji.
Skopos. Ma. Skop. Burek. Yuji. Eschloss. Yuji. Eschloss. Skop. Ma. Tilis moke. Eschloss. Yuji. Eschloss. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Eschloss.
Also Yuji. Eschl Diat. Herr Joes. Mak.
Bur Yuji. Yuji. Diot. Skopos. Bukat. Bure. Bukat.
Skopos. Oso. Bukat.
Skop. Bukat.
Yuji. E poro fras. Ma yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Eşlos. Ma yuji. Eşlos. Ma yuji. Eşlos.
Yuji.
Um,
Yuji. Mak. Best.
Bure. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Ma yuji. Ma yuji. Ma yuji. Eşlos. Ma yuji. Ma. Eşlos. Ma. Eşlos. Yuji. Ma eşlos. Ma. Bure. Yuji. Ma eşlos. Ma. Yuji. Ma.
Skopos.
Poro fras. Yuji. Ma yuji. Ma yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlo. Ma. Yuji. Shlo. Ma. Skopos.
GG! We beat the Mau Mau! Go us! Oh. Ah. Oh. I thought I was going to win that first fight, but we did not. And then it went into full chaos after that. Feels good. I think this is our best win thus far. Our best win. And now I'm tired. I think that might be Fnatic and Arcus beat Greek. I got every unit under the sun here. Who cares about specific unit comps? Just get units out on the map. Did he have 0? He had a little trade route going, but he has no corner. Oh. Well, that was fun. I'm dead. What a tough life. Thanks everyone for watching. I do want to try and get to 4 a.m. with my streams soon, but it's not going to happen this week. So I'm going to send you all over to the superstar, who is currently 100% win rate versus me in recent games. He is too good, and I am too bad. And I'll see you guys later. Bye for now. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.